Chapter 51. Have you brought any food? Revised, rewritten 2 times, revised wrong. Then, turning his head to look at the spider room at the end of the tunnel, and the direction of the Indian wizard just now, Alan hesitated for a few seconds and then used the magic wand to clean the surface of the other side of the blood, and then directed the body to float with a floating spell. In front of him, he used a petrified mantra to make him show the typical gesture of hands and feet, and then returned to the long and deep corridor again, walking lightly to the stone chamber where the Jewish and Indian wizards were. Alan blocked the bound Jewish witch and pushed the door open. The Indian witch Rajesh heard the movement of the stone door, let go of the wooden frame and turned to see Howard walked in with his head down. I just wanted to ask a question, and suddenly I was shocked. Howard's posture was not right, but this time difference was enough for Alan to use. He hadn't waited for the Indian to put his wand's hand on the wand handle. A curse was ejected from the wand port that appeared suddenly under the armpit of the Jewish witch in front of him. Chest. The tall and sturdy Indian witch glared, his body jumped up, and then he wailed and knelt down on the ground, his head raised forward. Alan followed a petrified mantra that made the Indian wizard's howl stop abruptly. The whole person's hands and legs were together, and the end of his intestine was held straight and fell to the ground. Alan pushed away the body of the Jewish witch in front of him, letting his eyes sway. He fell to the ground with a crack. He walked towards the Indian witch, expressionlessly removed the wand in his hand from him, pulled out of his hand. The pretty face of this Indian wizard who didn't have a beard was distorted under the influence of the petrified mantra. His thick black eyebrows were like 2 twisting reptiles. His orange turban was scattered on the ground, exuding a strong curry smell. The smell of food debris and feces in the room is very pungent. After Alan saw that Bug-in-Bok used the enema curse, he specifically found relevant data research. This spell was invented by Urquhart Laharo in the 16th century. The purpose was originally to cure diseases, pull out the human intestines from the body, and then plug them back with anti-curse after treatment. But if you don't use the anti-curse for a long time, or if the intestines are drawn too quickly, regardless of the other party's feelings, this magic spell originally used for medical treatment becomes a vicious attack spell. Alan looked at the Indian witch with a faceless expression. His calm and unsteady voice made the Indian witch on the ground with only eyes capable of moving. I have gotten a lot of information by interrogating your companions. The answer you told me is inconsistent with him. Then I will let you taste more painful punishment than now. The Indian wizard was horrified. Where did this demon come from? It looked like a child but so cruel. He had never seen such a cruel little wizard. Alan waved his wand, and the petrified Indian witch curled up in pain, groaning painfully in his mouth, clutching the upper part of the upper Lord's moon and trying to put back what he had shed. Alan frowned as he watched the movement of the Indian wizard. Don't disturb yourself and catch me. I am not responsible. As long as you answer my questions, I will cast an anti-curse for you to retract them. Do you understand? The Indian wizard Yan immediately released his hand and shook his head again and again in agreement. The result was directly exchanged for another spell that was unfamiliar with the Indian's habits of Alan. Later, because of the misunderstanding, Alan could only maintain his brutal image, and indifferently checked the previous questions of the Jewish witch again to the Indian witch. The Indian witch dare not hide it, not afraid to hesitate, tolerate the pain and answer, fearing that if he answers later, he will attract the torture of this little devil. Good, you didn't lie. Alan's wand tapped gently in his palm. Can you spare me and Howard? The Indian wizard was hoping to ask for himself and his companions, hoping that the boy in front of him would let them go. But his voice had not fallen, and Alan's spell had fallen on him. Alan once again used the petrified mantra to fix him on the ground, and then used the anti-mantra of the intestinal mantra to force the intestine back into the foresee. Doing so when he was clamped by the magic moon in the upper part of His Highness the Indian witch's digestive organs have been damaged to a certain extent, and of course, it is even more painful. After knocking down the Jewish wizard before, and before going directly to save Albert or finding an Indian wizard to determine the intelligence to solve the hidden danger, Alan finally chose to go to the Indian wizard more cautiously, instead of going directly like a lion cub. Save Albert. Then he glanced at what the Indians were just tinkering with. Alan glanced at it for a while and recognized that these are magical creatures like snake-neck and dragon skins. They have the ability to resist magic spells like horned beasts and fire dragon skins. Although the effect is a bit worse, they are soft and comfortable enough. Some Price's phase robe will sew them in key positions as a defense item. This dragon-like reptile is more common in Scotland. The most famous is the gathering place in Loch Ness because they are photographed by moles. It caused a sensation. Although wearing a better robe was of little use to Alan, he also put them into the system storage space instantly, and now compared with the results of their interrogation, they confirmed that the information is true and resolved. In the wake of the Indian wizards who might have been alerted by the Jewish wizard's long absence, Alan transformed their clothes into ropes and tied them together, using the floating mantra to direct the two bodies to float in front of them, and returned to that, a long and deep corridor. Now he was going to the spider's room to rescue Albert. At the end of the corridor, a small wooden door had already decayed from the hinge and fell to the ground at the doorway. Behind the door was a small room. The air was filled with a scent of dust. Through the doorway, Alan saw many oval cocoons of different sizes placed inside. Each of them was carefully wrapped in layers of grey silk thread. Only some were broken. The inside of the head can see some victims sucked by spiders, covered with a layer of fur or skin residues. Of course, most of them do not look human. Only a few huge cocoons are about the same height as a human. The grey silk thread wrapped around the middle of the small room also looks relatively fresh. Alan estimates that this one should be his big brother. It also relieved him that the nerves that had been tighter because of the choice just now were relieved. So Alan didn't choose to rush over immediately. Although he could see the scene in the room at a glance, he didn't find any traces of spiders. Fluorescence flashes. The fluorescence from Alan's wand port illuminates the darkened corridor. He was careful not to move forward, but wanted to use the light to find the spider's trail or let the spiders show up. He looked carefully. In this narrow room, where the light of the wand touched, some subtle filamentary reflections came from behind the door. Seeing that the spider in the room did not show up because of the light, Alan stepped back 2 times, fumbled for a while on the Jewish wizard, pulled out a dagger he carried, and then threw it at the cobweb. Instead of breaking from it, he stuck the dagger firmly. The wind passed by, and a cobweb suddenly hit the door from the ceiling, but Alan, who had been prepared, commanded the bodies of the 2 wizards to stand in front of them. The 2 wizards were instantly covered by the cobwebs and quickly dragged in. When he got to the room, layers of grey silk wrapped around him, and soon they were wrapped into a giant cocoon. Flame. A bright flame shot from Alan's wand port, and touched these spider silks, quickly spreading along the spider silks, and the sound of la-la fluttered one after another, and the tongue of fire fluttered into the room. The spider silk quickly touched some of the cocoons that were supposed to contain mouse corpses, burned them cracklingly, and continued to burn towards the middle of the room. But Alan didn't expect that these spider silks have such a good combustion supporting effect, and the flame caused by the flame tongue would be so fast, which was somewhat unexpected. In order to avoid burning Albert trapped in spider silk into cocoons, he quickly continued casting a spell. The wand spewed a lot of water under the action of the clear spring, and sprinkled on these flames to extinguish them. The air was filled with a scorched smell of batter. Alan used the whirlwind sweep to blow away the ashes and some hanging spider silk, but only the dense, webbed spider silk was still firm, suspended in the hallway and the room. Such large movements prevented the spiders from restraining themselves. They fell from the ceiling and crawled out from the sides of the room that were out of sight. A clicking sound sounded in the room. These spiders moved their huge articulations to climb the direction of Lon. Compared with the 8-eyed giant spiders that Alan once knew, these spiders are much smaller in size. Each of the 8-eyed giant spiders is the size of a cart-drawn horse. Spiders are about the size of goats. Their legs are bizarrely long, with thick hair on top and a pair of shiny claws. Their coat color is different from that of the eight-eyed giant spider. The eight-eyed giant spider is black, and these spiders are more similar to red brown. The eight-eyed giant spider is native to Kalamantan Island and inhabits the dense jungle. The relatively small eight-eyed giant spider in front of it is likely to be an Indian variant or distant relative. In addition to the advantages of the spider web, it is much weaker. Fallen. Alan's spell hit the spider that crawled to the front, but the spider stalled and twitched a few times. The spell didn't fully function, but angered it. And the spider continued. He swayed to Alan, swaying. Spider retreats. A white light flashed, and the spider's dense footsteps sounded more frequently. This mysterious man also used the eight-eyed giant spider raised by Hagrid when he was young, and was specially used to deal with the magic spells of spider-like creatures that affect their behavior. It worked completely. Just like escaping the basilisk that scared them. The spiders quickly backed away and hid back into the room. The passage in front of Alan soon saw no spiders. Although it will not be a permanent effect, Alan immediately seized the timing of the neutral gear and carefully controlled the sporadic spider web burning down in front of him in front of the largest cocoon in the room. Cracked. A click sounded. The cocoon broke, and Albert's pale cheek appeared in front of Alan. Albert was numb with hands and feet because he kept a posture for a long time. He lay on the ground and opened his eyes. After adjusting to the sudden light, he finally saw him and rescued him from the cocoon. The wizard is his younger brother. Alan, why are you? Albert, let's talk about it specifically. I used a spider expulsion spell, and the effect won't last long. These spiders will soon be around again. Alan lifted Albert out of the cocoon. His legs and feet are weak, and he has only been weak for a long time without food to free himself. Alan pulled out a few bottles of recovery potions he had made while practicing potions, but Albert waved his hand and did not take it. He pulled out the arrows from the inner bag where his robe was cast with a seamless telescoping spell special agent. Alan quickly took his potion from his brother, helped him to unplug the bottle, and healed several bottles of the potion that healed and repaired. Albert looked a little better, and he said with a sigh of relief, "From the potion it will take a while for the effect to be effective. Have you brought your food?" "I don't have it. Although there are some curries in other rooms, but I don't think you want to eat them." Alan finished, handing over the two wands he had seized to his elder brother, using his chin toward the new cocoon just made by the spider. Nodded. "Try it, it is the wands of the two wizards, see which one you use more smoothly." Albert tried to wave these two wands in succession, and chose to hold one in his hand. "Unfortunately, my own wand, Aspenwood unicorn hair. Ollivander must complain to me." Seeing the elder brother's choice, Alan put Albert's arm on his shoulder and tried to lift Albert, but now his hands and feet were basically recovered. Albert then broke free and walked a few steps to signal that he did not problem. At this time, the clicking sound on the ceiling came close again, and the spider that had been driven away by the spell once again surrounded it. Seeing these spiders crawling out all the time, Alan's eyes swept through the layers of the spider web. Thinking of the rapid burning of fire before, a string of flames came out of Alan's wand port. Since the eldest brother has been after being rescued, Alan had no worries. He wanted to burn all the spiders with fire. But as soon as the flame emerged from the tip of the staff, it was quenched by a clear spring cast by Albert. In the cocoons around, at least there is a living person in the latest. We can't use the fiery fire curse unscrupulously, so as not to burn them to death. Albert stopped Alan's move out of Anara's sense of responsibility. He ordered, "Alan, you continue to disperse these spiders, I will solve them a little bit slowly." Alan once again dispersed the spider, but after all, this room had no other exits. After the spell was invalid, the spiders continued to crawl from a distance. Some spiders blocked their way during the escape. Speaking of Ollivander, the wand maker, I remembered that he had a motto: "If you want to look for integrity, you should first find it from the owner of the Aspen wand." Alan then intuitively felt the meaning of the wand on behalf of the owner's character. Aspen is a trustworthy, inclusive, powerful and consistent power wand, which is most suitable for men and women with a clear moral outlook. In this repeated confrontation, after Alan used the spider expulsion spell for the third time, a green light suddenly shot out. Albert used the Avidazo spell to shoot a spider at once. The red bronze spider turned upside down, and several huge after a few kicks in the air. The arthropod became silent. Alan glanced at Albert. The potion effect of this arrow was faster than the effect of ordinary potions. Alan, you should never try to practice and use this spell on weekdays. This is an unforgivable spell. Once it is used against a person, it is a serious violation of the law and will be imprisoned in Azkaban for a lifetime prison. Special treatment: spiders are not humans. Don't practice it yourself. Albert seriously instructed while casting a spell. In his eyes, Alan was just a child, in case he didn't know the importance. Using this kind of magic on classmates, even if you don't have enough magic power to let your classmates just shed some nosebleed, will be a big trouble. Despite knowing the elder brother's concern, Alan, who knew she was a bare child, rolled her eyes angrily. Of course I will not try to use it on people. I am not a dumb guy. Eber especially forgot that you were taken by me. This kid's saved. Soon, just as the Indian wizard had previously persuaded the Jewish wizard, these spiders as pets, as long as they are careful to avoid the cobwebs sprayed from time to time. Without the cooperation of the Master Wizard, these combat capabilities are far less than the real 8-eye giant. The spiders were quickly resolved with the magic wand in Albert's hands. This is too dangerous. I'll send you out first, and go back to the department to move the rescuer. Albert gathered his wand and turned to his brother. Alan, how did you find me? I guess after my third grade began to have electives, the divination class should be pretty good. I made a prophecy dream and came to see where you are. Alan casually found a reason, and then took these days to tell the elder brother what happened just now. Albert heard Alan's reason. Although he was a bit skeptical in his heart, he didn't ask too much. In fact, he was a bit happy. The wizardess children had some special abilities that broke out from family members from time to time. It is quite common to use two types of talents: the Serpentine and the Yerong Magus, which are more likely to be produced by the Harris family, but one of the modern relatives also has a weird grandmother who has a talent for predicting beyond ordinary wizards. Afterwards, it was not until Albert noticed that Alan had solved 2 adult wizards alone, he was very surprised. After hearing the specific spell he used, he opened his mouth and tried to exhort his brother not to be too old when he was too young. Addicted to black magic, but the long words in my heart finally turned into short sentences. I didn't expect you to be so powerful at such a young age, and you must have read the hazards of such a good memory. After finishing talking, Albert pulled the cocoon that trapped the Jewish and Indian wizards with his magic wand, and faced the 2 wizards still under the influence of the petrified mantra, and covered their heads with their own clothes on their heads, eyes, and then neatly used the Oblivion Curse to make them forget the memories generated in these hours. Removed the hidden trouble for his younger brother. Albert put his index finger on his lips and made a noise-free movement, waving, and Alan returned to the corridor lightly. Remember not to tell others that you have used this kind of black magic on people. Although it is not criminal in this case, but it will be very bad for your reputation. The building is just like Hogwarts and it is forbidden to use phantom shifting enchantment. We have to get out of the gate first before I can send you back. Albert finished, and explained to his captive an additional sentence, trying to maintain his brother's image. In fact, if it wasn't because of this, I didn't want to run at that time. It's not a big problem. I mean, if it wasn't for the nasty spiders who attacked me with the cooperation of their masters. www.mentalnovel.com. Only those Indians could not deal my well-trained professional aura. Then we just went in and solved them. How can they deal with them? There are only 5 of them now. How many can you deal with? Alan sneered when he heard his brother's explanation, but then he thought carefully because the task started again and he didn't want to give up. After all, unlike ordinary wizards, Albert is an elite trained by professional auras, and Alan himself also has some cards, so as a member of the Crow's Claws, His greed makes him not want to give up the opportunity to obtain moon gems. Don't talk nonsense. I have to send you back first. Albert was anxious, but then realized that his attitude was stricter and softened. Listen, Alan, I am grateful for your risk. I was rescued, but this is a battle of adult wizards. I can't let you continue to be involved in danger. Otherwise, how can I explain to my parents? Be good, don't make trouble, and let me send you back. But Albert. Alan paused and organized the language. Wait for you to send me back and notify the Ministry of Magic. By the time you return, they should have discovered that the two members were attacked. You fled before you arrived. Albert shook his head stubbornly. No, but they escaped and your safety is not important. You are so gifted, you should understand your importance to our family. Alan nodded sorrowfully and agreed with Albert's arrangement. As a child, even a talented person who wanted to control the thinking of an adult was a difficult task. Not to mention that Alan himself had to admit that his brother's words, the correctness of it was only a moment of greed that made him think about it. But when they returned to the corridor, the middle door was opened. Chapter 52 Christmas Revised. Rewritten twice, typos revised. A small wizard with a pair of glasses and a tall, thin wizard with a high hairline walked out from the inside. Judging from their closer direction, the two seemed to be preparing to go to the left room. Then they heard the movement and the two brothers Harris looked at each other. Enemies. That Aran. The dull expressions of these two pretty wizard-dressed guys became frightened after a short period of time and began to scream and began to twist, seeming to want to return inside to call someone. All petrochemicals, fallen. The responsive Harris brothers cast the spell almost at the same time, but due to the relatively long distance at this time, when Alan's petrochemical spell flew, the target had already moved away from the original position, while the trained Albert, the position of the opponent was predicted in advance, and the faint magic spell that flew out from the tip of his strong red light rod accurately hit the glasses wizard. During the running, the wizard was fixed in the air, and was hit. After a while. Fly hit the wall, and he was stunned by the spell before he was hit. Fainting is often used in duels. It can effectively make the opponent temporarily unconscious and stop the attack. It is a very practical and common spell that the caster wins. Albert, who succeeded in knocking down the enemy, had no intention to show his brother at this time, because the cries of the missing wizard kept coming from the door, and it should have alarmed the people inside. Alan, I will stop. You run out first. Albert discovered that his brother had raised his wand and started to approach the middle gate, and he was forced to follow. After discovering that the other person was resolved because of the emergency, Alan estimated the strength of the two sides, and took a few steps, stepped on the wand of the glasses wizard, and then walked into the middle door and placed a few seconds slower. The older brother, who was making up for the fallen wizard, followed him. After passing through a passageway, looking far away from Albert with a porch, it is a very wide round stone palace, surrounded by stone statues of animals of different shapes. All of them have magic lights on their heads, and the lights are never extinguished, shining, shimmering. The most striking thing in the room is a sculpture against the wall at the far end of the room. There is a huge statue of the moon in the center of the palace. He has 4 hands, one with a scepter and one with a hand, a bottle of fairy dew symbolizing immortality. The third hand pinches the lotus, and the remaining hand is in a defensive state. He was riding a tricycle charioted by antelopes and 10 horses drawn like jasmine. In the eyebrow of the statue, a round yellow gemstone was inlaid, and occasionally a streamer flashed on the gemstone, declaring its extraordinary brightly until the system suddenly issued a trance warning sound to tell the statue of Alan this forehead it's a fake. Inside, together with the 4 wizards who have fled back, they have begun to surround them. 2 of them are of Indian origin. Their heads are covered with beautifully decorated thick kerchiefs. Another ghostly figure falls under the statue. A bald and swollen head, with rose tattoos around his eyes, wearing ragged clothes and no shoes like several Indians, with abscesses on his body, bare, and his status seemed to be higher than others. Rose. Herman Heaven. He is a Death Eater. Herman Heaven. I saw him in the Ministry's documents. How did it look like this? Wait. Albert was a little shocked. Xia focused on his brother again. Come back. Alan showed a confident smile to his brother. After seeing the enemy, he used all the remaining Zwibber Halo one-time choices. This is the daring to make himself and his brother 2 to 4. Although it is a pity to use the aura, Alan as a sorcerer seems to be able to hear the anger of many people when he obtains and uses it. It's better to have this way of being too unbalanced according to the storybooks in the category titled Starting Point in the Ravenclaw Library. Whether it is written at the beginning or written in most of them, there is no ending. Have this kind of protagonist who exceeds his ability to master the degree. If he receives this kind of warning in the dark and ignores their consequences, either there is no good ending, or even the book itself will become only half done and no follow-up. Incomplete product. Taking advantage of the distance between the two sides, Alan rejoiced under the aura. The moonstone was in that position. He stretched his hand into his pocket, holding a magical object that was cast with a seamless telescoping spell, and then open the system storage space from inside and take out Neptune, and overturned and held his magic wand and flew out quickly. Albert, I attract firepower, pay attention to it. You bastard. Stop now. Without his brother's roar, Alan used the speed advantage of flying to increase the distance from the enemy, and Albert also took advantage of this opportunity to rush in and hide behind an animal statue. At this time, the 4 magic wands that followed Alan continued to issue enchantments, but due to distance and speed issues, Alan was easily predicted to avoid by virtue of his flying talent. The enchantments ejected on the top relief of the underground palace, the gravel was splashing, and the fire was shining. Both sides are on their own, and both sides of the battle have exerted enough energy to try to kill the other side. After Albert saw from his own point of view that his brother's behavior believed that he was in death, he had no energy to manage any irregulations at this time. Although he did not dare to use the unforgivable curse of suicide, but powerful black magic is still continuously released from his wand that originally belonged to the Jewish wizard. Although the effect and casting speed are not affected by his wand, but for a while, flames and strong acids have sputtering effects. Powerful magic has forced several Indians to devote some energy to avoid injury. After Alan on a broom and his wand was gradually looking for the best place to attack, after avoiding a thunderbolt thrown by Albert, Alan used the dust from the explosion to learn the aura the increase brought about, quickly performed a long distance to the ground behind Herman and completed a deforming operation. Several sharp versions of Lego toys appeared at the foot of Herman, and the original round protrusions now become a sharp cone with a metallic cluster. Sure enough, just after a few seconds, the barefoot Herman jumped back while avoiding the Albert spell. The little finger root of the right foot and the front part of the foot were pierced by Lego toys. Alan jumped when he got up. He could not bear to look straight at his head. Then Alan put a blazing flame on the heads of several Indians, one of whom could not avoid making his thick headscarf start to burn. The partner beside him immediately helped him take off the headscarf, revealing the Mediterranean hairstyle inside. And because he wore a turban for a long time, his remaining greasy hair looked bad. At this time, Herman seemed to want to scream, but because of the excessive pain, he just opened his mouth and made a weird short sound. Even if he breathed harder, he would stop the attack like a pain. He leaning over and trying to pull out the Lego still hurt. Albert, who has been professionally trained by us, seized the opportunity and issued a curse. Although Herman used the iron armor to resist the first round of attacks regardless of pain, he still ended up paying attention due to impaired mobility and pain. The force drop was hit by Albert's fainting charm and passed out. The remaining 3 found a wizard who was facing his strongest combat power and was resolved. After a moment of stunned resentment, he pointed his wand in his hand at the 2 of Alan and launched another attack. But the Indian magic system, which is better at curses and rituals, is not good at combat. It is not an opponent of the European system where duels are prevalent. The thin and tall men who just fled is nothing more than the men of these 3. Good hand. What's more, Albert is still a professionally trained aura, and although Alan is still really limited in strength and can't use too much strange black magic in front of his brother, but with the knowledge and luck brought by the aura in addition, the defensive effect of the wizard's robe and the application of transforming are still enough for them to solve the battle quickly, although they have 2 enemies and 4 enemies. Facing several comatose Indians, Albert destroyed their wands, chopped them down in a few strokes, and then transformed their own clothes into ropes with morphing, and then, to other people one person added another petrified mantra. "When was your little so powerful?" Albert screamed excitedly for his younger brother's performance after he succeeded in resolving the enemy. After a little relaxation, he felt that his performance was out of place and he immediately became stiff again. Face open. "I must tell my father and mother when I go back and let them take care of you." "Haven't you been assigned to Eagle Academy? How do you behave like those little lions?" "Albert, don't you take the gem? Be careful not to touch it with your hands. There might be a curse." Alan moved his brother's attention, and Albert nodded when he heard it. He rubbed up, using the magic wand, carefully start to try to take the gem. The system has determined that the stone in Albert's hand is not genuine and marked him with the genuine position. This makes Alan more puzzled about the system. The purpose of this task is to detect what good things are available around Alan and feel free post a task has a reason for him to take it. But there is no way to continue to think about it. Alan came to the moon statue when he started to wrap the fake with a cloth to avoid accidentally touching it. He knew that Albert was not genuine in his hands. After searching for it, he really saw the yellow gem placed in a dark grid under the statue. Alan's hand flicked it and quickly collected the gem into the storage space. "Alan, wait for me a little longer." With the fake gems in place, Albert walked to the Death Eater who was bound and petrified in a coma. Albert faced his face in the same way his brother treated his roommate. There was a clear spring-like water, and when he woke up his eyes began to roll around and began to use Dementor to him. It turns out that several Indians were the guardians of moon gems. India was a colony of Britain. During the colony, moon gems flowed into Britain. In order to ensure the effect of the moon gem, the British wizards of several pure-blood families related to the event secretly built this underground palace and erected the statue of the moon god, attempting to use the moon gem to produce similar magic by means of human sacrifice. The effect of stone creates an elixir. However, although this fake elixir has a certain degree of life extension effect, but because the production method is too cruel, the grievances of the victims are also absorbed into the curse. And these people have no means to break this curse. People who have taken this medicine will become swollen and deformed, and eventually they will end their lives due to increasing torture. And the guardians of this generation are connected with Herman Hevin. As a mysterious man, Herman Hevin wants to use this thing to resurrect his master, while the Indian wizard wants to use his master to curse. He is good at solving the curse, and the two parties combined into an alliance in one shot. Herman Sven finally could not resist the temptation to try the magic potion and became a little crazy. After doing this, Albert cast a spell again to put Herman Hevin into a coma. Then he glanced at his brother, and then forgot everything to everyone, putting Alan in their memory erased. "Sorry, Alan, it stands to reason that you can at least get a third-class Merlin medal this time. But I think it's better not to let others know that it is good. The first grade showing the color itself is not a problem, but it is best to cover up your talents in black magic. It is not a problem to reveal it in a few years. You may not know that this is a sensitive matter for many people. It's okay, Albert, I understand. It's easy to be associated with the mysterious man when he was young." Alan was actually eager to help Albert cover up his actions this time, just using his brother's reasons to give the steps down. Going down. "Relax, Albert, I just found some books left by my predecessors in the Ravenclaw lounge and the responsive room, and I didn't indulge in it. Thank you for risking your life to save me." Iber nodded, feeling that his tone was a little numb, and he changed his tone again. "As a thank you, I won't tell Mom what you are doing today." "Of course, if you don't blame me if you reveal your horse's feet." And don't blame me. Do you ask the senior classmates to give you the seamless telescoping spell or do it yourself? Be careful not to put too many things in case the spell is cast. If it is not in place, your posture is wrong, and you may even be crushed by the things you put inside. Forget it. We will fly out first, and I will notify the Ministry of Magic. Your younger brother is very popular in school, and a sister Ravenclaw did it for me. Alan boasted under the excuse his brother had asked, took out his own flying broom and the two sat up. It wasn't until he sat up that Alan remembered the pattern on the Templar's badge, depressed the awkwardness in his heart and flew out of Albert. After going out, Albert moved by illusion and sent Alan back to Aunt Josephine's house and found that his aunt had fallen asleep. He had no time to talk to Alan. He needed to go back to the ministry immediately and ask for support in the past for finishing work. Once again, Albert was crept back to his bed with a teleporter and a little dizzy Alan. The comfortable bed gradually relaxed the tense nerves. Alan probed his harvest for this task. First of all natural, it was a few snakeskin dragon skins. If it weren't for the magic stone and there was no shortage of pocket money, it would be enough for him to sell one for a while and run for several years. And systematic rewards made Alan feel more practical. The reward is exactly what Alan needs: constant spell ability, animal understanding. Although this kind of resident spell ability similar to language proficiency, the effect is not too reliable, but only allows Alan and the animals who voluntarily communicate with him to understand the meaning of each other's language. But it is not the same as the snake language. It doesn't allow Alan to really learn and use the other's language. When saying a word, he may let the owl understand, but the other may not understand what he is talking about at all. But in general it is better than Hagrid's, purely relying on thick skin and countless personal experiences and affinity with magical animals to communicate with animals. And this time Alan set the learning goal afterwards to learn to transfer phantoms. Although it is conventionally scheduled to be in the 6th grade of Hogwarts, but according to the storyline of the learning materials, this transmission technology is the most important. It is actually the 3D principles, namely goal, determination and calmness, which are all related to the mind. Although Alan was affected by factors such as endocrinology of his body age at this time, he was not really a minor after all, so he was more confident in learning this technology. The most important thing was when he went to it. Riding a broom on the ground, stepping on the starlight, braving the bitter cold, and flying for a long time against the violent wind, and although he was a little dizzy when he returned, Albert's convenience to get himself back in the blink of an eye made Alan really envious. The next day, when the aunt who had planned to go to Diagon Alley to buy a new wand in the morning whispered that she had found the wand she lost last night in the corner of the bathroom, Owen Harris happily came to pick up the youngest son Alan and the youngest daughter Emily home. Returning to his home in Dorset, Alan was greeted by an extremely sumptuous lunch for the British, with celery soup, ham omelette and cardamom sourdough, and veal with sour plum sauce, and the dessert was sugar-marinated shrimp, more delicious butterbeer for dinner, and of course, Mrs. Harris' heavy cheesecake. Last night, Alan, who hadn't eaten anything in the middle of the night, and Albert, who was hungry for a long time, became the main force, almost cleared. After dinner, Albert lived in Alan and quietly told him that he had received praise from the ministry and a large sum of gold galleon as a bonus. What delighted Albert most was that he had a 2-month vacation. Some upright Albert feels a little sorry for his brother, who has to give all the gold and gold bonuses to Alan. Alan did not reject his brother's good intentions, but only half of it. Although for the first year little wizard who could not go to Hogsmeade Village, he now has little chance to use the pocket money given by his family, and he is not used to being like other children of the same age. Like a wizard, please come to the seniors and seniors to piggyback, but the Christmas gift is still a good deal for him, especially for wanting to give some less Weasley style when it comes to things. Alan originally intended to use magic stones to make some gold, and now the elder brother's bonus just saves trouble. In the rest of the holiday, Alan finally had the peaceful life he expected before the holiday. In addition to reading the idle books and relaxing, he was playing with his sister Emily. In such a peaceful state of mind, He secretly took advantage of the adults at home when you are there. Prepare the secretly mail-ordered white moss and bravely start practicing this phantom shift that should be practiced by students over 17 years old. Unlike many adult wizards who can't even put out the iron armor curse, some people will not get the phantom shift license before returning to school. Although Alan successfully moved himself from the side of the bedroom to the other side of the room, the deviation in position caused him to be shocked in cold sweat. He almost left half of him stuck outside the room. www.mentalnovel.com. So he gave up the adventure of continuing to die like a Gryffindor, thinking of waiting to return to Hogwarts and secretly leaving the school's banned phantom shift range before continuing on the wide ground complete the exercise. Later on Christmas Day, Alan received a lot of gifts. To Alan's surprise, even Miss Everything gave him a gift: a big box of horseshoe-shaped sugar-free dark chocolate, and a pair of toothbrushes and toothpaste. It seems that Alan, a pureblood wizard, does not understand the use of mole products, and she has written a lot of notes on how to protect her teeth. Among these gifts, the most intimate is the self-portrait of the younger sister Emily, the most serious is the magic book given by the second Columbine, the most pleasant is the owl donated by Albert, one with a cold expression handsome owl. Alan named it Benny, and sincerely hoped that it was a smart enough owl. Knowing to stay away from a first-year girl from Hufflepuff. There are rumors that the girl likes to eat owls, making McGonagall ever thunder. As for the gift that Alan sent to others, it was very simple. All the small pockets with a seamless extension spell were applied. Although the capacity was limited, it was still very stable for the students who cast a constant spell on the bag, reliably. Its price, especially for the little wizards, is not cheap. But at this time, compared with Alan enjoying the warmth of the family, Harry was alone and indulging in the family reunion scene transformed by the magic mirror of Eris. If it was not Dumbledore's consolation, Harry was in this false and let people. It is estimated that the lie of happiness cannot be sober on himself. In any case, time is always not shifted by human will. Alan reluctantly waved goodbye to his relatives and boarded the Hogwarts Express. Chapter 53 Forgive modified. Back to Hogwarts, the snow on the campus has not subsided at all. Only the giant squid on the frozen ice of the Black Lake occasionally breaks the ice and basks in the sun. But Alan, who has just ventured, is still very happy to be able to return to school, especially after the Weasley twins who received the punishment under the supervision of Filch just before he learned the holiday, just because they enchanted a few snowballs before the holiday, let them chase Chillo everywhere, hitting the back of his headscarf with a smile. Even more, Miss Grey, who can't even enter the statue space and frowns, feels inexplicably kind. Although she promised Miss Royna Ravenclaw, but Alan really does not know how to take care of a ghost, nor knowing why a ghost needs the care of others, so she can only squeeze a few more smiles at her when she meets. What surprised the students of Ravenclaw most was that the public restrooms in Ravenclaw exuded fragrances. This was Professor Flitwick who sought the return of the students and sought his Dean Hufflepuff. With the help of Pomona Sprout, a professor of herbal medicine classes, he asked for some plants that could help students relax the fragrance. Using magic spells, he made some unreal glowing plants to decorate them. At lunchtime, Alan's good mood was slightly worse. Although Ravenclaw's long table was filled with tempting food for the little wizards around, but for Alan, all it's British-style food that makes him have some brain pain. But he still has some theory for cooking. But his previous attempts at home while his mother was away have already made him fully aware of what the brain told him to do. But the hand will let him know the fact that he doesn't have it even by relying on the excellent control of the physical body by physical exercise. It only makes his knife work good. Edward returned to school is obviously in a state of excitement. He talks about the strange experiences he encountered during his holiday. Alan can only take a few words from time to time to avoid the embarrassment of his roommate. Even if he sometimes talked about some of Alan's own personal experiences, he just took it lightly, and made people listen to it unconsciously. With enough to eat and drink, Alan noticed that the look of Frege sitting at the Gryffindor table with Neville would have lost a lot of vitality than when he just entered school. He walked over to talk a few words and asked, in his case, although Frege did not speak out his plight as frankly as he did at middle school, Alan was fully aware of the consequences of this old friend's lack of magic talent. But he couldn't do anything about it. After a few words of comfort, he and his roommate Edward started walking towards the Ravenclaw Common Lounge Tower. Back to the west of the castle, facing the gradually more familiar area, some of Alan's mindlessness at this time was occupied by the comfort memories created by the soft blue silk on the four-legged bed in their bedroom. By the way, he thinks that this time to make his mood more icing on the cake is a beautiful nap. Just as he was about to start climbing the stairs, Alan and Edward were blocked by the Iron Triangle trio. Look at Ron still holding a rock crust cake. Alan guessed that they probably just came directly from Hagrid's hut. Thank you for your gift, Harris. I'm sorry before the holiday, I blamed you wrong, Hermione said carefully, while standing beside him politely to make way for Alan, because the place where Hermione stood just blocked Alan. The way to go. Alan glanced at Hermione unclearly before recollecting the episode at that time through memory. He experienced so many thrilling things during the holidays. He had long thrown away the little unhappiness with the three of Hermione before the holiday. Behind the head, nothing, Miss Granger. This is just a minor misunderstanding. Alan, let's go if there is nothing else. Edward reminded Alan to leave. He didn't want Alan to delay much because he didn't want to be awakened by Alan, who came back when he was asleep in his nap. Miss Masterstone's face turned red with embarrassment. Her hands were twisted around the sleeves of her robe. Obviously, she was usually proud and rarely made mistakes. She was not very good at apologizing. It is customary to stand in the perspective of being asked for help rather than asking for help. Seeing the appearance of the little girl, Alan pushed the roommate. You go back first, I'll talk a few words and come back. Edward murmured with dissatisfaction and went upstairs, while the other few people were willing to relax the friendly atmosphere with each other, but quickly let go of the little mustard. Alan, do you still remember the big three-headed dog? It's guarding something. Harry was satisfied with the fact that he was able to open his mouth and not cover up. His tone was much lighter. Hermione swiftly supplemented what they thought was the key message. And this is what Professor Snape wants. Professor Snape played against Harry Schmidt in the Gryffindor vs. Slytherin game. Curse. Ron looks like a wise man. We asked Hagrid to accidentally say the name Nicole Leam. So what Snape wants to get must be related to him. So, you want to find out who Nicole Leam is? Alan asked softly. The air was suddenly quiet, and the Audio Technica was a little embarrassed. It was precisely to hide this thing that he misunderstood Alan. Yesterday, Hermione came back the day before the semester. She was in a very complicated mood. On the one hand, she was frightened that Harry got up from bed 3 consecutive nights and wandered through the school to see the bold behavior of Eris Mirror. She was very worried. Harry was caught by Filch. On the one hand, he was deeply disappointed that the couple hadn't figured out who Nicole Leam was after the holiday. They almost gave up hope that LeMay could be found in the library, although Harry still believed that he had seen the name somewhere, so the trio had to put their last hope on Alan. Nicole Leam is an excellent alchemist and a partner of Professor Dumbledore. Alan smiled mischievously, and the performance generally lowered his voice. Nicole Leam, also known the only maker of the magic stone. However, the words did not achieve his desired effect. Both Harry and Ron's expressions were full of confusion, a bit silly but with a tacit understanding like the Weasley twins, and asked the same question. What stone? Miss Hermit was very dissatisfied with the ignorance of her two companions. She gave them a roar of "Roar, how come? You two can't read books normally." Ancient alchemy involves the refining of magic stones, which is an amazing function, the magical substance. The magic stone can turn any metal into pure gold, and it can also create an elixir of immortality, so that people who drink this medicine will never die. Harry and Ron were stunned. Ron opened his mouth in surprise. Alan nodded at Hermione's erudition, adding, "The only piece of magic stone known to the magic world belongs to Mr. Nicole Leam. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year. His wife Purana lived together in Devon. That big dog must be guarding Lee May's magic stone. I dare say that Lee asked Dumbledore to keep it for him, because they are friends, and he knew that someone was playing the magic stone. So the magic stone was transferred from the Gilling Pavilion. Hermione guessed quickly. A stone can turn into gold, and you can never die. Harry said, "No wonder Snape is also playing it. Anyone wants it. No wonder we can't find Lamaine research on the development of modern witchcraft," said Ron. "Since he is 665 years old, he can't be regarded as modern, can he?" Alan secretly complacent. He also owns a magic stone of his own, and also personally completed the final production of this magic stone. Off the part he participated in seems to him, it is like when others finish cooking most of them, and then he took over the point of chopped green onion and placed a plate. After the semester officially started, Alan resumed his extremely self-disciplined and regular life. It is probably the reason why the final exams are getting closer and closer after the holidays. Professor Snape, in particular, is as strict as what he is bothered by. It is very strict. In addition to being ignored by school bullies such as Alan and Hermione, even ordinary students of Slytherin are criticized. Unpretentious www.mentalnovel.com. Fortunately, the memory brought by the unforgettable help Alan cope with this heavy learning burden, otherwise I am afraid that it is really not easy to think about all the homework, especially when this year's total score is expected to win the Quidditch Cup and maintain the game's victory. Roger is like playing chicken blood, holding tactical analysis meetings day after day, and practicing crazy. Captain Ravenclaw Quidditch has stricter requirements for his players than ever before, even in the continuous rainy days after the heavy snowfall. In such days in the past, it was an extra rest day for the Ravenclaw team. He didn't let his players rest. Roger's momentum this year made him comparable to Hogwarts Quidditch's true traditional fanatic, Oliver Wood, the captain of Gryffindor. Despite such fatigue, Alan was still full of joy. He knew that this full life and passionate days would be frozen into good memories in the future. In a particularly wet and muddy training, Roger excitedly told everyone that Professor Snape will serve as the referee for the Quidditch final. Why not Mrs. Huochi? Yeah, Huokifu talent is the most professional. Snape is too terrible. Why don't he? Roger waved his hand in a wave of emotion. Don't worry, although Professor Snape is only partial to Slytherin, our opponent is Gryffindor. Compared to our Ravenclaw, he likes it much. The players talked a lot, and Alan felt a little funny about the various misunderstandings of the old bat. This arrogant old bat is trying to protect Harry. Ironically, in their eyes, he is still a bad guy, although he is really very partial to Slytherin to be true. Chapter 54 Conflict Modified is different from Ravenclaw's morale. Gryffindor is like a testimony. They believe that Professor Snape will find a way to deduct Gryffindor's score, and will certainly not give a fair penalty. Snape is the referee? George Weasley fell off the broom in fright. He spit out the dirt in his mouth and asked, when did he ever be the referee of the Quidditch game? He always hated Gryffindor, and he certainly wouldn't make a fair decision. Gryffindor's Quidditch team captain Oliver Wood tried to boost morale with reasons he didn't quite believe. It's not necessarily that, in the Academy Cup, Ravenclaw has more gems than Slytherin. A lot more. If Snape wants Slytherin to win the Academy Cup, he will definitely suppress Ravenclaw, which is probably their only chance to catch up. However, Ravenclaw's Alan Harris is the student with the least criticism from Snape. Maybe Snape will bias him. Not to mention that his aversion to Harry is obvious. The only thing fortunate is that Alan is just a chaser, not a golfer. You also saw his flying skills and broom model. Gryffindor players also landed next to George. Some complained, some hopeful. In any case, Captain Wood made his voice sound tough. As long as we guarantee that we follow the rules in the game, Professor Snape will have no excuse to find us. In the end, the Gryffindor team completed today's training mission. After the training, the other players were still chattering and chatting. but Harry went straight to the Gryffindor common room. He found Ron and Hermione there, playing chess. Hermione only loses when she plays wizard chess. Harry and Ron think that this is good for her and can help her share some of the competitive goals from Alan. "Don't talk to me first," said Ron as Harry sat down next to Ron. "I need to consider." But as soon as he saw Harry's face, he said, "What's wrong with you? Your face is so real terrible." Harry lowered his voice, did not want others to hear it, and told them that Snape suddenly wanted to be a Quidditch referee. "Don't take part in the competition," Hermione said immediately. "Just say you are sick," Ron said. "Pretend to break your leg," Hermione suggested. "Really broke the leg," Ron said. "I can't do this," Harry said. "There are no substitute finders on the team. If I quit, the Gryffindor team will not be able to play." Compared with the other side, the Ravenclaws who completed the Quidditch training were more relaxed. After Alan returned to the bathroom to wash, he began to move toward the library on the 5th floor. He was used to finishing him in that secluded location. Homework. Alan had just walked upstairs and saw the doorway of the library at the far side of the hallway. Draco Malfoy of Slytherin was waving his wand and smiled at Neville and Foley of Gryffindor. Grid harassed. "One is a pure-blooded fool, and the other is a mud-weak shrimp. It's a perfect match. Let's add more fun to us." At this moment, Draco's exquisite face became very cruel. He pointed his wand at Nawai and Foleg. Neville's face was frightened and blocked in front of Frog. Frigg was full of anger, struggling to pull away Neville and rushing to beat Malfoy, but his arms were for his peers. The overly tall Crabbe and Goyle held it firmly and could not get rid of it. Leg stiffness stops. Leg stiffness stops. The two spells hit Neville and Fleg successively, and their legs clung together. It was too far away, and Alan was too late to rescue. Malfoy laughed, and seemed to find it very interesting. This also attracted the attention of a more Gryffindor student, Simone Fernigan, and saw his classmates being bullied. He immediately pulled out his wand and began to trot towards this side. It's just that Alan is faster. Although he just couldn't stop it because of the distance, he didn't plan to stop when he saw his friend in the mole world being bullied. The closer he came with his hands, he deliberately imitated this Draco. Malfoy's tone just changed the original words and returned 3 Slytherins. "One is a pure-blooded fool, and 2 are pure-blooded weak shrimp. It's a perfect match. Let's add more fun to me." "Harris, are you going to fight against me and our Slytherin for the 2 fools of 2 Gryffindors? Don't forget your identity." Malfoy's laugh froze in his face, a look of disbelief. The legs stand still. Alan responded directly with a wand in his hand. He first hit Malfoy with his spell, and then he only had little ability to cast spells on the Crabbe, who now has little ability to cast. He and Gore also made a lock-leg spell. After casting the spell, Alan folded his wand and raised an eyebrow to look at them. "So, Malfoy, do you want to fight me and Ravenclaw?" At this time, Draco Malfoy was trying to cast an anti-curse for himself, but because of his inexperience in anti-curse, he was unable to solve Alan's spell. The 3 Slytherins looked at Alan angrily. Crabbe and Gower cursed harshly at the language they could understand, and Malfoy felt humiliated and said, "Alan, you will regret it. Yes, you know, the referee of the Quidditch final is our Dean Professor Snape." Finished. As if seeing Alan's failed end, Malfoy's lips showed a grin. "I believe in the character of the professor." Alan shrugged and said a reason he didn't quite believe. But he really didn't care about Malfoy's threat. "By the way, I'd like to remind you that it's best to find a professor to dispel you, or you can go to Madame Pomfrey." The 3 of Malfoy bounced like rabbits, and left the library amid the ridicule of Simo, who had rushed over but lost his mobile phone. "Guys, this is just the 1st grade. You 2 have to be more courageous. Otherwise it will be harder in the future." Simo turned back and said to the 2 fellow students, "How to do it?" "I can't stand any more," was stuck to Neville, shook his hands and tried to maintain balance, and finally flirted with each other and then stably attacked. Thank you Alan and thank you Simo. Frigg was a little embarrassed because he was looked at by a multi-time friend and looked embarrassed. Neville remembered that he hadn't thanked him and quickly echoed a few words. I'll cast the spell on you. Simo raised the wand that hadn't been recovered, and he would cast a spell on Neville. No, no, just keep me like this, I don't want to blow up my legs. Neville's expression at this time was even more frightening than when he was facing Malfoy. He couldn't help but jump a step. Bring Fleagle together. Simo heard some angry and closed his wand. His nostrils were magnified by anger. Don't laugh at me Longbottom. Didn't everyone find that my blown eyebrows have grown back? After talking, Simo stroked his already normal eyebrows with his forefinger, and then turned his head angrily. This also revealed a bare scalp in the middle of the back of his head. It seemed that the blown hair needed a while, only then will it grow back. In an uncomfortable Alan, he bit his tongue and used pain to keep him from laughing, until after a short while he stabilized his emotions so that he would not make a mantra and make mistakes. The mantras will end. All mantras will end. Finally, the liberated Neville and Flag sat on the ground. Thank you so much, Alan. Alan helped them up. Welcome, Neville, and Foleg. We didn't know each other from Mull School. Hearing Alan's words, Frigg's mood was very complicated. Once they were good friends who had nothing to say. After arriving at Hogwarts, he became unconsciously estranged from Alan because of the widening gap. Unexpectedly, Harry's name would be so big in the magic world, and it would not be himself who walked with them to attract the attention of others, which made Frigg's pressure very great, but his own magic talent was very bad, so unconsciously in the equally bad Neville Longbottom gradually became closer. He felt that staying with Neville would not be subjected to these invisible pressures. Alan understands something in his heart. He is not surprised. He also prefers the feeling that the distance between gentlemen who produce beauty is light, and if the friendship he needs to spend a lot of energy to maintain. It is obviously very stressful for learning. For the big one, there is currently no way to maintain it. But looking at Frog's red eyes, Alan patted his shoulder. You just showed bravery. I have seen it. It's worthy of Gryffindor. After that, Alan looked at Nawai, with a smile of encouragement. Mr. Longbottom, although your last name always means at the bottom, but you and your name will not be at the bottom forever. I believe that one day you will show your courage. Yes, just like you bravely stood in front of Flag today. The author notes in the words of the book review Lord Longbottom means to stay at the bottom for a long time, and the Neville's homophone is never no, so putting it together means never going to the bottom forever, which also responds to the original work. Neville used to be a stupid character in most of the plot, but broke out in the final Death Holy and made an excellent speech and solved Najib's plot. After, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor Quidditch are coming. As a member of Eagle Academy, Alan is looking forward to winning. He knew that Harry Potter was strong and had luck in this area, but he hadn't struggled and couldn't admit defeat, so he spent a long time in the response room and some cunningly made a lot of gold with magic stones. Then, in an anonymous way, I ordered a batch of Light Wheels 2000 to update the broom for my team. In this regard, Captain Roger is ecstatic. In his view, as long as Professor Snape does not favor Gryffindor, it is simply a winning ticket. This is not just a matter of this game. Roger believes that it becomes with the Krypton Gold team, even after graduation. The team can take advantage of it for several years. As the Dean of Ravenclaw, Professor Phileas Flivy is also very happy, but he still took all these brooms with unknown origin, and carried out a comprehensive inspection of each broom. This kind of donation by graduate alumni cannot be said to be rare, but such anonymous donations are indeed rare. Professor, can the broom be taken away? This sentence simply became Roger's way of greeting Professor Flitwick. In fact, the other team members also watched Professor Flitwick very eagerly, paying attention to the progress of the matter. Finally, 3 days before the game, Professor Flitwick returned the broom to them and encouraged them with a sharp voice. You reads the book www.uukanzu.com. This time our college cup is expected to win. I will give you a place for you have time to get acquainted with the new equipment. Knowing that the opponent's equipment is upgraded, the blow to Gryffindor and even other colleges is huge. Among some Mole students, except for a few students who like racing games such as bicycles and cars, they can understand this rule. Most other people are very puzzled at this kind of game that can't see fairness at all can be so popular with wizards. Gryffindor's last few training atmospheres became more and more dull. Team Captain Oliver Wood also gave up his usual job of trying to stimulate the morale of the players. He just sighed heavily and once again told Harry, I don't want to give you put pressure, Harry, but we must catch the thieves as soon as possible in this game. We have to fight fast and decide as quickly as possible. On the day of the game, when Ravenclaw's Quidditch team entered the stadium with a brand new broom, warm cheers rang from the stands of Ravenclaw, and they were all eagerly looking forward to victory. They are confident with their superior equipment. The Gryffindor team's footsteps are still very heavy, but as the incident approached, the characteristics of the Lions Academy also made them arouse the courage to break through, and this made them look more spirited than before the game. And compared with Harry's teammates at this time, his expression was much easier, because his most trusted principal, Dumbledore, also came to the game personally today. In fact, it seems that the whole school has come to the game, but Harry believes that as long as Professor Dumbledore is present, Snape will not dare to hurt him, which will allow him to show his strength with all his heart. There is firm it was thought that Snape was the key to him, especially Snape now seemed so annoyed, and seemed to prove his judgment. Chapter 55 Battle of Gryffindor Modified. Professor Snape was indeed very annoyed. He frowned and said impatiently with the sombrest look of the semester, ride on a flying broom. The Ravenclaw team members were in uniform movement, turned over and mounted on the broom. Professor Snape blew his whistle hard. 15 flying brooms were pulled up one after another, and they rose high into the sky. The game began. Then the silver whistle sounded again immediately, and Snape gave Ravenclaw a free throw for unreasonable reasons on the ground that the Gryffindor team did not immediately hear his whistle. This made the commentary Lee Jordan furious, but at least Professor McGonagall's waste was suppressed, and he shut his mouth before he even swears out. At least it is clear that Snape has such a far-fetched reason to be so blown. The opening episode made the Ravenclaw team itself a little bit puzzled. For this kind of weather it is not scoring or not, it is not very flattering. Alan did not take the initiative to participate in their main penalty but gave the scoring opportunity to his teammates. He did not intend to imitate the kind of chivalry practice of Hufflepuff Cedric Diggory in this case. The Cedric is expected to throw the ball deliberately. 10-0, Ravenclaw temporarily leading. After that, the game was considered to be a normal start, but Snape's opening attitude had broken the Gryffindor illusion, and they were frustrated to realize that Slytherin's annoyance of Gryffindor had overwhelmed the College Cup longing, and the importance of the equipment is fully reflected at this time. Ravenclaw with a new broom has amazing speed in every position. They fly and hover fast in the sky. Gryffindor is at an absolute disadvantage in speed. Their Comet series is too old. Alan is worthy of his many scoring titles, not only in school, but also wearing number 3 jersey. Alan is also the scoring king on the court. At this time, with the help of his teammates who improved the speed, he is simply an eagle. He moves forward, holding the ball and attacking it. The marked defense is suddenly turned into a sieve, and the multiplayer can easily divide it. The ball went out and assisted to get a free teammate. Although Gryffindor captain and goalkeeper Oliver Wood tried his best to save several balls, Ravenclaw also used Gryffindor status to turn the score into 70 within a few minutes after the opening. 0. After that, the Gryffindors were stimulated by courage and ambition. Under this kind of oppression, they also began to adapt to the speed of their opponents, using Ravenclaw players' physical fitness and some cowardly fear of collision somehow stabilized the opponent's offensive momentum. but their actions also became intense because of eagerness. Batsman George Weasley hit a wandering ball fiercely against Alan, who was just beside him, as if to vent the kind of anger that was desperate but helpless. Alan's body suddenly leaned to the left before the ball was about to hit him. The body turned in a strange position on the broom with a 360-degree flash. The cloak that flew behind him rubbed George's stick and George walked. The ball didn't hit Alan, but happened to hit Angelina Johnson, the Gryffindor chase who was chasing the ghost fly ball. This fierce force even turned Angelina from the sky. "Oh!" the audience exclaimed. Dumbledore cast a spell to slow Angelina's landing. Professor Snape blew a silver whistle, but it was not because of Gryffindor's chaser. "The game will be suspended because of a certain player because Alan's cloak just touched George's stick, and according to the rules of the game, the hitter's stick can't touch the player, and Snape gave Ravenclaw takes a free throw opportunity." Taking advantage of the free throw opportunity, Alan turned his gaze back to the golfers. In the first few rounds of chasing, he had no time to pay attention to the movements of Harry and Kuzanan, still looking for gold everywhere. Kujang of the Thief is different. Harry's expression is very annoying at this moment. Just now he has found a golden light flashing from his ear. He just about to fly to catch Angelina is an accident. It's here. In a moment of turning his head, the golden snitch disappeared. In the auditorium, professional club team equipment plus eccentric Snape. Ron complained to Hermione, "If Harry can't catch the golden snitch as soon as possible, he will catch it later." Oh, someone stabbed Ron in the back of his head. It was Draco Malfoy. "Oh, I'm sorry, Weasley, I didn't see you there." It sounds jealous of hearing that you are rich with others. Did you forget that your breakthrough is the first of the 4 colleges to get a long lead everyone else's broom? Why didn't you blame? Malfoy frowned and explained sarcastically to Ron. Then grinned at Crabbe and Goyle. "I don't know how this is. How long can he stay on his Hogwarts first light wheel 2000 flying broom? Is anyone willing to bet?" "How are you, Weasley?" Ron blushed and did not answer, because Angelina Johnson, the Gryffindor lioness with long black hair and long twist ponytails, returned to the field after a short treatment, and the game continued. Our Angelina returned strong to the arena. "Oh, what did I see?" She grabbed the neutral and completed an attack as soon as she returned. Beautiful Angelina unbuttoned her hair. Her return must be able to bring Gryffindor power is given. The commentator Lee Jordan finished, first focusing on McGonagall's finger to facilitate his avoidance at any time, and then once again stood at the angle of Gryffindor to explain the game. But although I don't want to admit it, the current situation makes Gryffindor very passive. 70:10 Ravenclaw's equipment is really too powerful. 6 light wheels 2000, a Neptune. Gryffindor is the only one hope to catch the golden snitch as soon as possible. Harry, come on. Out of fear of McGonagall's fingers, Lee Jordan suppressed the desire to directly attack the referee, and emphasized the disadvantage of the equipment Gryffin. Hermione put her fingers on her knees and squinted her eyes closely at Harry. I saw that Harry was also anxious. Through his light wheel 2000, which did not have a disadvantage in speed, he played his own Zhang's better flying talent, looking for golden thieves around the field more quickly. Ravenclaw's Captain Roger also played a spirit of 120,000 points, and as a batter, he began to focus on walking away like Alan blocked George and Fred from going crazy. On the ball for Roger, the winning balance was almost completely tilted to the side of Ravenclaw, and the gap between the scores of the two sides gradually widened, reaching a level of 150-20. Yes, number 3 chaser Alan seems to be never tired. No one can deny that he is simply Merlin on the court and controls the entire team's offense. After a little while, no matter whether Kujang can finally catch the golden thief, he can cheer and celebrate. Now Harry is facing the eyes and expectations of the entire Gryffindor. He cheers up and tells himself that he must catch the golden snitch as soon as possible. But Ravenclaw's Searcher Cuckoo also working very hard. They continued to chase and hover in the air. Do you know how the Gryffindor team picked the players? After a few minutes, and seeing Gryffindor take care of him, Draco Malfoy said aloud again, they picked people who they felt were poor. For example, Boat, no father, no mother, and Weasley brothers, no money at home. You should also join the team, Neville Longbottom, because you have no mind, only as muls as Weasley. Play. Yo, what about your boyfriend Fleg? Because they don't understand this great sport and ran out to play mud. Neville's face flushed, and he turned from his chair to face Malfoy. I'm better than 12 of you, Malfoy. He stuttered. Frege likes Quidditch. Just went to the toilet. Don't you refute that he is your boyfriend, Malfoy. Crab. And Goyle laughed strangely. Harris, who is protecting you last time, is in the sky. Ron did not dare to let his eyes leave the field, and said in his mouth, give him a great look, Neville Longbottom, if your mind is gold, you are poorer than Weasley, which is a good illustration. Ron had been grabbing his heart for Harry, and his nerves would be strained. I warn you, Malfoy. You dare to say another word, Ron. Hermione said suddenly. Harry. What's the matter? Where? On top of their heads, Harry made a beautiful dive, which caused the audience to exclaim and applaud. Jang followed closely, and everyone's heart was lifted. They happened to be in the direction of Alan, not far away. Seeing that Harry was leading, Alan couldn't wait to continue to hit the ghost flying ball, a dive, and controlled the broom to fly forward, so he directly punched at Harry's nose. The punch was fierce, mixed with the wind, and Harry, who had a deep understanding of Alan's power, couldn't help but stagnate. Kujang flew in front of him. This shameless villain. Lee Jordan was stopped by Professor McGonagall, a senior fan who was familiar with the rules, who was also a Gryffindor Quidditch team. Just following this Jordan's commentary, many people looked at Professor Snape, not knowing how he would be sentenced. Professor Snape didn't make any movements until he heard the movements on the field, as if he saw everyone's doubts and signaled to continue the game. The game continues. There was a lot of noise on the court, especially in the Gryffindor grandstand. Jump down and ask a question, but someone has already done it first. Zzz. Lee Jordan angrily hit the microphone and made a harsh sound. After a short pause, the sound continued to come, and he couldn't help facing Slater anymore. Dean Lynn asked, Professor Snape, I think you need to give everyone an explanation. Professor McGonagall didn't rush to stop him. Before Snape uttered his voice, he first brought himself close to the host's microphone and let his serious voice run through the audience. Mr. Alan Harris used Transylvanian FX. His fist does not touch anyone, so there is no violation. Oh, okay. Transylvania fakes. Alan's fakes succeeded in blocking Harry. Harry, listen, you fly so fast, he can't really dare to hit you. Lee Jordan seemed to be instantly extinguished by the voice of his dean, and then added something more than just, sorry, Mr. Harris, I apologize for the inappropriate comments I just made. I should not anger you. Although Gryffindor was reckless, he was also brave enough to admit his mistakes. Alan waved his hand carelessly. Anyway, his goal has been achieved, although unfortunately Jang did not catch the golden thief. But Professor Snape is not fair in this game but against the Quidditch rules. The enough understanding of the punishment made Alan quite surprised. He thought he came here to be a referee just to ensure Harry's safety, but it is reasonable to think about it carefully. According to Snape's character, he will definitely try to understand all things about his golfers rivals. www.mentalnovel.com. If Arya's ball is played higher, it is estimated that only our key administrator and hunting guard Hagrid can get it! Alias Spinnet is Gryffindor's chaser. Ravenclaw has been ahead of Gryffindor by more than 160 points. She is very impatient. If you can't complete several offenses and pull back a bit, even if Harry caught the golden snitch, Gryffindor would lose the game because the overall score was lower than Ravenclaw. But according to Murphy's Law, if things are likely to get worse, no matter how small this possibility is, it will always happen. Harry glanced at the golden thieves that he had just discovered, and calculated the score silently in his heart. trying to wait for his teammates to see if they could pull back a little. But Autumn Jang also finally found the golden thief. She was so happy that she rushed towards the golden thief at full speed. The matter is here, Harry has to accelerate to try to interfere with each other. If she can't cut off Kiss Root, then she can only catch the golden snitch first and make the ending not too ugly. Two people are entangled, you chase me, and finally, because Kujang avoids a wandering ball from Fred, she is afraid that she will be delayed for a little time and let Harry take advantage of his flight. At a position about 1 meter away from Ku, he suddenly made an adventurous movement, grabbed the broom handle with one hand, and hooked one foot on it. The broom was parallel to the ground, and his body and the ground became a vertical 9-10 degrees, a light copy, holding the golden thief close to the ground turf into the hand. Harry's wonderful personal performance caused huge cheers to erupt in the stands. Ravenclaw was celebrating the victory. Although Gryffindor lost the game, they also felt that Harry's wonderful performance made them win some face. Proud. Chapter 56 Norwegian Ridgeback Norba Modified. Ravenclaw won the victory. Gryffindor caught the golden thief. This result is only in professional games such as the United Kingdom and the Irish Quidditch League every year, or in a team game that is troubled by injuries. It is indeed very rare for this kind of Hogwarts school-level game. Whether it's Ravenclaw's ecstasy or Gryffindor's sad departure, these emotions will gradually fade away with the passage of time. When the air is full of the summer breath, everyone has been occupied by the heavy homework arranged by the professors. The library was full of students looking through the materials. Alan could see Miss Masterstone and the two little lions forced by her most of the time in the library. Some time ago, the trio often used Gryffindor-style whispers to talk while they were studying in the library. Alan far away was able to hear things clearly because Harry saw Snape in the Forbidden Forest, threatening Professor Chillo, and thinking that Snape was more anxious about trying to steal the magic stone. They were very worried that Professor Chillo would tell Snape how to guard the level he designed through fear. However, Chillo's current performance will definitely make these little lions feel more brave than they thought. In the weeks after that game, he did look increasingly pale and thin, but did not appear to collapse completely. So recently they have begun to put their eyes back on coping with the end of the period. Hermione is a good student who is diligent and asks questions. Instead of suffering from this level of study, she has some fun in it. Harry and Ron sighed and yawned again and again. In addition to the large number of homework assignments that the teacher had to work hard to complete every day, they had to carry out the review plan made by Hermione for them. Hermione's strength was actually for Harry. It's a good thing to talk about. Otherwise, under the influence of Ron, I am afraid their performance will be worse. Every time I see these scenes, especially today, Ron's fingers seem to be injured. It seems that he is still bandaged by himself, cooperating with him from time to time because of the pain. Char and the brows of the book facing the pile of books sad. Alan couldn't help laughing. On such a sunny day, it is indeed a difficult thing to stay in a library full of books to recite a lot of boring knowledge points. Alan looked out through the window of the library on the 5th floor of Hogwarts. The sky was clear and blue, like the color of a forget-me-not flower, and the sun was shining in the microwave-filled lake water. He is playing with the giant squid basking in the sun by the black lake. Moved, some tired Alan stretched his arms after reading, stood up and prepared to go for a walk, and walked around the lake to change his mood. After walking a few bookshelves away, Alan saw Hagrid appearing abnormally in the library. Today, when he met Alan, he hurriedly put back the book in his hand. Such a warm weather, however. He wore a moleskin coat, which seemed very outdated. Hagrid, why do you have time to come to the library today? Alan seemed to casually greet Hagrid. He glanced at Ron's fingers and the shelf behind Hagrid, and determined what he was thinking. The shelf was neatly arranged. Books about dragons are lined up, such as The Kind of Dragon in Great Britain and Ireland, From Incubating Eggs to Nirvana, Guide to Raising Dragons, and so on. Oh, I come to Harry. Hagrid's voice dodged, searching around to find the three Harry in the distance, and the flashing tone became more straightforward. He said goodbye to Alan and said to Harry. The three of them walked in the direction where they were. This time Alan didn't mean to leave. After Ron glanced at Hagrid and put it back in the book, Hagrid looked sad and left, and then Alan let himself go again. Close to the trio. Is this bitten by Hagrid's dragon? This dragon's teeth are poisonous, Alan said, deliberately glancing at Ron's wound. His condition was very bad at this time, and his hands were swollen to become normal. Twice the time, the wound turned into an unsightly green color. Yes, my hand hurts like it's about to break. It's also very bad. Ron nodded and admitted, and then tried to raise his hand under Alan's nose. The wound made Ron groan with pain, and Alan, who didn't expect Ron to do so, made a short retching. Ron, when you did this to me this morning, I told you not to put him under someone else's nose. Harry was a little embarrassed to see Alan's gaff for the first time. Sorry Alan, Hagrid said that this dragon was won by him drinking wine in Hogsmeade Village and playing cards with a stranger. Ron, Harry, we promised that Hagrid can't say it. Hermione snarled at her stupid companion, who was drawn out in a single sentence. But this time it seemed to remember that the last nickname incident changed her. In view of Alan's competitive attitude, she was unaccustomed to softening her voice a little, and said in a slightly uncomfortable flattery tone, sorry, Alan. You must be so knowledgeable that you know 170 at the 9-year wizard conference. Did you officially pass a law prohibiting dragon farming? I heard that your aunt is an official of the Department of Magical Biological Management and Control of the Ministry of Magic. Will you tell her or someone else? We have found a solution. It has just a few days. In fact, even if Ron didn't say anything, but his wound shape was so obvious, and it was already so bad, he refused to go to the school's medical office. Combined with the area where Hagrid just looked at the book, I would probably guess when something happened. Alan pulled out his handkerchief and wiped his mouth a little embarrassedly, but after seeing the white front teeth slightly exposed under Hermione's lips, he regained a good mood. It's okay. This bite me too, it can be treated. I knew Alan wouldn't say that. Ron blushed a little. He just answered the question that should be kept secret without realizing it. Hearing that Alan could solve his happy face. Aunt Alan's department here, as I told you yesterday, they have a job to conceal the existence of the wildfire dragons living in Britain. They have to often curse the moles who see the wild dragons so that they can take this matter. Forget everything. Hermione, who was unable to deal with Ron's injury, seemed to be a little more stimulated. She conditionedly asked what she was thinking. Alan, how do you know the recipe for the magic potion for the fire dragon bite, which is not in our textbooks? This voice finally made the Hogwarts librarian Irma Pins unbearably sound a warning to see that Hermione and Alan are usually good enough to think that they have already tolerated them enough. Sorry, Mrs. Pins. Let's go out and say this. He also left a bad impression on Mrs. Pins, who was usually more forgiving, and Alan quickly apologized. Come on, let's go to the Ravenclaw Tower. Don't worry, in addition to the medicinal materials needed for the magic potion class, I usually prepare a lot of extra parts for my own practice. Everyone held the books on the table close to the bookshelf. The bookshelves were activated by constant magic, as if there was an invisible hand picking up their books, and then automatically stuffed them back where they were supposed to be. Just out of the library, they also accidentally encountered Draco Malfoy with some probes. Alan squinted at him and waved his wand to make the little snake who was not following his class now look at the expression. The ground fled into the library. While on the road, Harry and Ron were envious of Alan's ability to scare the nasty Malfoy. Hermione was still reluctant to answer the questions that Alan had not answered just now, and she asked again. Then, when Hermione heard that Alan said that because of her good memory, she had almost written down the recipes from the potions books in the non-forbidden library area, she closed her mouth and said nothing all the way. The other two lion cubs were surprised and opened their closed mouths. Going downstairs to the Ravenclaw Tower on the west side of the castle, Alan asked them to wait a bit, and then climbed the stairs back to the common room to take out the herbs and draw out the wand. to configure the poison when Ron drank the green color to make him panic, like an antidote for earwax. If he couldn't say anything for a while, he would like to ask them for help and say that he has taken a poisonous failed product. Author's note: Miss J.K. Rowling supplemented the settings later. When making potions, you need to use some magic wands to cast spells when necessary, so even moles know the potion formula with materials. There is no way to successfully configure potions. They can only get some dark things out of. This is somewhat contradictory to the opening remarks of Professor Snape in the original book that let students put away their wands and don't be silly. But as Harry and Hermione, who had confidence in Alan, thought about it, in fact, before Ron had regained his voice, his hands were magically effective in potions, at a speed visible to the naked eye. The swelling disappeared, and the scary green color gradually faded away, restoring the original color of the palm. The Audio Technica quickly thanked Alan. Harry thought that his recent relationship with Alan Flagg was gradually estranged, and some unwillingly asked, "Alan, you know everything anyway. Do you want to join us?" Go to Hagrid to see the Fire Dragon. For Fire Dragon, www.mentalnovel.com. Alan really wanted to see. Although he was a kid when he was a child, he was used by his aunt to use the authority of the Ministry of Magic, and he has taken to see many magical animals including Fire Dragon. But it's interesting to see Fire Dragon in person. We will send off Noble on the highest tower in Hogwarts at midnight on Saturday. My brother Charlie will let his friend come to take it to the dragon farm where he works. Yes, Noble is a Norwegian ridgeback. Ron added with some pride that his voice was starting to be loud again. You really should look at the burned places on Charlie, who were left by Romanian wild dragons. Maybe you can get rid of them. White moss is not very effective for this kind of scar. Ron, be quiet. Hermione shouted to Ron, then turned to look at Alan. Alan, you have to be careful about Malfoy when you come here. Ron was afraid that he might be hurt when he said the Fire Dragon last time. He overheard. My honor. But your invisibility clothes can't hold too many people. I'll just go to Hagrid's hut before you send out the dragon. Alan agreed with the other party's invitation, and then said goodbye to the other party. Wearing a tower ladder, he returned to the Ravenclaw common room. After asking Miss Grey, who was in a daze in the lounge, Alan was sitting in a chair next to the Ravenclaw statue in deep contemplation. The letter that Ron had just returned should have agreed with Charlie. He just neglected to put the book in the book and just returned it back. Malfoy just apparently watched their little lion group and didn't care. Although I'm sorry Harry, but Ravenclaw wanted to be in the final Academy Cup. If you are undefeated in the competition and get cheated by Dumbledore, you can't remind them. If they were caught this time, Professor McGonagall will deduct them a lot of points. Chapter 57 Penalty Modified. Soon it was Saturday. It was a dark, overcast night. Alan, who went to the Black Lake in advance, waited for a while before meeting the Hogwarts Iron Triangle. Audio Technica explained a little bit that they had to hide in the hallway where the Pippi ghost playing tennis against the wall took a chance and ran out. Then they told Alan dejectedly and left Travank in a good injury. Halfway down the Laughter building, he suddenly said in a shock that he put the letter that Charlie gave him in the book and put it back in the library shelf. When they arrived, they found that the book had been borrowed by Draco Malfoy. We have no time to change our plans, Harry and Hermione said in unison, and then Harry said to Alan as if he was cheering himself up, we don't have time to send another owl to find Charlie. And this is probably we get rid of Norbert's only chance was that we had to take a risk. We had an invisibility cloak, which Malfoy didn't know about. Ron blushed beside him, and he dared not go to see what expression Alan would have when he heard that he was stupid. But I don't understand, why didn't Malfoy report us immediately? Hermione said, shaking her hairy head. These days, she was frightened and afraid that the violation could be reported and found, but she hadn't been able to worry about it. Think about the meaning of Draco Malfoy's name, to say who Hogwarts likes dragons the most. Alan solved the confusion for them. If Hagrid counts first, he should be second. These people came to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid's big hounds were lying outside the door, with bandages on their tails. Hagrid heard the voice outside and opened the window to talk to them. Sorry, please wait a moment, I put Noble in the crate. Hagrid panted with tears in his eyes. Noble is now very difficult to deal with. I can't take it. After waiting for a while, there was a sound of wrestling and shattering things, and Hagrid, who was wounded, finally lifted a crate out of only one shoe with hair. He was naked. The feet are covered with bites caused by fire dragons. He seemed to notice Alan's gaze, or just noticed Alan. Hagrid's expression was a little embarrassed. He had been trying to avoid him because he was afraid of Aunt Alan's identity, so he glanced at his bare feet and his voice changed. It was a little weak to explain. I am not, it just bit my boots. Is it playing? After all, it is still a little baby. Alan looked at Hagrid as if he was about to start crying, turned his head and shook her head at Hermione, who tried to speak, and asked Miss Master to deflate the words that wanted to remind Hagrid that Alan was actually visiting the fire dragon instead of sending it. The matter is here. Alan intends to make a few glances through the crate, casting a fluorescent flash with a magic wand and throwing it through a crate. Except for the strange smell of a dead rat in a box, the little dragon fluttered in it. It was not really beautiful. It looked like a hand-crumpled black umbrella. Its prickly wings are particularly large compared to its thin black body. It also has a large, long nose with white nostrils, colloids on its head, and orange-hued eyes protruding outward. It sneezes, and a few sparks squirt out of its nose. The head of a teddy bear has been bitten off by the dragon, and it places its target on the boot that should belong to Hagrid's bare feet. I prepared a lot of mice for it, and some brandy, enough for it to eat along the way. Hagrid said in a dull voice, I also put its teddy bear and my boots into it, lest I feel lonely. When it thinks of me, it can smell me. This made Harry's Ron's expression a little more exciting, and also succeeded in making Hermione, a slightly sleazy, a little naughty Today's Hogwarts dinner provided blue cheese. Alan has some sympathy for Hagrid, and he has had the experience of losing pets. He understands Hagrid's feelings at this time. Later, it was finally time to separate. Goodbye, Noble, Hagrid said happily. Mom won't forget you. Harry, Ron and Hermione covered the crate with invisible clothes, and then they also got under the row because the number of Ron who had recovered from his hand injury was more than the original. This iron triangle had to make his posture squat halfway, otherwise their calves will be exposed. Alan had no choice to continue to accompany them to send off Noble, because Harry's invisibility cloak could not cover so many people, and he did not intend to expose the fact that he could use the magic spell in front of the iron triangle. The most important thing is he has to ensure that he is not caught. On the next day, Alan, who had a good night's sleep, refreshedly went to the morning room of the request room. He was happy and sweating and felt very good. After washing, Alan went to the hall of the auditorium as usual for breakfast. Entering the auditorium, Alan was sensitive to the strange atmosphere of the students on the long table. Then he saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione of Gryffindor sitting at the table in a daze, with Neville's eyes swollen next to him. Like Walnut, Flag is comforting him. They were really caught. In order to prove his idea, he went to see the huge hourglass that recorded the score of the College Cup. It was really good. The huge hourglass representing Gryffindor was scattered with a little ruby. The empty hourglass and the next Ravenclaw were piled up. Compared to the sapphire hourglass, it looked particularly weak, pitiful, and helpless. But after seeing the plates in front of a few lions, they were still quite edible. After Gryffindor got up today, I thought something went wrong. Originally, Gryffindor was ranked second in the number of gemstones this semester, surpassing Slytherin, who had won the College Cup for 6 consecutive years. You know, they are definitely ranked last, and even the chance of catching up with Hufflepuff is slim. The question is, how could they suddenly be 250 minutes less than yesterday? But soon, things spread, and the famous Porter and 4 stupid first-year freshmen, which caused them to achieve almost 1 academic year. It turned out to be nothing even if you can't get the Academy Cup. But you can surpass Slytherin, the old opponent who suppressed them for 6 years, and it is enough for many young lions. But today, yes, they were deducted for a full 250. Flegg and Neville found that Harry was not there to dissuade them, and they were caught by Professor McGonagall. Ron didn't lie in bed because Alan healed his hand injury and went to see Norba with Harry. As a result, although several Gryffindors luckily avoided Professor McGonagall, she grabbed Draco Malfoy for self-information and detained Slytherin for 20 minutes for violating the curfew, but succeeded in sending Noble to the tallest tower, which is the astronomy teaching tower. After finishing this task, I was handed over to my brother Charlie's colleagues. When I went downstairs, some lion cubs were a bit excited. When they went downstairs, they completely forgot to put on the invisibility cloak and forgot it on the astronomical tower. She went downstairs with a smile, but was successfully blocked by Filch. 5 people, because of Gryffindor's massive violation of the curfew. Each of them was detained by Professor McGonagall for 50 cents, and together with Malfoy was imprisoned, although Professor McGonagall also heartache. But she always wanted to maintain a fair and impartial image. Alan returned briskly to the dining room. He found that Gryffindor students were pointing at Harry when they passed them, and he did not lower his voice when he said something that insulted them. Harry was one of the most popular and admired characters in the school. It was the pride of Gryffindor. Now it suddenly became a shame for them. No one of Gryffindor was willing to sit with them. No one wants to talk to them. Simo Finnegan only wants to let the piece of skin on his back with his new hair fall on his roommates. On the other hand, every time the Slytherins walked past them, the little snakes always applauded, whistled, and cheered, although Draco Malfoy also deducted 20% of his college. But they already had no hope of winning the first place to compete for the Academy Cup. They commended Malfoy for allowing them to deduct points but make the ranking rise to second. They thought it was in line with the style of their college. Malfoy, even like a hero, deliberately brought 2 followers, Gall and Crabbe, and the 3 even deliberately entered and exited the restaurant repeatedly, mocking Harry. "Thank you, Boat. Your stupidity made us rise to second place." Harry couldn't sit still anymore. Hermione next to him, who cares more about the honor of the college, could not bear such humiliation. Bowing his head and resisting crying, Harry pulled Ron and Hermione to greet. Neville wanted to leave here, but the 3 of Malfoy deliberately blocked their way and humiliated loudly. The Gryffindors watched with cold eyes, and didn't mean to make a few appearances for Harry. But Malfoy, I thank you too, and you have made Slytherin even less likely to catch up with our Ravenclaw, but it seems that you have already given up your goal to compete for the second place. Alan didn't intentionally remind Gryffindor to lose points, but after seeing them treated like this, he decided to help them improve their situation, and by the way, they could brush their favors. Draco snorted, knowing that it would be boring to talk about it, and he returned to the Slytherin long table with 2 followers. "Let us go, Hermione, Harry. These superficial and hypocritical friendships are not worth your sorrow. If it's because of me, Ravenclaw's scores are all deducted. I believe that the wise Ravenclaws will only work together, create more brilliance, instead of falling into the hole." Cold eyes are opposite. You know that Hermione's extra points in the classroom have already far exceeded 50 points, and Harry's performance on Quidditch, Gryffindor usually. At least there are reasons for the students who have worked hard to earn college points, but I don't know the courage of those Gryffindors who have only been deducted points in the classroom. Alan let his voice say more than usual. It's much bigger so that more people can hear. Gryffindor, a symbol of bravery and boldness, has all kinds of pride, and all kinds of pride when the companion is glorified. You are so hypocritical, you might as well be united with Slytherin. Gryffindor was angry because of criticism, and some were ashamed, but no one came forward to explain it. This is Gryffindor, known for courage. In fact, they will continue to do this kind of similar behavior today in the next few years. Edward is more familiar with these Gryffindors because of Alan's relationship, and he couldn't help but interject when he saw his roommate. "Speaking of it, your Weasley twins have been losing points since they entered school. Careful calculation should be no less than 50 points per person, but you Gryffindor seems to like them still. The Ravenclaws beside him heard that each of them lifted their chests, and some of them also showed a friendly smile to Harry. Neglected Ron and Neville were very embarrassed. In fact, they were not counted as deductions this time. 50 points is also a negative group member. In addition, although Alan's statement about if he was deducted is not wrong, but it is actually derived from his personal charm. In fact, among the 4 colleges, the least united college should actually be their Ravenclaw itself. But unlike Gryffindor's way of squeezing out aliens together because of things, what they prefer is not their own high-hanging attitude. If it's not for Alan's performance in the classroom this year, it has more or less aroused the fate of the lonely Kitty Hawks. They are estimated to be the same as usual, and will not focus on their own points but on their own hobbies. However, in the present situation, Alan's words are like a good drink. The Gryffindors who have just insulted a few people are blushing. The students stooped and bowed to express their apology as they passed by them, and then quickly walked away, which caused Hermione and Neville's tears to endure. Despite this, although some of the Gryffindors on the scene realized some of their mistakes, but throughout the academy, more lion cubs were still reluctant to ignore Harry. After all, they also tried to fight for the academy. Less points. They are different from the members of the negative group. Scoring the ruby deducted in the hourglass has their share of efforts. The loss has been caused, and regret is too late. Harry swears to himself that from now on, he will never go about his business again. He never again sneaked around and secretly monitored anything, was so ashamed of himself that he went to find Wood and said he wanted to quit the Quidditch team. Exit. Wood scolded loudly, "What's the use? If we can't win the Quidditch game, how can we earn points back?" But for Harry, even Quidditch lost his original fun. When training, other players are not willing to talk to him. www.mentalnovel.com if they have to mention him. They call him find player as they have contributed a lot to the college points. There is enough confidence to face Harry with this attitude. The other 4 lion cubs are also very painful. Their days are not as difficult as Harry's because they are not as famous as him, but no one is willing to talk to Theme Waldorf. Hermione's situation is better. There are no friends. She can only learn in silence. It's just that when Malfoy's little viper tried to humiliate Harry again, there were always some Gryffindor firmly in front of his college classmates. Although the lives of Harry's people were still difficult, they were not so painful. More importantly, as the final exams approached day by day, everyone did not have the energy to consider the miscellaneous things. The tasks arranged by the professors were one after another, and there were new patterns and new homework thickness requirements every day. This also makes everyone forget their troubles for the time being and devote themselves wholeheartedly to learning. And Alan's remarks in the restaurant spread wildly, and finally reached his ears. Professor Ravenclaw Dean Flivy, he was relieved to see that the smart and talented Ravenclaws were indeed comparable in the past. They were more united, especially the first-year freshmen. They were convinced by Alan's performance this year, as if they had a leader, and also imitated Alan's regular life, diligently practicing the knowledge taught in the textbook, not continue to focus on the habit of seeing the one standing on the ground falling down to determine the direction of progress, and using dice to decide what to do today. In the first grade, Alan was not king, and the whole was in Ravenclaw. Although he was not old enough to be appointed as a captain, his words were estimated to be no better than the powerful female Captain Punlo. It's much more useful than the guy whose Alan can't call his full name now. Chapter 58 Forbidden Forest modified. The day just slipped inadvertently. 1 week before the exam, Harry Potter's determination to stop being busy was subject to an unexpected test. When Harry came out of the library, he heard Professor Quirrell in the classroom, weeping together, seemingly threatened by someone, and finally compromised. The trio began to discuss countermeasures. In the end, Harry and Hermione persuaded Ron to give up the decision to continue the night-night investigation, and pulled the Jupiter astronomical map to the front, and began to review the name of Jupiter's moon. After, the 5 Harry people on the Gryffindor long table received 5 identical notes. Your confinement will start at 11 tonight. Find Mr. Filch in the foyer. Harry didn't complain at all. They had been guilty since losing their points. The punishment only came now, giving them a sense of relief. They felt they deserved such punishment. Even Hermione, who was scrambling to review her homework, didn't complain. In her view, punishment should be punishable for making mistakes, which is justified and reasonable. Ron hoped that after the confinement, they might make them suffer less white eyes. At this time, Alan was tasting creamy mushroom soup. This rare French cuisine milk soup was salty and fresh, which was very appetizing for him. Suddenly, a familiar system sounded in his mind. Time-limited mission. Save the evil encased unicorn. Get the gratitude of the unicorn. The time limit is 24 hours. The task is successful, and the reward is a random draw. Alan forcibly suppressed the excitement and lowered the spoon in his hand. He turned to glance at the 5 Gryffindors who were discussing the confinement loudly. Although he didn't know what reward he would win, it meant that he needed to violate school rules, following the punished people into the Forbidden Forest. Thinking of this, Alan immediately got up and returned to his dormitory to get ready, took out a scarf and started to change its color scheme, used to contact the potion skills before some of the products and the life-saving potions ordered by money were selected as their own action supplies. At 11 o'clock in the night, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fowleg, and Neville went downstairs together to the foyer. Hogwarts gatekeeper Argus Filch was already waiting in the foyer. There is also Draco Malfoy, who is threatening Filch with his father Lucius Malfoy as the director of the school. He was punished for violating the curfew and went to Professor McGonagall to report Harry their behavior, although neither Filch nor his cat Mrs. Loris had eaten Malfoy's threat. "Come with me," Filch said, lighting a lamp and leading them out. "I think that if you want to violate school rules again, you have to think twice, don't you, eh?" He squinted. Following them, they continued, "Oh, yeah? If you ask me, I have to say that work and hardship are the best teachers. I'm so sorry they abolished the old-fashioned way of punishment, hanging your wrists on the ceiling for a few days. I still have those chains in my office, often nailing them. Maybe one day they will come in handy. Well, let us go. Don't think about running away. If you run away, you don't have any good fruit to eat." They endured Filch's chatter and strode through the dark ground, remembering that the horror legend of Neville in the Forbidden Forest was constantly pumping his nose, and Fleg was comforting him for unknown reasons. Ron and Hermione were also brought together. There were some bad emotions, and Harry didn't know what punishment they would receive. He himself thought that it must be very terrible, otherwise Filch's tone would not be so cheerful. Until Hogwarts key administrator and hunting guard Ruber Hagrid rescued several little wizards, he quarreled angrily with Filch and drove him away on the ground that he was no longer his task. Filch could only put a few words like dawn that would come to clean up the wreckage for the little wizards, and then held up his oil lamp and disappeared into the darkness. After Filch left, Draco Malfoy immediately tried to use his father's identity as a school threat to threaten Hagrid. Trying not to be punished into the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid, who has no preference for Slytherin, he violently went back directly and asked him to either obey and accept the punishment to do something useful, or to cope with the threat of getting out. Just when Hagrid irresponsibly began to group the 5, trying to separate them to facilitate the search and confront the murderer who attacked the unicorn. At the same time, he left the public lounge of Ravenclaw and used the magic. Alan, who is in a curse, has begun to run towards the Forbidden Forest in the invisible state. He has already changed the color of his school uniform, which has become the color and logo of the Gryffindor Academy, and wrapped his head in a scarf. The cold moonlight shone on the path leading to the Forbidden Forest. The dark Forbidden Forest seemed to open a big mouth to devour people who dared to invade. A path of sheep intestines gradually hiding deep in the black jungle appeared in front of Alan, a breeze blowing their hair. Looking from the entrance, the scenery of the dense forest is hazy and unclear. The bizarre branches are like the devil with open teeth and claws, waiting for the arrival of prey. Moonlight is projected into the aperture on the ground through the gap between the leaves. Instead of letting people feel the warmth of light, there is a strange and misty dizziness. After entering the Forbidden Forest, Alan kept standing on the ground with his wand handle at the prompt of the system, and then chose the target direction according to the direction of the wand tip after it fell. As a result of divination, Alan believed that if this is an elective course from the 3rd grade, and the students who don't have a halo in the mouth of Professor Sybil Trelawney say it will make me walk to the nest of the 8-eyed giant spider in the Forbidden Forest. Alan, who has no experience of Night Forest tour, strode the meteor forward in the direction of the wand tip, and then as she went deeper, she couldn't help but feel a little afraid of the spooky environment around her. What is fear? But the fear of darkness and the unknown is human instinct. The plots in the mind, like the Witch Blair movie, are combined by his brain and the scene in front of Haim until he starts to use the other party as a witch himself. The witch's reason to convince himself was to relax. Soon, some crackling branches and a mess of footprints attracted Alan's attention. Looking in the direction of the footprints, a silver-white trace appeared in Alan's eyes. Alan could confirm that it was definitely not the illusion brought by moonlight, and it happened that the blood of the unicorn was silver-white. Along these traces, Alan followed. From time to time, a moonlight spilled from among the branches above, illuminating a silver-blue blood stain on the fallen leaves. Alan hopes to save the unicorn in time. It seems that his injury is very serious. When Alan walked over a mossy stump, the sound of running water reached Alan's ears. Obviously, there is a stream somewhere nearby. On the winding road, there are still scattered spots of unicorn blood, which looks shocking. The deeper the blood was, the denser the blood stains went. The Alan was anxious and almost exerted the fastest foot strength. However, the trees in the forest were too lush, and the huge roots were intertwined. Be careful to avoid being tripped. So even if Alan's skill is agile, but he dare not use fluorescent flashes. He walks carefully. Soon, a huge noise came from a distance, and Alan walked through the sound. Through an entangled branch of an ancient oak tree, you could see an empty space in front of it. On the empty space, a horse shaped like silvery white, the hairy horse, a unicorn with a spiral horn on the forehead, is fighting desperately with a masked wizard wearing a black cloak. Without a hasty shot, Alan waited for the right time from afar. The mysterious man had to make sure that the unicorn was alive to drink to get power from the other's blood, and Alan didn't plan to go too far for a reward adventure. The unicorn was gradually scarred and touched with its long horn from left to right. Its movements are not very flexible, but it still resists the wizard's attack tenaciously, but its personality and docile appearance are very different. They can fight the elephant fire dragon quickly when they face this Chillo, which is actually possessed by a mysterious person. Falling down, although the movement of this black-robed masked wizard looks much weaker than it started, he has minimized the use of magic. The mysterious person let Chilio bear most of the curse of the unicorn blood. Guyon Canton usually used it to continue his life without a complete soul, no body, and even a ghost. When the unicorn was hit by the wizard's petrified curse and collapsed to the ground, collecting his wand and preparing to start drinking, Alan pulled out his wand and read it far away from this black cloak that was relaxed because of success. The mantra, skillfully fired the mantra, take a bowel mantra. His voice was a little blazed because of the red scarf, but the black-robed masked sorcerer, who has rich combat experience and is very proficient in black magic, was not as fooled as Alan expected. He was shocked after hearing the mantra behind him, but he didn't even have time to turn his head to look. He gave up. The unicorn, which was readily available in front of him, held a magic wand and cast an armor body to resist behind him, and he usually rolled around and avoided this vicious curse. Alan, who only cast a spell, was ready for the other party to avoid it. With the ensuing spell, the fainting and the light of the petrified spell were fired from Alan's wand in succession. This time Alan's spell did attack the opponent, but the opponent just wobbled and did not seem to have the actual effect of magic. Only then did he see that the masked wizard who had attacked him from behind in the distance seemed to be a low-level Gryffindor little wizard, and the other party had started to raise his wand towards the sky as if he was planning to call for reinforcements. Had already fought with the unicorn for a while and was already very weak. He did not plan to risk his identity at all, so he did not fight against AI, but turned into a shadow and quickly fled to the distance. Oh! A scream came from the other side of the woods. The original and the punished Harry and Malfoy and his group met Chilla, who was running away. The scream was sent by Draco Malfoy, who was in after a momentary stunned motionlessness. He reacted. After a terrible scream, he staggered and ran away with the oil lamp in his hand. Hagrid's pet fangs also escaped lifelessly. It even surpassed Malfoy, who was in front of him. This stupid hound also opened his head at this moment of crisis. He thought that as long as he ran through Malfoy himself it's safe. The fleeing masked wizard raised his head and saw Harry at a glance. He floated towards Harry with some greed, and as the other approached, a sharp pain penetrated Harry's head. This was his previous. It never felt like his scar suddenly caught fire. He blurred his eyes, staggered back, and finally fell to his knees. Far away from him, Frog, who had been fighting behind Harry and Draco for a few steps, raised his wand and blocked him in front of the faint Harry. Although he was not very talented in magic, he was not confident enough to let it out. What can hurt the other party's spell? Kilo and the mystery under the cloak saw Gryffindor more and more, and had no time to continue to struggle in this situation. He changed direction and ran away without looking back. Hearing the scream, Alan rushed over, seeing the situation outside the bushes in the distance, could not help nodding, and immediately turned back to run back again. Frig Brown was indeed a qualified Gryffindor. And speaking of Draco, after the escape of the small counselor, he immediately took Hagrid and they came to rescue him. Harry Potter. There are still some bottom lines in the heart. Alan did not deal with the unicorn first in order to complete the task. He first ensured that his classmates did not have intentions. Because of the change in the plot, Alan began to treat himself when he returned. His disguise makes him look like a Ravenclaw again. If he meets several Gryffindors, they will find that the color of the school uniform on their body is their college's. It is not very easy to explain. However, when Alan returned to the unicorn, it looked very bad and was moaning painfully on the ground. Heal as before. As long as he learned the curse, Alan put it in his hand, and it was very easy to use. However, this healing curse even failed on the unicorn, and it only had the effect of paying a lot of money. Know that as a mother and sister he is a therapist at Street Mungo's hospital, and he has special tips for this healing magic. This surprised Alan, but at this time, when it was not entangled, Alan tried the spell again, and it still didn't work. He judged that it was estimated that the mysterious man's magic had a curse, and the higher level of healing spell speed heal quickly. This kind of curse-like advanced healing magic is actually useful for cursed wounds, but as a first-year student, he has not yet mastered it, so he took the opportunity to use the physical means for the unicorn. Treatment. He took out the healing potion and curse potion he prepared before and poured it into the unicorn's mouth without money, and then applied the hemostatic ointment to the unicorn's body, and the silver-white blood finally stopped flowing out. Then he didn't worry about filling it with a few tonics. In fact, if he didn't know that some potions would be taken at the same time for a short period of time, he would have some terrible reactions. But it seems that in this extravagant style of some local tyrants, the life of this unicorn is no longer a problem, and some horseshoe sounds come from behind Alan. You saved the life of this unicorn. A very powerful voice rang in Alan's ear. Alan turned his head and looked at it. It was a horseman. Its hair was blonde. His upper body was a handsome male figure with a cream-colored horse body below his waist. In fact, Alan, who has recognized the identity of the other party from the fur color of the other party, asked in surprise, "Who are you?" "My name is Fearens. Mars tonight is very bright, the stars indicate my destiny, so that I must appear here tonight, There is something important to our destiny, Firenze said very seriously. Alan thought he was talking about Harry. He nodded when he knew the character of the other person. After bowing politely, he said, "It's great. I don't know if I can ask you and my 2 classmates to take out the Forbidden Forest. They are here. On the other side. I think he is the person you are looking for. He is the famous boy who never died." Although Firenze knew that the little wizard in front of him was probably misunderstood, he was more than friendly to humans and he was very happy to help this. He gave a long string of horse calls to the unicorn who was still on the ground. "Gaia, this human wizard should be reliable. Destiny told me that you can trust him, and I will come back to find you later." After finishing talking, Firenze ran to the side. He came to Harry, who had been awake. After a few explanations, he didn't wait for them to react. He bent down his front legs directly. www.mentalnovel.com put his body low, using the 2 hands of the human part to pick up the 2 little boys and put them on his own back, then stepped away from the hoof and started to continue running. Later, a horseshoe sounded on the other side of the open space in front of them. Mauleonin and Bane rushed out of the trees. The belly and flank were undulating violently, and the sweat was dripping. "Firenze," Bane roared. "What are you doing? You let 2 people ride on your back. Don't you feel ashamed? Are you an ordinary mule? Have you seen who this is?" Firenze stopped, so that his companion could see who was on his back. "This is the boy from the Potter family. He must be hurried to leave the film. The faster the forest, the better." "The other is not." Bane watched Frigga muttering angrily, "Remember, Firenze, we have sworn, we must not defy the will of God. Don't we see what the planet's operation shows, Omen?" "I believe that Firenze thinks he did it out of good intentions," Leonan said in his sad voice, and used his hooves to dig up the ground uncomfortably. "Out of good intentions. What does that matter to us? The horses are concerned with astrological predictions. We don't have to run like a donkey behind humans who have lost their way in our forest." Bane urged Firenze roar. Firenze suddenly stood upright with his hind legs, and Frigga hugged Harry tightly. Harry had to hold Firenze's shoulder tightly so he didn't fall off. "Look at yourself. Gaia was rescued, and the fate has changed. And our horsemen will get clearer instructions and get closer to the fate." Firenze finished, turning lightly. "Go away, take Harry and Frog to the depths of the woods, and leave Ronan and Bane behind." Chapter 59 Gaia Modified. Alan is patiently communicating with Gaia. Although Alan saved the life of the unicorn Gaia, it can be seen that Gaia still doesn't like the wizard's approach, and looks at Alan with vigilance. "I have read the unicorn material in the library for a day. I understand deeply because of its magic power, and the whole body is very precious to the magician. According to the data, the unicorn is a beautiful animal that can be found in the forests of northern Europe. Adult unicorns are silver white and golden when they were young. Unicorns' horns, blood and hair have a strong magical effect. The horns have the effect of detoxification. It is said that the knife with the unicorn's horn as the handle can distinguish whether it is poisonous when cutting food. Tail hair can be made magic wand, and its blood can continue life. Please don't slaughter the unicorn for this, you will regret it, because it will be cursed. Has a very different personality and docile appearance, and can fight with the dragon. It generally avoids contact with humans, and it is more likely to let a witch than a witch approach it, and it runs very quickly, and it is very difficult to capture it. If it wasn't Alan who saved it, I believe it had long been away." Rather than blinking, its wet, round, star-like eyes staring at Alan with vigilance and curiosity. "Hello, my name is Alan Harris. Is your name Gaia, right? How are you feeling now? What else can I do for you?" Alan smiled and gently used the unicorn's proprietary language, although the difference in pronunciation makes Alan's expression a little unnatural. Alan thought that Gaia's life was saved, and the task was completed, but the system prompt did not sound, so there must be something to pay attention to complete. Over the past year, Alan has found that when he wants to please someone, there are few unsuccessful people. It is easy for people to feel good about such a handsome and gentle teenager. However, it is clear that this time, Alan failed to please the unicorn Gaia. After all, the definition of handsomeness between unicorns and humans is too different. Gaia is obviously said to be a unicorn by Alan. The fact was shocked. At this time, the patriarchal nature in the unicorn's nature is undoubtedly, if it is a beautiful little witch who can speak unicorn language, he will be treated gently by the unicorn. But a witch, well, that's how it is now. Instead of failing to gain Gaia's trust, it makes people question Alan's intentions. Thank you for saving me, Mr. Harris. What I don't understand is, how can you speak the language of our unicorn? Gaia tilted her head and looked really beautiful. Alan saw Gaia's psychology at a glance. I don't have any evil intentions for the unicorn group. It's just a coincidence. I have some language. If you don't need a place where I can continue to work, please allow me to leave. Alan is very skillful in retreating. This is not surprising. The boys who have probably been in love and have walked through the years of youth are very good at this skill. The effect is very good. Coupled with the false words, with a sincere expression and a handsome smile, Gaia hurriedly retained it. Please wait, Mr. Harris. I think Fearens is right. You are a reliable and trustworthy gentleman. My parents must be very willing to entertain the wizard who saved their daughter's life. Gaia was very guilty. I should have doubted that someone who had just saved his life should not be. Mr. Alan Harris, please forgive me for your indulgence, but, from what you have just said, I think you are a wizard who is familiar with the world, has deep experience, and is outstanding. The melancholy voice sounded behind Alan. It seems that it was not only Gaia who was touched by Alan's words, but also the melancholic young man among the horse crowd, Luonan. Ronan, why do you believe in human rhetoric so easily? We have vowed that we must not disobey God's will. The problem with unicorns is destiny, unchangeable. Bane trampled the grass with his hoof in anger. Bane, haven't you seen the celestial phenomenon carefully? It's true that Mars is very bright tonight, but Jupiter goes straight, and the brightness gradually exceeds Mars. Luonan was a little uneasy, but still insisted on expressing his own opinions. Yes, Bane, your eyes are covered by anger, your mind is no longer awake, and you can't clearly perceive God's will. But I saw it, saw the hope of our horsemen, and we will be closer to our destiny. The master of the voice is Fearens, who hurried back. Sorry, Alan, I heard Flag and Harry talk about you. I'm pretty sure that you are the wizard that our horsemen and unicorns have to wait for. Fearens actually bent two of them 4 legs. Salute to Alan. Ronan next to him was very surprised, and Bane, it seemed so mad. Anything you want, Fearens. I want to tell the Patriarch about this matter. You'll wait to see it. Without much speculation, in Bane's eyes, Fearens has already gone wild. Whatever you think, I will fight with humans if necessary. Fearens raised his head, its mane trembling in the breeze, like a brave and fearless warrior, full of fighting spirit. Bane no longer spoke much, and left angrily. Ronan gave Alan a deep look, and followed lightly. Fearens turned to Gaia and said, Gaia, you are reading www.uukanzu.com, how is your injury? I'm okay, the medicine that Alan applied to me is very effective, I feel that my energy has recovered a lot. Gaia happily leaps and jumps. The pace is elegant and beautiful. Then we should start. The sooner that matter is resolved, the better. Fearens said happily. Alan was warmly invited by Fearens and rode on its back. Gaia jumped lightly in front. It was almost difficult to see that it was just dying and was about to die. Fearens, what do you mean by bright Mars and Jupiter direct? It's a good habit to ask if you don't understand. Mars means war and war. Jupiter is the star of wisdom and auspicious star. Fluns is concise and has no detailed explanation, but looking at Leopard, Alan has a rough guess. War is nothing more than a war provoked by Voldemort. Jupiter, according to Fearens's attitude, is likely to be related to himself. Alan, the territory that belongs to the unicorn family in front, I can't go. You have to go the rest of the way. But when you have finished the unicorn's request, you must come to the Maran tribe. Well, I'm still here waiting for you here. Gaia nodded to Fearens and gestured to Alan to keep up. Next, they crossed a narrow stream, crossed countless high and low shrubs and trees, and came to a flat stone platform paved with colorful rainstone, which was shaped like a 5-pointed star. "Alan, please stand in the middle." Alan moved at his words. "Next, you may feel a little uncomfortable. Please be careful." After saying that, there was no time for Alan to react, and Gaia used a peculiar and the beautiful sound reader spell, and shit irradiated a dazzling light, forming a circular light film in the air, and then fell, covering Alan's body. Chapter 60 Unicorn Settlement Modified. Suddenly, Alan was dim and misty in front of her eyes, and then more and more dim and darker. The mantra that Gaia chanted softly just now was deafening. Gaia reminded me right. But Alan couldn't express that strange feeling precisely, as if people were playing a roller coaster. They could only rush forward helplessly, as if they were about to be crushed. Alan could not maintain his usual gentle expression. The noise of Gaia's spellcasting and the bumps of falling, and various pains for a long time had disturbed him. He thought this was the limit, and there was nothing more excessive. The film wrapped around Alan seemed to hit a hard solid, ejected, and rolled in the air. For a long time, with a stab sound, the film protecting Alan broke, and Alan felt that he was topped off. Then, Alan's ears sounded like a thunderous thunder, and suddenly caught off guard, Alan felt the world spinning and dizzy. The unrelenting hail hit his face with his head, and Alan was surprised to find himself sitting on a soft grass. Looking around, he found himself on a small lawn in a garden, surrounded by clumps of azaleas. He noticed that the lavender and purple petals of rhododendron fell under the hailstorm. Gradually, the dancing hail passed through the grey clouds in the sky and landed again, like a cloud of smoke passing across the ground. Fortunately, it was protected by a wizard's robe, otherwise it would really be poured into ruin by the sudden attack. "It's really hospitable, and treats visiting guests like this." Alan stood up and looked around. Through the misty mist and rain, I saw a huge statue, apparently carved out of white stones, vaguely standing behind the rhododendron. Apart from that, nothing was clear. "I'm so sorry, Alan, my disappearance must have caused my father to lose his temper with the leaders, and the weather in the settlement will become like this. Please forgive me. I have to take a step first and come back soon." Gaia is very worried then. Without waiting for Alan to react, he left in a hurry and disappeared in the rain and mist. "Just throw me here." Alan couldn't help crying. However, through Gaia's words, Alan received several messages. First, Gaia's identity may be unusual. Second, this is the settlement of unicorns. Third, Gaia's father the king can control the weather in the settlement, and the weather may be related to the mood of Father Gaia. It didn't take long for the hail to get smaller and smaller, and the white statue became clearer than before. The statue is very tall, and a birch tree in front of it can barely reach its shoulder. The statue was carved out of white marble and looked like a sphinx with wings, but its wings did not hang on either side, but spread out, as if soaring. According to Alan's observation, the base of the statue was cast from bronze, covered with thick patina rust. The front of the statue happened to be facing Alan. Two hollow eyes seemed to be looking at Alan. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The statue has been eroded by the wind and rain, showing a slightly unpleasant morbidity. Alan stood there and looked at it for a while. The rain curtain cracked, the sky gradually cleared, and the sun was about to come out. At this moment, Alan saw the outlines of other large objects, huge buildings with crisscross railings and towering columns, and a dense forest slope. A ray of sunlight broke through the rain screen and the grey smoke was swept aside, gradually disappearing. The sky returned to azure blue, and a few light brown clouds floated, and then disappeared without a trace. The huge building that stood beside Alan clearly emerged, and after the erosion of rain, it shone in the sun. Hail that has not yet melted piles up along their layers of masonry, setting them off more white and dazzling. Alan looked at this unicorn settlement fearlessly, and his curiosity continued to expand. There was a house not far away, and there was a round doorway in the high wall of the house. Alan saw Gaia taking the lead, and then there were constantly silver-white unicorns leaping out. On his head, He wore a golden crown inlaid with red gems. Dear guests, please wait for a long time, please forgive us for being rude. We are so excited to be able to return to Gaia. Alan quickly bowed back. It's okay, it's my pleasure to come to your place. After a few greetings, Alan's question raised the task of the system. This is a colony of unicorns. Why is there a statue of Sphinx erected on the square? This is the curse of Eris. Unicorn King Gahiris' tone was sad. It's Eris again. Alan was shocked and couldn't help blurting out, do you know the goddess of doom? Unicorn King Gahiris is very keen. Alan elaborated on how he saved the zombie, and the unicorns listened very carefully. After listening to this illusory thing, instead of blaming the absurdity, Gahiris was very excited. So, the magic ball of the goddess of fortune is in your hand? Yes, please forgive me for taking the liberty. www.metalnovel.com. Is your ethnic group also cursed by Eris? This is about 1,000 years ago. At that time, our unicorns were extremely powerful creatures and lived a very comfortable life. We feed on the various leaves and grasses growing in the forest. At that time, we not only have magically powerful horns, but also very strong and huge wings. So we can not only run freely on land, but also soar in the sky. No animal can catch up with us, even if it is sorcerer. But all these good things are broken by a gamble between the goddess of doom and the goddess of luck, and since then we have become a cursed family. Another gambling contract. Would it be the goddess of luck betting again? Alan was puzzled, feeling a little bit strange. According to the information left by our ancestors, it was in the spring when the flowers were blooming, the water plants were rich, and the sky was vast. The goddess of doom Eris and the goddess of fortune traveled here and saw our unicorn family living very leisurely, so the two goddesses bet. The goddess of doom thinks we will pick the most beautiful flowers to eat, and the goddess of luck thinks that we will not do that, but will avoid it carefully so as not to eat the beautiful flowers in bloom. What's the result? Gaia was the first to hear about such a thing, and was even more anxious than Alan. Once, our ancestors did not want to destroy beautiful things. Furthermore, the flowers will soon grow berries, and our unicorns especially like to eat a variety of wild strawberries, begonia and mountain cherry berries. So our ancestors didn't eat the most beautiful flowers. The goddess of doom lost. Gahiris talked about the past 1,000 years ago, and there was an indescribable sadness in his words. Since the goddess of doom has lost, why are you still cursed? Alan asked in surprise. Chapter 61 Eris Fantasy Modified. It is precisely because the goddess of doom Eris lost her gambling contract, and in a rage, she cursed us that the unicorn family can't fly forever, and once we are injured, the wound will be difficult to heal. In this way, the magic is powerful and powerful. It is difficult for us to be hunted. The number of ethnic groups is getting smaller and smaller. Gagri's words are hard to conceal. Fortunately, the good fortune goddess Fowls pitied our situation and applied magic to build this settlement for us, making it difficult for other creatures to invade our territory without our unicorn. Why didn't the goddess of luck undo the curse of the goddess of doom? The innocent Gaia bluntly asked her doubts. Well, the information passed down from my ancestors didn't explain. But I guess there might be an agreement between the two goddesses, such as not being able to personally interfere with the magic performed by the other. Liz saw embarrassment on his face. Cough, cough. Julius coughed twice and cleared his throat. Although the curse of the goddess of doom is eternal and eternal, but under the mediation of the goddess of luck, it still leaves a line of life for our family. After passing the test of Sphinx, we will be able to recover as before. Over the years, our generations have been hiding here for generations. If we did not reach an agreement with Hogwarts, the school will provide us with healing potions, and we will provide teaching examples for the school, and our living space will be even narrower. Unicorn King Weeno added. However, a terrible creature has mixed in at school recently. We unicorns have lost 2 tribes. If Gaia is lost again, it is really difficult to imagine what we will become. Queen Weeno was scared. Have you ever tried the Sphinx test? Alan grasped the key. No. because the first condition for wanting to enter the Sphinx test is to get the magic ball of the goddess of luck, fouls. With that in mind, Gryffindor looked at Alan eagerly. "If there is anything I can do, please tell me. I will do my best." Alan was very understanding. "Of course, we desperately need your help. But we must first make some preparations." Gaglis motioned to Queen Weena to hold a basket of berries. When Gryffindor summoned the tribes to gather and discuss, some golden little unicorns gathered beside Alan. They opened their ignorant eyes and stared at the berry in Alan's hand. "It's so cute." Alan reached out slowly, with a few crimson fruits on his hands. The little unicorns stared at them, but they dared not get close. Alan looked at the little guys with patience. For a long time, the little guys who were thinner than other little unicorns were close to Alan's hand and took away the berries. Alan put one more, and looked at them with a smile. After Gixelis negotiated them out, they saw these little unicorns jumping happily around Alan, and some of them stretched out their pink tongues to touch Alan's hand. "Alan, we decided that before everything is known, let the old and the weak and part of the young in the community go to the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts to survive for a while, and then we face the test of Sphinx together. You can't let your friends charge, but you can enjoy yourself. The purity and kindness of the unicorn can be seen." Alan readily agreed. After sending off the reluctant unicorn clan, Gryffindor was shocked to find that Gaia was mixed in the team. The sky was suddenly thunderous. The thunder exploded briefly through the sky, and disappeared again. It seems that Gaia persuaded his father. Gryffindor and Queen Weena came first. Gaia lowered her head and followed behind them. Behind them, 50 majestic silver-white unicorns stepped up with their heads tall and neatly arranged. Although their limbs are strong, the lines are smooth, and the momentum is strong, so that people do not dare to underestimate, but no one can deny the amazing beauty of this pure creature. In front of the statue of Sphinx, Alan held the magic ball of the goddess of fortune, and in the eyes that the unicorns were expecting, the sound of chanting ancient spells resounded in this world. The white Sphinx statue exudes silvery white light, just like the color of the hair on the unicorn. Sphinx seemed to be alive, and jumped aside with Alan's unimaginable lightness, but in fact, the earth seemed to be shaken a few times. The bronze statue base looks like a big open mouth, dark and mysterious. Everyone entered the place where no one had stepped in for thousands of years. I saw that although there were no sun, moon and stars, and no one was taking care of it, it still had flowers and bushes. Some bizarre white flowers stood tall, and the pale corolla unfolded 1 foot wide. The white flowers dotted among the colorful bushes. Everyone walked straight along the small path paved with rainstone in the middle, and a finely carved arch appeared in front of everyone. www.mentalnovel.com Water wave like light curtain. As everyone approached, a vague and ethereal female voice sounded, "Welcome to the illusion of Eros." After passing all the cards, the unicorn's wish will come true, but your bones will stay here forever. This is an ancient magic text. There are 2 rows of books on the shelves in the Ravenclaw common room. In his free time, Alan also dabbled. He translated this line of writing to the unicorns. No one was timid, but they were extremely eager to fight, so as to realize the desire of the ethnic group and restore the glory of the unicorn. Without hesitation, as if to prove his bravery, the unicorn warriors first entered the light curtain. Upon seeing this, Alan also followed the unicorns into the light curtain. Alan has never seen such a tall tree, about 10 floors high, not just one tree, but growing in pieces. These towering giant trees have lush branches and leaves, which are stacked one after another, covering the sky and covering the sun, so a dim haze formed in front of Alan's eyes. Looking deep into the dense forest, it was dark, and the huge branches and leaves of the trees were shaking and dancing, which seemed deep and strange, and seemed to have ghosts. Now that I have chosen, I can only move forward. Everyone walked into the forest cautiously, all guarded, and proceeded cautiously. Alan also pulled out his wand in case he needed it. Gaia gently touched Alan's face with her unicorn, Alan, are you afraid? What are you afraid of? Alan asked, puzzled. It's so horrible here. Will you regret coming here? Gaia didn't wait for Alan to answer, and was afraid of Alan's regretful addition. Don't worry, our horns have the ability to detoxify, and the fighters are very powerful. We will be safe and sound. Chapter 62 Giant Wood Forest Modified. Don't worry, Gaia, we will succeed. Alan saw the timidity in Gaia's heart. There is nothing to blame. The fear of the unknown is understandable. What's more, according to those little unicorns, Gaia is just a grown-up. But for Alan, one thing: either don't do it best. And the rescue of the unicorn is a thing that should be fully committed to reason and reason. The deeper he went, the more darkness he could feel in this giant wood forest. Suddenly, Alan stopped, stunned like a spell was cast. He saw a pair of eyes, staring at them in the dark with a green glow. Fear of the instinct of the beast suddenly hit my heart. Alan clenched his wand tightly, staring at the two glowing eyes. What is that? Gaia also found these eyes. Her voice sounded sharp and harsh, and a little out of control. Alan quietly covered the hand without the wand with the Meow Meow wizard's robe, stretched it out, and touched something soft. Immediately afterwards, the green eyes flashed sideways, and then a white thing ran past Alan. Alan suddenly turned his head and saw a strange humanoid animal, pulling his head strangely, jumping from the pond through the wood behind Alan. In a panic, it hit a giant tree, exuding a strong smell of fish. He staggered and ran a few steps aside, and in a blink of an eye he hid in the shadow of another forest. The frontal Jalis heard the movement and immediately turned his head to ask what happened. Alan described the experience in detail. Gaglis ordered the unicorns to be alert and gather together to prevent accidents. This decision is undoubtedly very wise. Soon, a pair of dark green eyes flashed in the dense jungle, like a floating ghost fire. Fluorescence flashes. Spherical fluorescence. Alan first lit his wand, and then turned the light into a spherical shape, and thrown it out. As the luminous sphere floated in the air, those dark green eyes backed away and made a harsh sound. Squeak! And at this time, everyone finally saw the appearance of these monsters. Their bodies should be a dull green, although the belly is white. Most of the body is shiny and slippery, but there is a high ridge with scales on the back. The figure has the vague character of a human figure, but the head is fishy, with huge, bulging eyes that never close. On both sides of the neck, there are trembling gills, webbed on long hands and feet. They jump forward chaotically, sometimes using only their hind legs, sometimes on all fours. Their hoarse, sharp throats, conveying all the dark feelings that their faces cannot express. The amphibious fish people. Let's call them amphibious fish people. After all, they are obviously different from the fish people in the Black Lake in front of Hogwarts. A little restless, and gathered again. It seemed that they were irritated by Alan's sudden hand. Some burly amphibious murlocs rushed towards the unicorns with their teeth and claws, which was so fast that they could hardly catch their shadows. Unexpectedly, some unicorns couldn't escape, and deep blood marks were caught on their bodies. Some lucky unicorns jumped lightly and avoided. A battle between amphibious murlocs and unicorns begins. Alan was protected in the middle by the unicorns. He tried to rush out to fight several times, but he was stopped by Guzilis. He had good reason. Alan, you were in the Sphinx statue just now. After using the magic ball of the goddess of luck, the healing magic as a wizard can temporarily play a role, so your existence is crucial, and the safety of the team depends on you. If the unicorn warriors cannot defeat these amphibians, Uran, what role can you play as a student? Although his strength was underestimated by Guzilis, Alan still tried his best to heal the injured unicorn. His magic is very precise, and he can cast it on the unicorn in need of treatment almost every time. Even occasionally mistakes can also be made up technically. The amphibious fish people rely on their speed and sharp-webbed claws, while the unicorns are more flexible than the amphibious fish people, and have sharp unicorns and powerful hoofed randpool. The two sides were in full swing, but because Alan's healing magic was timely and effective, in the end, the balance of victory fell to the unicorn's side. And Gryffindor personally came off, struggling with one hoof, putting the last straw for the amphibious fish people's failure. Amphibious fish people come fast and retreat faster. The giant woods forest regained its calm. Only the broken leaves, the trampled grass, the injured unicorns who were still healing, and the soldiers who had recovered from the panic witnessed the fierce battle, rested for a while in such a dark place, and Gryffindor set off again. There is still no light in the front. In this huge forest maze, you can only move forward. Even if you want to find a way, you can't find it. I don't know how long it passed. There was a rustling sound in the forest, like the sound of wind blowing leaves, and the sound of silkworms chewing mulberry leaves. In this dark, strange and unpredictable space, there is not only a beautiful feeling. www.mtlnovel.com is creepy. Alan once again cast a fluorescent flash, looking towards the direction of the sound through the light, and his hair stood up instantly. It was really terrifying. The dense, small, dark spiders quickly climbed down from the trunk and surrounded them. After a while, a large black, furry spider several times their size slowly crawled into the middle of the little spiders, and their big thieves with bright eyes glared straight at Alan, stunned. People shudder. It is simply a humanoid spider, with 4 forelimbs raised, with 4 hind limbs to maintain body stability. Each of its limbs is covered with dense barbs, shining in black lacquer under the light of Alan's bright spell. These sneaky and disgusting things. Gaia seemed very uncomfortable with such a scene and couldn't help complaining. This soft complaint seemed to sound the horn of battle, and the spiders swarmed up. For unicorns, it is difficult to get rid of such small things completely. Once spiders touch their bodies, they will quickly bite through the skin and drill into their bodies to blood and eat meat. To make matters worse, 3 unicorns were inadvertently covered with spiders. Under panic, they stumbled and fell. In a flash, dense spiders covered their bodies one after another. They turned out to be this was dragged away by the spider. Clara, Northmore, Cassilis. Gaia let out a heartbreaking wailing. Alan, think of ways. Aren't you wizards? Please save them. To save Straw, Gaia begged Alan. Spiders may be afraid of fire, but fire prevention in such dense woods is tantamount to arson and self-immolation. So, besides fire, what else are they afraid of? Alan forced himself to calm down. There must be a way. Chapter 63 Yellow Sand Flying Snake Modified. Alan carefully observed the actions of these spiders, and found that there were very few spiders attacking him, and there were especially many places where the light spell was not so obvious. Except for the particularly large spider, the other spiders had obvious panic under the illumination of the light curse, the hurried but stumbled, awkward and unresponsive behavior of the unicorn, and the head was dropped when the light was seen. The strange appearance further proves that their retinas are extremely sensitive. It's just that because their number is really huge and the shape is too small, it is not easy to find their weaknesses without careful observation. Alan had confidence. He called the unicorns to gather together, then raised his wand, increased the magic output, and cast a super strong light curse. From the top of his wand, a small sun-like light erupted. Under the light, the spiders were obviously at a loss and began to retreat, like a headless fly. Only the largest spider was unaffected. It made a weird and hasty call, and seemed to urge the spider army to attack. This scream was very effective, and the dense army of spiders struck the unicorns again. Alan's eyes narrowed, and he said to Gaia, "You don't need to stay here, I'll go to it." After that, I quickly jumped in the direction of the big spider. On the way, Alan's figure disappeared suddenly. With incredible precision, the phantom moved to the side of the big spider. The big spider was obviously startled, and had not had time to react. A green light flashed, it opened his eyes wide, twitched and suffocated on the ground. Alan did not expect that this seemingly the most powerful spider was the easiest to remove. Without the urging of the giant spider's cry, under the constant light spell, the spiders gradually retreated and disappeared into the dark woods. In this crisis-ridden jungle, There is no time to mourn the lost companions to the unicorns. Everyone can only quickly organize their mood and continue to set off. The next journey was very smooth. I don't know if it was the result of Alan's light mantra, or whether there were only two monsters arranged in the giant wood forest level. Alan and his team passed through the forest without any worries. Once again passing through the water-shaped light curtain at the edge of the forest, Alan narrowed his eyes all at once. If the giant wood forest just now looked like a black cage, then the scene now looks like it entered a violent burning furnace. Yanshaw Mandau, looking around, the golden yellow sand dunes quietly spread to the distance, under the blazing sun, shining golden light. The scorching sensation spread rapidly throughout the time, and Alan found that the unicorns were extremely unfit for such an environment. No matter how difficult it is, we still have to move forward. Everyone stepped into the desert without looking back. Surrounded by the silent and lonely way, Alan produced a ridiculous idea. Does this question examine patience and endurance? Just as everyone walked upset, Gagless stopped moving forward, and Alan followed his gaze, and found something creeping under the sand. Soon, they saw its full picture. A golden thing fluctuated, and then exposed two shiny large discs similar to eyes. Then a golden, snake-like thing stretched out among the group of non-stop creeping objects, about as thick as a cane, winding in the air and projecting towards Alan, and then sticking out another. This strange scene made Alan shudder. Gaia screamed behind him. Alan quickly turned sideways to escape the attack of the golden flying snake. Suddenly, a flash of light flew across, and in the sand pit where the entangled and squirming monsters were spitting out, a large amount of green smoke was divided into three strands, one after another rushing towards them all. The smoke was very dazzling, and the white unicorn was illuminated in turquoise. These smoke may be poisonous. This was Alan's first thought. Obviously, Guglis and he thought of it together. Alan, squat down and open your mouth. Gales gestured to Alan to open his mouth. Alan was somewhat inexplicable, but he still did what he meant, even if Alan thought the scene was a bit silly. Gazily lowered her head, and Weena stepped forward with a tacit understanding of the ruby on the crown of Guzilis with the corner of her forehead. Some white powder spilled from the ruby into Alan's mouth. This is a powder grinded by the horns of our unicorn, which is the effect of detoxification. Queen Vino explained gently. Thank you. Unexpectedly, the powder spilled into the mouth. Alan had no choice but to vaguely thank. At the same time, the unicorns fought against these monsters. Some of them jumped high and accurately stepped on the 7 inches of the snake. Some of them used their tentacles to accurately pierce the stranger's abdomen when the strange snake flew over. Alan also waved his wand and joined the battle. www.mentalnovel.com. All petrochemicals. The petrified flying snakes fell to the ground one after another. The form became one-sided. At this time, the green smoke disappeared, and the greenish green on the unicorn also disappeared. The short hissing sound gradually turned into a long, loud sound. A bulging thing slowly rose from the bunker. This is a snake column composed of countless small snakes twisted together. Countless ghostly rays of light came out from the mouth of the snake and gathered together to become a huge beam. Immediately after the flash, it was a real flame. The dazzling light suddenly emerged from the scattered unicorn, jumping from one unicorn to another. The situation was like an invisible airflow hitting them, and immediately turned into a white flame. Then, through the light of death that destroyed them, Alan saw them fall down violently, and the unicorns turned around and fled back. Alan stood there, not realizing for a while that death was nibbling the unicorns one by one. How strange it was that a silent flash of light flashed past, and a unicorn fell flat. Moreover, the unicorn hit by this invisible heat ray ignited flames. This flame of death and the invisible and inescapable sword of thermal energy quickly and continuously swept in circles. Alan could hear the crackling of flames in the bunker and the hiss of unicorns. He told himself that he had to do something. Clear water is like a spring. All set. A huge stream of water was ejected from Alan's wand, towards the snake column spraying heat rays. and then Alan used a freezing spell to temporarily stop the cold-blooded animals. However, without waiting for Alan to come and celebrate, after a burst of flame erupted in the snake column, they attacked with more violent momentum. Chapter 64 Red Sea Cancer modified the unicorn's painful hissing sounds, Gaia's heartbreaking crying, and Gaiharis screaming anger. These sounds and the picture have been fixed in the depths of Alan's memory. How should it be? At this urgent moment, Queen Weena jumped in front of everyone and gazed affectionately at Gaiharis and Gaia with her nostalgic eyes. As if guessing something, Gaglis shouted, "Veena, don't!" Saw the Twina bent her left leg forward and lowered her beautiful head, emitting a round white light from the corner of her forehead. This aperture continued to expand, forming a silver shield in front of all unicorns. The heat ray of the flying snake hit the silver white light shield, and bounced back straight, and the snake column burned itself. The fire became more and more fierce. Some snakes flew out with flames and were hit by Alan's petrified spell. Some snakes twisted their bodies in pain. Others snaked back into the sand quickly in the ground, escaped. Fewer snakes came out. The flame gradually extinguished. The bunker where the snake column was before was dark. Queen Weena fell to the ground softly, and Gaxilis immediately jumped to her, touching her head painfully with her head. Gaia knelt and cried and shivered next to Queen Weena. The 14 unicorns that survived this battle bent their forelimbs and paid tribute to Queen Weena, who used her vitality as a light shield to save everyone. The dead are gone, the living is like this. The dead Weena can no longer be recovered, but Alan and they have to move on. Gaiharis let Gaia touch its crown and took Queen Weena's body into the crown's storage space. Then, Gaiharis commanded with a heavy but unusually firm voice, "Go." Crossing the rippled light curtain at the edge of the desert, Alan and they came to the Ivor Beach. The Blood-Red Sea stretches to the southwest, and has always merged into the clear and bright horizon where it meets the pale sky. There are no rough seas and no light waves to pat, because there is no wind in the air. Only the water wave-like oil slightly fluctuated, as soft as breathing. The sea water gently patted the coast, forming a thick layer of salt frost along the coastline, pink under the blood-red sky. Suddenly, there was a terrible scream on the desolate in the distance. Alan looked around and saw something similar to a giant white butterfly, took off in a diagonal thorn, danced in the air, and then circled and disappeared in behind the far hills. Its scream was so gloomy, and Alan instantly became on alert. Alan looked around again and found that not far away, what he thought was a red rock was slowly approaching them. Alan quickly uttered a prompt, and everyone realized that they had been surrounded by these things unconsciously. Could the butterfly be designed to attract attention? At this juncture, Alan actually had the energy to think about it. This is really a practice. Even if Gaia was still hurting for her mother's death, she couldn't help but whisper, "It's too ugly, too ugly." Soon, others also saw these things. It turned out to be monsters such as cancer. Have you ever seen a giant crab on the side of the table? Many of its legs moved slowly, but not uniformly. The large claws waved, long tentacles swayed and fumbled, and the raised eyes flashed with strange shimmers. Its grief folds and undulates, and it is also covered with green pimples. As they crawled, they protruded many tentacles from their mouths, shaking and exploring. The whole space is shrouded in a sense of desolation and loneliness. The red sky in the east, the black in the north, the Dead Sea that can only produce salt and frost, and the ground is full of beaches that crawl slowly and disgusting monsters. All this brews a creepy atmosphere. The disgusting tentacles of the giant crabs quickly entangled towards you, and the unicorns evaded lightly. They stomped these crabs with all their strength, while also avoiding their large claws and tentacles. It seems that the unicorn is almost helpless with these cancers. Alan waved his magic wand so much that he could display all the attack spells he could think of. Almost every spell could work, which gave Alan great courage and confidence. Sure enough, this Eris illusion is still aimed at unicorns. It seems that at the beginning of the illusion layout, there was no consideration of a magician to break through. Also, the wizards are coveting the precious materials on the unicorn. The unicorns are full of vigilance against the wizard, and opportunities like Alan are probably very rare. Alan is more free to use the spell in such actual combat, and he feels that his ability to play has improved significantly. Not long after, the cancers were wiped out by Alan. They can almost be described as corpses running across the field. Some are torn apart, some of the whole body fell on the beach, and some are frozen and petrified. Alan, I'm in a hurry. I didn't expect you to be so talented. If I can wait for you to grow up for a few more years, Weena won't. The death of the spouse puts Gaelis in self-blame. Waited for Gaelis to calm down a little bit, and it was this endless Red Sea that stood in front of Alan. How to cross the boundless ocean? Asked a unicorn, whose body is weaker than his companion. Gaia pointed in the direction that the white giant butterfly had just flown to. Everyone agreed to this proposal and set off to the north. Everyone was on guard along the way to prevent the sneak attack of the white butterfly. The monsters encountered along the way are really difficult. For example, the cancer just now. If there is no wizard like Alan, the results of the unicorns are unbelievable. Unexpectedly, the white butterfly was not seen all the way until they reached the end of the north. This is a huge cliff. There is no way to go ahead. The sea below the cliff seemed to open their mouths in blood, laughing at their powerlessness. Even worse is that in their way, a group of white butterflies fluttering in the air, interwoven into a large white net. Flying white butterflies, red sky, desolate hills, vast cliffs. This scene has a peculiar beauty. I'm afraid it's futile to break out. We have to face the Red Sea. Gaeris was very calm. He smiled kindly at Gaia, turned his head and said to Alan, Alan, I'm so sorry, let you encounter such a crisis. If we can escape from birth, you are the most distinguished guest and best friend of our unicorn family. Family, come with me. After finishing, Gaeris rushed towards the cliff, and Gaia behind him shouted his father, and then went with him. The beautiful gestures of the white unicorns rising from the sky will not be forgotten by Alan forever. Alan also roared, rushed towards the cliff, and then stopped, took out Neptune placed in the storage space. His movements seemed a little tedious. Chapter 65 Sphinx modified. Alan rode on the broom and followed the unicorn straight into the sea. He thought that the unicorns must be greeted by the choking seawater, but it did not. A miracle happened. After the unicorn headed by Gaelisus jumped off the cliff, he still struggled unwillingly in the air. It was like a chrysanthemum that had been honed after a long time, and huge. White wings grew on their backs. Against the backdrop of blood-red sky and sea water, the unicorns are majestic, beautiful, and holy. Gaia glides out a beautiful arc in the sky, dives to sea level, shakes huge white wings, and flies to Alan on a broom. The unicorns who can soar and fly are extremely excited and fly tirelessly until a huge corrugated barrier blocked their way. The unicorns who had tasted the sweetness rushed across the barrier. Unicorns who had already prepared for battle fell from the sky to the ground. After enjoying the thrill of flying, and losing this ability, the unicorns could not help but be surprised. Alan noticed that they seemed to be back in the square of the original unicorn settlement, but it was different from the square. Everything was shrouded in a hazy mist, and the huge white sphinx in the middle of the square. The statue is also invisible. Instead, it is a monster with a body like a huge lion, but a beautiful woman in the head. Sphinx, Sphinx. In an instant, Alan recognized the origin of the monster. Of course, Alan didn't ignore its huge, sharp, poisonous claws glowing with blue light, and its huge black wings. This wing is obviously larger than that of the unicorns, and once stretched out, it can definitely cover the sky. It is conceivable that once it is in trouble, the unicorns will surely escape. Alan remembered the Sphinx data he had seen before. Sphinx is the most feared monster of the desert traveler. It spit out its mouth, and a wind of plague will blow out in its mouth, making the person who touched it seriously ill. A wave of wings will generate a desert storm. However, the most weird thing is that its eyes can't see anything at all, but no one can resist its gaze. Because although nothing can be seen in its eyes, its gaze contains the mystery of the whole universe. When you are stared at by it, unless you can solve all its puzzles, it will not move. Although not as good as Magius's eyes, its claw attacks are super strong, and you will fall into an eternal guessing game until it closes its eyes. Unless it is willing, because it really likes to make people guess, and it does not sleep. But if you gain its power, your wisdom will be improved, because it is super intelligent. After gaining and losing wings, Alan thought that the unicorns would panic and lose for a long time. But he was surprised to find that it was only a brief panic, and under the leadership of Gaheris, they restored the appearance of soldiers. It seems that Gaheris had already been prepared. With the help of Gaia, it dropped a mirror, a silver sword, and a roll of ancient parchment from the crown of storage. Alan, please take Fowl's magic ball again. Gaheris asked Alan. Alan held out the magic ball, and Gaheris chanted an ancient spell with strange and complex syllables. The magic ball slowly rose from Alan's hands, emitting a soft yellow light. Alan, you stand under the magic ball, cut your finger with a silver sword, and bleed blood onto the contract. Gaheris said anxiously, afraid that Sphinx would open his eyes. After Gaheris made this series of actions, he ordered Alan to draw the mark of the six-pointed star on the ground with a silver sword and hold the bronze mirror in his hand. To jump from the array, pat the bronze mirror on Sphinx's head. Although Alan was unclear, but looking at Gagri's solemn expression, he knew that it was of great importance, and he agreed. Fortunately, Alan has a strong memory and comprehension, so that in such a short period of time, he completely comprehended the meaning of Gaglis. Galis remembered another spell, and Sphinx shook all over, as if to wake from a deep sleep. The moment his eyelids twitched, it was about to open, and Gaheris shouted, "Go above it!" Waiting for Alan to ride the Shanghai Neptune again, and seeing this giant beast at close range, he feels its breathtaking momentum even more. Alan concentrated on his head and accurately shot the bronze mirror on top of Sphinx. Sphinx is sober. According to the ancient contract www.mentalnovel.com, you can ask me a question. If I can't answer, you can pass the final test. If I answer, you will all die. Sphinx Majesty's voice resounded through this world. What is a person? This question was not asked casually by Alan. Earlier he had read this sentence when he was in the library. Sphinx spent his life thinking about what a person is, but every time now it will overturn its answer. Sure enough, Sphinx thought for a long time. Did not answer Alan. I can't tell exactly what a person is. You can pass. Sphinx's words just fell, and the entire Earth's illusion turned into countless flying debris. The yellow haze seemed to be grabbed by a big hand. Alan returned to the unicorn settlement again. My wings can move, I can fly. Gaia's surprised voice came. Alan turned to look away, and Gaia had soared happily in the air, screaming tirelessly, expressing his joy. It is not the only unicorn to do so. Gaheris smiled a little sadly, and it seemed to have thought of something, and it slammed towards Alan holding the silver sword. Alan was smiling and looking at Gaia. Although the reaction was quick, the sharp blade pointed a deep blood stain on Galizus. Alan was shocked, and Gaia and the unicorns flying in the sky flew back in an instant. Father. Gaia was shocked. For a time, she thought her father was going to follow her mother. As a result, Galiza laughed. Healed. The curse on our unicorns was completely lifted. Everyone looked at Galis's wound with surprise and joy. The deep blood stains healed slowly from the inside to the outside at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 66 System Rewards modified. The unicorns who took refuge outside also returned to the settlement, and as soon as their wings grew, they knew that Gagilis had succeeded. The little golden unicorns bounced around Alan, and some of them spread their immature wings and stumbled to learn to fly. The weather in the unicorn colony was excellent. The sky was clear and blue, and the soft breeze was blowing Alan's soft blonde hair, and also blowing into Alan's heart. The unicorns treat Alan with the richest delicacies they can prepare. Various Alan names, colorful berries that can't be named, sweet malt juice, and berry crushing made of mellow fruit wine, and so on. What makes Alan cry and laugh the most is that many small unicorns have been called the most fat and juicy grass, blinking their wet, round eyes, and warmly invite Alan to taste. Let us thank our most distinguished, friendly, and most trusted friend Alan with warm cheers. The cheerful hissing sounded all over the world, and the friendly unicorns looked at Alan friendly. It was him who appeared when our unicorn family needed the most help. It was him who, despite our own safety, was born and died with us. It was him who was wise and courageous and worked hard to lift the curse of our unicorn for thousands of years. Alan, I declare as the Unicorn King that you will always be a friend of our unicorn family. The voice of Gaheris fell, and the cheerful voices of the unicorns sounded again. Everyone's horns emitted a white aura, which rose from the top of their heads, and merged with the halo above the head of Gaxilis, landed on Alan's head. Alan felt a very soft power planted in his body, and he was bathed in this white halo, so comfortable. He felt full of power. This is the most sincere blessing of our unicorns, which can only be obtained from the hearts of the unicorns. With it, you will not have to be afraid of any poison in the future. Gaia explained gently with a gentle voice. Listen to Alan. At this time, the system sounded, and the content of the ethereal voice made Alan satisfied and relaxed. The host completed the task and successfully rescued the unicorn shrouded in evil, and received the gratitude of the unicorn. Reward random draw once. Although there was only one lottery draw, in the process of performing the task, he received the silver sword from the Unicorn King Gaheris, the blessing of the unicorn, and more importantly, he honed his combat skills in the actual combat and enhanced strength. Does the host need to draw now? The system asked. Smoke. Alan looked at the warm and peaceful scene in the unicorn colony, and felt that the mood was very good, and the luck must be particularly good. A giant disc appeared in Alan's mind, with red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple in 7 colors. The area corresponding to the 7 colors gradually decreased, and the bronze pointer was facing the middle of the top of the roulette. Hope can be as good as before. Merlin bless. Alan prayed. It is best to have the same good luck as last time. Start the lottery. The pointer quickly rotated. Stop. The pointer stopped at the cyan position. Good luck. Alan's mentality has always been very good. A cyan treasure chest popped out. Open. The treasure chest opened, and the storage space automatically bounced to Alan's eyes. What's the situation? I didn't open the storage compartment. Alan looked closely and found that it was similar to the storage space, but not the storage space. There is a text description below. The pet space is activated. The host can carry the pets that he has with him, fosters in the pet space, and can be summoned at any time. This reward is indeed quite tempting. Hogwarts only allows the little wizards to bring a pet. www.mplnovel.com. Albert gave Alan an owl. This owl Benny has take up this quota. If you get a pet later, you can't bring it into Hogwarts. With this pet space, Alan can still be summoned at any time, which is indeed very practical, but obviously there is nothing in the space, and the size is not the kind of suitcase that Newt Scamander, the author of Where is the Magical Animal, much more, but won't be discovered by others in convenience. Alan and the unicorns happily spent the last gathering, and he got up and said goodbye. The unicorns reluctantly bid farewell to Alan, and Gaia decided to personally send him out of the Forbidden Forest. The way back is much more comfortable than when he came back, which may be the reason for the blessing of a unicorn on Alan. Not only did he not feel discomfort and bumps, but also enjoyed the treatment of flying Gaia. Soon, they returned to the forest. At this time, the east is getting white, the clouds breaking through the sunrise, the sky is shining with golden light, and there are a few crimson clouds that are parallel to the horizon. Seen from high above, the huge castle of Hogwarts stands majestic and stands among the mountains. Alan also saw lush tall trees, clumps of evergreen plants, blooming trees and ferns. On the shore of Hogwarts, the waves shone like silver. Farther away, the earth gradually swelled up to the rolling green mountains, and the Green Mountains finally disappeared in the vast sky. On the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Gaia fell gently, and behind her heard Dada's rapid horseshoe sound. Gaia and Alan looked around. It was Fearon's. Alan was ashamed to beat his forehead. Too many things happened. He even forgot that Fearon's was still waiting for him. Fortunately, Fearon's saw Gaia flying in the sky and Alan in Gaia's body and chased him in time. Chapter 67 Harry's Headache and Nightmare Modified. I'm sorry, Fearon's, I forgot that you are still waiting for me outside. Alan sincerely apologized and won Fearon's understanding. It's okay, Alan. Seeing that Gaia can restore the glory of the unicorns in the past, I know that you must have been very wonderful last night. Fearon's congratulated Gaia again. Congratulations, Gaia, you will fly. Gaia couldn't help but shake her wings a few times. The sky was getting brighter, and Alan was anxious to return to Hogwarts Castle. Saying goodbye to Gaia and Fearon's, Fallon's told Alan again and again, you must come to the Maran tribe when you have time. Alan agreed to the request. Hogwarts, as the final exam is approaching, the school's tension is getting stronger. Although Alan is very confident about his academic level, he still read all the textbooks and notes again in such a strong learning atmosphere. It is a good habit to know something new, but modesty and prudence are good qualities. Unlike Alan, who is full of life, Harry was obviously weak. Ever since he came back from the forest last time, he has felt a sharp tingling on his forehead. This painful feeling has been haunting him. Narvi saw Harry sleep well all night and whispered with Frigg, thinking that he was suffering from severe examination phobia. Flag has quietly found Alan. He thinks that apart from the teacher, among the students, it is only Alan who can help Harry. Alan felt that Harry would never sleeplessly because of the exam. His performance must be related to that day's Forbidden Forest trip. Alan found Harry by taking a walk after lunch and asked about his situation. In fact, it is also true. Harry is constantly awakened by the nightmare of the past, and it is worse than the past, because there is another figure in the nightmare wearing a hood and blood dripping from the corner of the mouth into a black smoke. He pounced. Alan, do you think I am too fragile? It's so easy to be scared and have nightmares. Harry worried that his friends would look down on themselves. This is why he refused to talk to Ron and Hermione. Alan is different. He is knowledgeable, stable, and reliable. Harry sometimes even treats Alan as his brother. Harry, Gryffindor is known for its bravery. You have been selected into the Gryffindor by the Sorting Hat. You must have this quality on your body. The Sorting Hat can never go wrong. Alan when exhorted him, and he did think so. However, at the beginning, the Sorting Cap wanted to put me in Slytherin. Harry whispered out his heart. In fact, he always cares about the choice of the Sorting Cap. If he did not insist on it himself, he might be assigned Slytherin. Harry, everyone is not just a character. Who dare to say that Slytherin can't be brave, and Gryffindor is also full of ambitious people. The choice of the branch hat is just to see the most of you. Prominent potential. Since you have been assigned to Gryffindor, it means that you are indeed a person with bravery and fearless qualities. It seems that Harry has not been persuaded by Alan, and Alan no longer spends much time talking. One day, the facts will prove to Harry that Harry is a genuine Gryffindor. Let us talk about your nightmare again. This may be related to the shadow directly passing through you, affected by the magic of the other party. Of course, there may be other connections between you. There may also be things that happened on the day of the Forbidden Forest. And your previous nightmare impressed you too much. Alan can't always tell Harry naked that it is the murderer that kills your parents that passes through you. His purpose was to alleviate Harry's troubles, relieve his pain, and allow Harry to successfully complete the exam, rather than to guide Harry to find Voldemort indiscriminately. Okay, Harry. There is a potion that may relieve your headache and at least make you sleep peacefully. It happens that I will configure it, but there are two less herbs, moonstone powder and hellebore essence syrup. As far as I know, Professor Snape's storage room should have these two herbs. If we go to Professor Snape for help. Before Alan's words were finished, Harry interrupted him frantically. No, absolutely can't find Snape. He won't help me. Harry's headache made it almost impossible for him to control his emotions. Alan doesn't think it's bad to ask Professor Snape for help. Students ask the teacher for help. It was damaged at most, and it was no big deal. I was sure to get the medicinal herbs in the end. But if Harry didn't want to, he could only think of other ways. The most formal way is naturally owl procurement. Although it takes a long time, it should get the desired results. The next best method is to ask seniors for help, but they are not necessarily there. Madame Pomfrey should have this herb, but how can she explain it to her? Alan decided to go to the owl hut on the top floor of the West Tower to find Benny first, try to purchase first, and go to Professor Snape to explore. Professor Snape can be resupplied. Not to mention how Alan planned to discuss with Professor Snape. Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room and found Hermione and Ron. Let's go to Madame Pomfrey. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Hermione first thought of asking the teacher for help. How can I explain it to Mrs. Pomfrey? Furthermore, she may give you the potion directly, but not the herbs. Harry scratched his head, feeling very difficult. Let's go to Snape's office to get some secretly. We will return the medicine when we buy it. Ron blurted out and looked at each other. Harry did not hesitate to agree with this proposal. Begging to someone who clearly hates him, he really can't do it. But what if it's a silent replacement? Harry, we can't sneak into the teacher's office. Hermione pursed her lips, obviously disagreeing. However, for Harry, if the pain on his forehead and the nightmare every night can be solved, how wonderful life should be. Harry could not bear such temptation, and immediately decided to secretly replace the medicine. In the afternoon we have a potion class. You are responsible for dragging Professor Snape, and I go to his private storage room to get the herbs. Although Hermione strongly disagreed with Harry's decision, she finally made friends at school and she was willing to take risks for Harry. Okay. Harry agreed quite simply. Next, they began to discuss how to attract Snape's attention in the afternoon and hold him back. Harry, as long as you keep making mistakes, you should be able to attract most of his attention. Hermione pointed out the facts in a pinch. Although Harry was reluctant to be scolded, it is undeniable that this is indeed a method he thinks is effective. Maybe we can create some confusion in class so that Harry doesn't have to be scolded. Ron's proposal was obviously more in Harry's mind. Several people decided to quietly ask George and Fred about the prank, and no one is better than them. Chapter 68 Exam Modified Farewell. Harry Alan strode toward Professor Snape's office. Knocked on the door. Alan waited patiently for a while, and the door suddenly opened. Professor Snape was wearing greasy hair and looked at Alan somberly. If Alan is not of good psychological quality, it is really easy to be scared. In fact, Professor Snape was also very surprised at this moment. Basically no student would come to his office on his own initiative, even Slytherin. I'm sorry to disturb you, Professor Snape. I have some questions about potions. I would like to ask you. Alan was very polite and was not moved by Professor Snape, who exuded terror. Coming. Professor Snape stared at Alan for a while and let go. Alan walked gently into Professor Snape's office, only to see the four walls were dim, and there were many large glass jars on the shelves along the wall, and all kinds of disgusting things floated in the jars. Professor Snape sat behind his desk and motioned for Alan to sit down. Professor, I have some different ideas about the mitigating medicaments. Without wasting Professor Snape's time, Alan spoke out his thoughts on mitigating medicaments. How dare you, a first-year freshman, want to configure the pharmacy that will appear in the OWL's exam, and even improve it? Alan, I thought you were a rare student with clear brains in the school. I noticed that you would occasionally and Mr. Harry Potter was together, and it seemed that he was infected with the arrogant habit. Professor Snape obviously did not believe that Alan would have such a pharmaceutical level. Alan was not discouraged. He gave a few words and briefly introduced his improvement measures to Professor Snape. Professor Snape wanted to drive away Alan, but after hearing Alan's thoughts, he stopped thinking about catching people. So, Professor, my moonstone powder and hellebore essence syrup were used up in the experiment, But the new herb was not mailed so quickly. "I need your help." Alan pushed the boat and said his own request. "Okay, Mr. Alan Harris, if your configuration is as superb as you think." Professor Snape actually agreed. Professor Snape walked to the locker, and to Alan's surprise, the locker was easily opened by Professor Snape without any magic to dispel the spell. Alan observed quietly and found that there were various medicinal herbs stored in different categories, but none of the extremely precious medicinal herbs that Alan saw in the books. Alan knew that Professor Snape must have a hidden locker dedicated to storing precious medicinal herbs. Otherwise, as a potion master, only these basic and rare medicinal herbs would be too shabby. Professor Snape took the elder syrup of moonstone powder and hellebore, which can be used as a mitigating agent, out of the storage compartment neatly. After Alan saluted the professor again, Alan quickly left Professor Snape's office. Before leaving, he glanced suspiciously at the strange and disgusting glass jars. If he guessed right, there must be another mystery behind that shelf. However, this trip is just to obtain the medicine to cure Harry. There is no need to provoke trouble and explore the secrets of others. Fortunately, after Alan got the herbs, Alan immediately informed Harry that they hadn't had time to steal the medicine, and had an appointment for the time and place of the meeting. Alan went to the house where he needed to dispense medicine. No matter what, Harry's remedy was finally prepared successfully under Alan's careful debugging. Under normal conditions, palliatives can calm down and relieve irritability and anxiety. If the ingredients are too much, the person taking the medicine will fall into a drowsy, sometimes even irreversible lethargy. It is the most difficult and troublesome preparation of this medicine. It often appears in the OWL's exam. The most important ingredients of this medicine are moonstone powder and hellebore syrup. If it is made according to the conventional palliative medicine, it will not be able to completely relieve Harry's symptoms, and taking too much will have side effects. Alan added mortarat juice for pain relief according to the record in the book of the potion master Verto. Absinthe and originally poisonous aconite were used to aid neutralization. Finally, some covers were put in the powder made from the horns of the unicorn provided by Ya-Friendly. In the pumpkin field behind Hagrid's hut, when Alan gave Harry the configured potion, Ron and Hermione looked suspicious. "Can a potion like this weird color and bad smell really treat Harry?" Especially when Hermione said that she had never seen such a peculiar potion in any book. Ron's expression stopped. Harry took the potion from Alan's hand very readily and dried it out. Headaches and nightmares almost tortured him mentally. Harry frowned, and the expression on his face was hard to say. For this, Alan had already prepared, took out an empty glass and used it as a clean spring, and handed it to Harry. Alan smiled and said gently, "Although this is the first time I have prepared this potion, you can rest assured that there will be no problem." Ron and Hermione heard each other and looked at each other. Harry's expression really didn't seem to be a problem-free look. The facial features were all tied. A large glass of water was drunk by Harry, and Harry was pleasantly surprised to find that although Alan's potion had a strange color and an amazing taste, the effect was indeed very significant. The headache that had troubled him for a long time disappeared, and his mind was clear, like a pair of cool hands before soothing the trauma left by him. "Thank you, Alan. I feel much better." Harry sincerely thanked. Ron and Hermione also looked at Harry and Alan excitedly, and they felt their knowledge was refreshed again. Without the shackles of headaches and nightmares, Harry devoted himself to the intense review, and Alan continued to study the books in his hands, digesting and absorbing knowledge, and turning it into his own. The closer it is to the exam, the hotter the weather, and the hot sun that is rare in northern Scotland roasts the little wizards. And of course it is credit for those exam questions. The roast in the sky and the test in the ground make the little wizards anxious. The large classroom of the exam is fortunate to have a constant temperature function. Otherwise it is really difficult. The practical operation test of the curse class was very interesting. Professor Flitwick actually asked them to walk into the classroom one by one to see if they could make a pineapple dance and walk across a desk. Alan was the first student to be called into the classroom. He heard a request from Professor Flitwick and burst into a mischievous smile. His pineapple had grown his feet, and he was wearing tap shoes. Using all parts of his feet. Rubbing and slapping on the tabletop makes various tapping sounds. The rhythm of this pineapple's foot strikes is complicated and changeable, plus the orange, yellow and round figure, it jumps and is very witty. Professor Flitwick smiled and praised loudly, "Great, Alan, impeccable. Perfect score." Alan also smiled and bowed to this lovely professor. www.mentalnovel.com. When Alan opened when the door went out, many students were using their probes to probe their brains. They all heard the exclamation of Professor Flitwick just now. Looking at Alan's appearance, it seems that the practical test of the spell course is not difficult. When they went in to operate, Professor Flitwick, who was amazed by Alan's performance, calmed down and saw the best. The other students' operations could always be picked out of various flaws. As a result, the little wizards who entered confidently left each one with tears on their faces, and left the examination room. Professor McGonagall watched them turn a mouse into a snuff box. The more exquisite the box, the higher the score. If there is still a mouse whisker on the box, points will be deducted. Alan has no difficulty in turning a rat into a snuff box, and it can be completed almost instantly, but it is not easy to make a snuff box beautiful. He has never seen a few snuff boxes in his entire life. He wants to turn an unsophisticated, grey-haired rat into a British artisanal art treasure snuff box. For Alan, this is the biggest difficulty. Alan first turned the mouse into a grey oval box with a high-quality texture, and then began to change the pattern. The mouse's eyes turned into two extremely shiny obsidian. Its beard formed the name of the school Hogwarts. Its tail turned into a waist chain style. It seems that Professor McGonagall was satisfied. Alan left the test room confidently, leaving envy, jealousy and hatred everywhere. When testing the potions, the little wizards desperately recalled the procedure of forgotten potions. Professor Snape stood behind them and watched closely. His breath could be felt behind their necks, which made them very nervous. Alan is very easy to mix the potion. This difficult potion preparation, for the current Alan, is simply to send points. Chapter 69 End of exam. Modified. Alan accurately grasped the weight of the medicinal materials, the fire of the crucible, and the intensity of stirring, and watched the slowly rising smoke in the crucible. Professor Snape walked behind Alan, watching Alan's gradually forming soup, and suddenly asked, "Alan Harris, are you ready for your relief?" "Yes, Professor, I've done it already." Alan kept the perfect color and top-quality medicines ready for inspection by Professor Snape. In fact, at the moment Alan finished, Professor Snape had already concluded that Alan had full control of the potion. But his nib stayed on the paper and did not score. Without waiting for Professor Snape to speak, Alan, who was very humane, had already pulled out a bottle of potion from the wizard's robe. Professor Snape stood up and observed it, shook the potion, opened the cap and sniffed carefully, and poured a few drops in his mouth to taste. Incorporating mortara juice, aconite, absinthe. Alan admires not only that the other party can accurately report the medicinal materials he used, but also the potion that tastes so strange. The professor actually even no frown. This potion not only eases emotions, but also alleviates the pain caused by black magic. This idea is okay. Edward, who is taking medicine next to him, can't believe his ears. Is this Professor Snape, famous for his poisonous tongue and picky? Be careful of your medicine. Professor Snape actually reminded Edward that although his expression was condensed and his voice was cold, Edward still felt very surprised. Did Alan take the ecstasy to the professor? How could the attitude of the professor be very different from the past? Edward scurried to save his potion while thinking wildly. Alan's eyes are very good. He clearly sees Professor Snape's full marks next to his name. Alan thanked Professor Snape with satisfaction, and left the cold potion classroom. If you say which test is the most relaxing, it must be the flight test. Alan's strength is obvious to all, and has been fully verified in the Quidditch field. Mrs. Huochi just made Alan fly around in the sky, and gave him a full score. The most boring nature for the little wizards is the history of magic exam. Although the test paper sets a lot of questions, it is completely difficult for Alan, who has the ability to remember and take notes carefully, not to mention the history. Say it is an interesting subject, and even use them as stories to relieve boredom. Just as many students are still scratching their heads and thinking hard about which weird wizards invented the automatic stirring crucible, Alan has finished answering all the test papers like a cloud, and the writing is extremely beautiful. But Alan didn't submit the paper in advance, but sitting in a position seemed to be in a daze. In fact, he was reading through the contents of the book in his mind that he passed and did not forget to load. When Professor Binns, who was already in a ghost state, told them to put down the quill with the anti-cheating curse and roll up the parchment for the answer, a huge cheer sounded in the classroom. Finally, they have completed all the exams and they are free. Next, they can easily play for a whole week before the exam results are announced. Was infected by everyone's joy, and Alan also wanted to relax and follow the crowd to the sunny grass outside. The lake in the distance showed ripples in the sun. The breeze came, and I was relaxed and happy. Alan came down the hill, and when he came to the lake, he saw Harry sitting in the shade with a big smile waving to him, and Ron and Hermione were sitting beside him. Alan greeted them in a very good mood and sat beside Harry. "Harry, how are you feeling lately?" Although Alan is not a doctor and is very confident about his medicine, he still wants to know what happened to Harry after taking the medicine. "After taking the medicine, my head didn't hurt anymore, and I didn't have any more nightmares." Harry looked at Alan gratefully, then hesitated again, and asked Alan, "But I can get rid of a faint vagueness. It seems that I have forgotten to do one thing, a very important thing. It's all about exams. I woke up last night and was busy reviewing the notes of the metamorphosis class, and then I suddenly remembered that we had already taken that class," Hermione said in a sympathetic tone. However, Harry could be sure that the uneasy feeling had nothing to do with the exam. He watched an owl flap his wings across the blue sky and flew towards the school, with a note in his mouth. Human intuition is amazing, especially the wizard's intuition. Maybe you really forgot a very important thing recently. In addition to headaches and nightmares, why do you worry about things? Alan followed a temptation. "My most worrying thing." "Why a magic stone, Hagrid?" Harry jumped up suddenly. "Where are you going?" Ron asked with sleepiness. "I suddenly remembered something," Harry said. His face turned pale. "We must go to Hagrid immediately." "Why?" Hermione asked breathlessly, trying to catch up with him. "Don't you think it's strange?" Harry said as he hurried down the grassy slope. "What Hagrid wants most is a dragon, and a stranger's pocket happens to contain a dragon egg. How many people are there, walking around with the dragon egg all day? You know that it is against the wizard's laws. Don't you think www.mentalnovel.com are they too lucky to find Hagrid? Why didn't I think of this before?" "What about? What do you want to do?" Ron asked. But Harry only watched from across the field and ran towards the forest without answering his question. Alan smiled and followed his face with ease. In front of Hagrid's hut, Harry not only asked about the way to subdue the three-headed evil dog Luai, but also learned that Hagrid inadvertently told his heart to subdue Luai in order to get the dragon egg. A stranger. Alan followed Harry. 3 people running around, looking for the principal. The principal was not there. From Professor McGonagall's mouth, he learned that the note in the mouth of the owl just flying over the sky was written by the Ministry of Magic to Dumbledore. Several people were sensitively aware that this was definitely a strategy to tune the tiger away from the mountain. The 4 went to the forbidden area on the 4th floor. As a result, Professor McGonagall ran into the front and was rushed back. It seemed that everything was not going well. Harry was very excited and said that he would sneak out at night and get the magic stone first. Alan had to follow Ron and Hermione's position to face the difficulties together. If you can see Nickel May's magic stone up close, it's good. A few people made an appointment for the meeting in the evening, and then left to leave in preparation for the big event in the evening. Alan doesn't know what he can prepare to destroy Voldemort. He knew that Voldemort with 7 Horcruxes could not be killed. Oh, now there are only 6 remaining Nagini, not yet Horcruxes. The soul fragment on the crown of Ravenclaw has been transformed into a university bully. The energy of the system is gone. Just as Alan thought about going to the Ravenclaw Tower, he ran into Professor Snape in front of the tower. Chapter 70 Pharmaceutical Modified Alan Harris, if you are not going to waste time on useless rest, come with me. Although Professor Snape was not smiling, Alan could feel that he was not as good as his tone cold and hard. Of course, Professor. Alan followed Professor Snape to the potions classroom again. The classroom was empty and there was no one. For Professor Snape's intentions, Alan had a slight guess, but it was nothing more than an improved version of the mitigating agent. But the air was quiet for a long time, and Professor Snape didn't speak, so it was really embarrassing to stand like this. Alan, I think your medicine is easy to use, but it is obviously aimed at a specific target. If it is a general situation, you may only need to ease the medicine and the pain medicine. Your medicine, the ingredients are obvious, and the medicinal materials are also very common. Why is the effect so good? Professor Snape's words made Alan confused, but after a little thinking, he understood what he meant. At the same time, he was sensitive to changes in what Professor Snape called him. Is nothing more than saying that the improved version eases the complex production of the medicament, and the promotion is not high. In addition, he suspected that Alan had another reason for making this potion. Finally, Professor Snape expressed his curiosity and inquiry about this improved version of the mitigating agent. Alan believes that for a potion master, there is nothing to hide the method of making this potion. If you can get the master's instructions, you may be exhausted. Therefore, Alan carefully told Professor Snape his own production process, the method of brewing the potion, and the order of putting the herbs. Professor Snape also listened very carefully and thoughtfully. I have to say, Alan, your potion talent is passable, even with this level of praise. But from Professor Snape's mouth, it seemed to make him a little uncomfortable. Thank you for your compliments. Although Alan has been praised by the teacher as a genius many times, he was still very excited when he heard Professor Snape's affirmation. Perhaps, the harsher the teacher, the more the students yearn for his praise. Like a game that can pass through casually and a game that takes effort to knock down boss, it can play a more complex game and make the player feel more accomplished. And to get the affirmation of Professor Snape, who has always been extremely critical of students and used criticism as an educational method, really made Alan eat a big bucket of ice cream on a hot summer day. Professor, why don't I make a pot of improved remedies? Please help me to see if there is anything that can be improved. To Towley, Alan is willing to show the true pharmaceutical strength, and Professor Snape in-depth exploration. From the heart's point of view, in addition to taking the potion class, Alan, who has been relying on himself to study potions, is also eager to get the guidance of the pharmaceutical master. Your treatment of mortar rat juice is particularly neat, but it seems that it requires the processor to have precise control of the strength, and it does not seem suitable for promotion. However, the removal of your aconite can leave a little bit of root skin, so the medicine will be stronger. Alan wanted to test if someone had taken the compound decoction and disguised as Professor Snape. Even the criticism was so euphemistic. Professor Snape, of course, was not impersonated. He was just a heartfelt admiration. He can't do faster than Alan's treatment of medicinal materials, but of course, he also knows some tricks that can better stimulate the effects of medicine. So many years of research are not useless. So, he made some small suggestions. Alan wrote down one by one, and felt that he had benefited a lot. A little time passed. It was very late, and the brewing of the potion finally came to an end. For Alan, in addition to the complicated technique, the improved version of the mitigating agent requires extra care when preparing, and does not require much time. Put the potions out and put them together, and Alan politely said goodbye to Professor Snape. Obviously, the professor was also a little bit itchy at this time, without much attention, nodding and letting Alan leave. Alan first slipped into the kitchen, filled his stomach, and also asked the house elf to send Professor Snape a dinner. He looked at the time and estimated that Harry was about to leave, so he hurried to the outside of the corridor on the 4th floor, where he was waiting for Harry, and the door to the forbidden place was closed to death. Harry obviously had not yet come. It didn't take long for him to hear the sound of walking on the stairs. He wanted to show up and meet with Harry, but the steps he had just taken were immediately recovered. The sound is wrong. If they were Harry, the footsteps should be 3 people, and this footstep is obviously the voice of an adult. Alan not only hides, but also hides his figure behind a pillar. It was Professor Kelluo, and he looked very nervous. A pair of twitching eyes looking left and right. www.mtlnovel.com. Pale. He found no one paying attention, and the man who opened the gate of the forbidden ground on the 4th floor, and got into it. The door wasn't closed, and Alan leaned over and secretly observed through the door. The violent dog bark came from the room, facing the 3-headed dog Luai. Quirrell was clearly prepared. He took out a harp and applied magic to the harp, although no one played it. The music of ding ding dong dong still flowed from the harp. And Luai, when the first note sounded, its eyes began to droop down. Slowly, Luai's barking stopped. It wobbled a few times. His knees fell on his knees, and then he fell to the floor and fell asleep. Professor Chillo placed the harp at the foot of sleepy Luai, then pulled open the trapdoor and jumped down. Alan didn't follow. Anyway, even if he passed all the levels, he couldn't get the magic stone. It's better to wait for Harry together. After a long time, Alan heard Harry's voice in the empty corridor. How about it? See, Harry whispered, Snape has passed Luai smoothly. Although Harry's voice was very quiet, Alan's facial features were extremely sensitive, and the corridor was very quiet. Alan instantly recognized that it was Harry's voice. They probably wore Harry's cloak. Seeing the half-open door, Harry and they seemed to be more clearly aware of what they were about to face. Harry said to Ron and Hermione under the cloak, "If you want to go back now, I will not blame you." He said, "You can take the cloak away. I don't need it anymore." "Don't talk silly," Ron said. "Let's go together." Hermione said, "There is still me." Alan appeared in the eyes of the 3 Harry, who were surprised and happy. Chapter 71 Breakthrough Modified originally saw the half-open door, and he thought that it might be too late to wait for Alan to come, but in the end Alan had been waiting here. This let a few people breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Alan's strength is obvious to all. Harry looked at each other and pushed the door open. With the creak of the door opening, their ears immediately sounded a low bark. Although the big dog couldn't see them, all 3 of his noses twitched and sniffed wildly towards them. "What is it at its feet?" Hermione asked in a low voice. "It looks like a harp," Ron said. "It must have been Snape's stay." "Not Professor Snape," Alan said heartily, but if he said what he saw at this time, it is conceivable that they would yell and go to the bottom of the question, which is really too time-consuming. Anyway, they soon knew the truth. Alan stretched out his wand, so that the harp at the foot of the 3-headed dog Luai continued to play music. Alan took the lead towards the trapdoor. As he approached the 3 huge heads, he could feel the warm, smelly smell of big dog. Alan pulled the trapdoor open and looked around. The inside was dark. The 3 of Harry crept to Alan's side. "There is no ladder. How can I get down?" Ron looked timidly at the unfathomable hole. "It seems that we had to jump," Harry said quietly. "Who wants to go first?" "Do you really want to jump?" Ron said. "I don't know how deep this hole is." While they were still negotiating, Alan lifted his robe, pressed one hand against the edge of the hole, and resolutely jumped down. Cold, humid air rushed past Alan's ear. He fell down, fell, and then thumped. With a strange and dull bang, Alan fell on a soft thing. He sat up and fumbled around. Although his eyes had not adapted to the dim light here, he knew he was sitting on the devil's net. "Soft landing, you can jump," Alan shouted at the hole, and now it looks like a spot of stamp size. Harry jumped down first, and Ron followed closely, landing on all 4s. "What the is this?" Ron asked as soon as he spoke. "I don't know. It seems to be a plant. It was probably paved here to mitigate the impact of the fall. Come on, Hermione. Harry yelled towards the hole. Don't move. This is the devil's net. Alan had moved quietly away from the pile of devil's nets, and stood on the ground, warning Harry and Ron at the same time. Harry and Ron had wanted to learn to stand up to Alan, but they had been entangled in their legs unconsciously by long vines. Hearing Alan's warning, the two were motionless. Hermione, it's the devil's net. Be careful when jumping down. Hermione had just landed and jumped suddenly after hearing the words, struggling to move towards a damp wall. Although her reaction was already very agile, the moment she fell, the devil's net stretched out snake-like tendrils and wrapped her ankles. Fortunately, Hermione finally broke free before the vines had come and grabbed her firmly. Harry and Ron stared at Alan, and Hermione stood aside in fright, thinking desperately about the habit of the devil's net. Devil's net, what does Professor Sprout say? It says it likes dark and wet. Didn't wait for Hermione to finish. Her eyes and Alan nodded to each other, withdrew their wands together, waving, and saying something in their mouths. A blue bellflower-like flame shot from the wand head. In just a few seconds, Harry and Ron felt that the vines were shrinking away from the light and warmth, and loosened their entanglement. The plants twisted and twitched, automatically loosening the tendrils wrapped around them, and they finally broke free. Thanks to you, Alan. Harry looked at Alan gratefully. Hermione also thought of it. Ron added, it's nothing. As long as your herbal class listens carefully, you'll find it in time. Of course, Hermione is great, and she also thought of the magic spell of flames. Alan spread his hands, so that the teacher's fault now. I always like to take the opportunity to persuade students. Cough. Let's go here. Alan noticed his gaff and pointed to a stone corridor. This is the only way to go. They heard that in addition to their own footsteps, there was also the sound of drops of water dripping slowly down the wall. In such a silent passage, it seemed particularly horrible. Can you hear anything? Ron whispered. Everyone listens carefully. There seemed to be a soft rustle and a ding-jingle in front. Will it be a ghost? I don't know what sounds like wings flapping. www.mentalnovel.com. There is light in front. I see something moving. They came to the end of the corridor. In front of them was a brightly lit room with a high vaulted ceiling. Countless small birds as dazzling as gems fluttered around the room with flapping wings. There is a heavy wooden door opposite the room. It's the key. Alan whispered Ron's question just now and took the lead toward the gate. Key? Ron stared inexplicably at the keys flying in the air. The key with wings. This means... Before he finished speaking, Harry was interrupted by an excited voice. It's Hermione. Look at Alan. Alan had walked safely to a corner of the room and picked up a flying broom. The training content Dumbledore designed for Harry was robbed by me. If he knew what kind of expression it would be, a bit of a prank seems to come to mind here. Alan turned over and rode up. I understand. If I want to pass this door, I have to find the key to this door. Harry suddenly realized, but there are hundreds of keys on it. It's too difficult to get the right door key among so many keys. Hermione had no talent for flying. She looked at the flying wings, the key, a little worried. And Ron looked closely at the door's blizzard. We are looking for a large antique key made silver, shaped like a door handle. Immediately afterwards, they each grabbed a broom, kicked their feet, rose to midair, and rushed into the dense array of keys. They desperately grabbed and fished, but those enchanted keys dodged too fast, and it was almost impossible to catch them. Chapter 72. Courage modified. However, not long after they had just rushed into the multicolored vortex-like key group, Alan had excitedly swooped a key to the door, and inserted a silver key with its wings down into the keyhole, using force with a twist and a click. The door lock was popped open. The key flew out of the keyhole again and slipped away. It was caught twice in a row, and it looked haggard. Hermione landed cheeringly, trying to push the tousled hair that was blown up because of the flight, but she gave up a few seconds later and quickly followed her companion who had come to the door. Alan pushed open the door, and the second room was dark, and there was nothing to see. But they just stepped in, and the room was suddenly brightly lit, illuminating a shocking scene. They stood beside a huge chessboard, with black pieces in front. Those pieces were taller than them, and seemed to be carved by throwing black stones or the like. On the other side of the room, facing them, are some white chess pieces. Harry, Ron and Hermione were trembling with fear. None of the tall white pawns had facial features. "What now?" Harry whispered. "Isn't this obvious?" Ron said. "We have to play chess to get to the end of the room." They saw a door behind the white chess piece. "How to play?" Hermione asked nervously. "In my opinion, we must act as chess pieces, and this level is wrapped in me." After Ron confirmed that he was a wizard, he already had the confidence to know that he didn't need luck. The biggest entertainment when he was a child was to be with his grandfather. Septimus Weasley played sorcerer chess because his family almost gave the children pocket money and even bought snacks, not to mention the more expensive toys. Alan, who wanted to intervene in advance again, shrugged. He actually played well with intelligence wizards. In addition, he wanted to test if he could directly destroy the opposite chess piece to see if he could pass the customs, but when he saw Ron's state, he thought Alan decided to let him show his specialty in his performance in the Goblet of Fire. Ron was really good at playing magic chess, and he soon made an equal share with this invisible opponent. In the end, even if there was one more Alan, he still sacrificed himself at the end to guarantee the final victory. Halfway through, Harry worried about Ron and almost moved at will, ruining the victory he won, but fortunately he stabilized in Ron's roar. With Harry trembling, he moved 3 squares to the left. King White took off the crown on his head and threw it under Harry's feet. They won. White chess pieces bowed back, letting out the way, so that they could walk smoothly towards the door. "Hermione, I don't know what to face next." "But Ron obviously needs treatment." "You take Ron back first, grab 2 brooms from the room where the keys are flying, they will take you through the trapdoor, from passing by Luwai. Then you go directly to the shack where Owl lives, and send Hedwig to send Dumbledore a letter. We need him to rescue him." Harry told Hermione clearly and orderly, which made Alan looked away. "But, Harry, if it was Snape, have you both fought?" Hermione asked worriedly. "Of course I can't fight. It might be impossible, but we can delay it for at least a while." Harry knew that Alan was very strong, but the other party was a professor after all. He was a little uncertain. "If you can't fight, we need you to send a letter to Dumbledore as soon as possible so that we can rescue us in time." Alan smiled and persuaded Hermione to help her straighten her hair with a wand. Hermione hugged Harry, hesitated a little, and hugged Alan. "Good luck to you." Hermione said no more and turned to leave. It was a mushroom with courage and reason. She knew that the sooner Dumbledore was called back, the greater the possibility that Harry and Alan would be safe. So she doesn't want to waste time on useless disputes. Alan and Harry didn't delay anymore, rushed through the door and walked down the next corridor. "We have passed Professor Sprout's institution. That is the Devil's Net. The one who enchanted those keys must be Professor Flitwick." Professor McGonagall deformed the pawns to make them alive. The level left by Professor Chillo and Professor Snape is left below. They came to a door again. Harry pushed the door open. A disgusting odor came out, and they had to lift their clothes to block their noses. The eyes of the 2 were also shed with tears. They saw a giant monster through the blurry tears, which was larger than the one Harry had last contested. They lay motionless on the floor in front of them and lost consciousness. "There is a big mass on his head." "Great. We don't have to fight this monster," Harry whispered. They carefully spanned the giant monster's thick legs. "Come on, I can't breathe." He opened the next door, Professor Snape's level. As soon as the 2 crossed the threshold, a flame rose behind them and sealed the door. "This flame is unusual, it is purple." At the same time, a black flame sprang up from the doorway leading to the front. They were trapped in the middle. After observing the room carefully, they confirmed that there was nothing terrible here, only a table with 7 bottles of different shapes arranged on it. Although Alan doesn't remember the original bottle of the antidote, it doesn't prevent him from finding the correct answer. The smallest bottle. The potion left in this humble little bottle is pitifully small, probably only enough to pass through the flame alone. Harry grabbed the bottle www.mentalnovel.com and poured the potion into his mouth. Alan, you have paid a lot along the way. Let me face it at the end. Harry was calmer than ever. Alan understood that Harry had chosen to face the difficulties in a short time. The choice between life and death. Harry did value friendship and courage. It was a Gryffindor, but Alan didn't plan to drink it himself. He had a way to defend against Snape's flames. Harry, what if the mysterious person is inside? Alan decided to give Harry some hints to avoid panicking when facing Voldemort suddenly. Well, he had escaped by chance once before. Remember? Harry pointed to the scar on his forehead. I might be able to kill him. I can only say that you are a real Gryffindor. Harry, good luck. Alan couldn't help but smile, and it was Gryffindor who acted before thinking. Harry took a deep breath and said goodbye to Alan, and walked straight into the black flame. Alan wrapped the Meow Meow wizard's robe around him, and used the frozen fire spell. This is a spell used in special circumstances when the wizard was punished with fire. The flame will only have a slight sense of numbness to the wizard, and it will not be true hurt them, and even some wizards will use this to tease those muggles for fun. Now the school will not teach this kind of curse that is not usable in modern society, but the library of the Ravenclaw common rooms still keeps how to use this curse. Then Alan activated the stealth function and followed through the black flame. Although it was a little thrilling, the hair on his head was burned. This is not an ordinary flame after all, but the protection brought by the curse and the wizard's robe is also enough to prevent him from taking more damage. Chapter 73. Did I get Voldemort's nose? Already edited at this time, Harry, who entered the last room, was surprised to find that the room was neither Snape nor Voldemort, but Professor Quirin's Chillo, whose speech was stammered and pale. Alan stood aside and watched the incident. If not necessary, he would not expose himself in front of Voldemort, but this close-up observation of the mysterious person in the possessed state is a good learning opportunity. Seeing this one head in front of him with the shape of the face, Alan remembered the double-sided Janus in ancient Roman mythology, and his nickname also happened to be called Quirinus. I have to say that for Chillo, his current fate had already been taken by his parents. He was destined when he was famous. Harry, who did not have any coveted magic stones, successfully obtained the magic stones. Voldemort guessed this and asked to talk to Harry personally and informed Harry of his identity. In the end, the negotiations were fruitless, and he ordered Chillo to seize it. Harry, but once Chillo's bare skin touched, it was unbearably painful. At the moment when Harry fainted, Alan shot, and he slowed down, almost putting his wand on the back of Rocky's head, and then fainted, full of magic, successfully hit Voldemort and still vaguely above the exposed nose bridge. After a bitter slap, Voldemort scolded a swear word. His nose completely collapsed, and he was still in a semi-soul state. This curse also directly attacked his soul. Afterwards, his possessed Chillo fell to the ground, but to Alan's surprise, Voldemort, under this seemingly painful attack, was able to cast a stable black mist at a superfast speed. Ran out of the door. Then, Alan looked at Professor Chillo, who fell to the ground. After all, Professor Chillo was an excellent graduate of Ravenclaw. His theoretical basic knowledge was very solid. He was famous for his talents. If it weren't for his helps of accumulating practical experience in black magic defense, traveling, and encountering Voldemort in Albania, he was persuaded to become a member of the Dark Forces and become a servant of Voldemort. I believe he had a bright future. At least will be a very qualified professor of black magic defense. Good evening, Mr. Alan Harris. It's nice to see you are all right. But Harry looks bad. The sudden Dumbledore walked over to Harry, and Alan didn't know if he came. How long has it been? Realized that Alan was a little bit embarrassed. Principal, I seem to have lost Voldemort's nose. Dumbledore nodded with a friendly smile. As always, it's not easy for Tom to recover. Your curse hurt his soul. After that, Dumbledore remembered to observe Harry's face. And his face dimmed. We must send Harry to Madame Pomfrey immediately. Seeing Alan's tangled expression, Dumbledore misunderstood Alan's thoughts. "Don't worry, Harry will be fine. Mrs. Pomfrey will cure him." Nodded awkwardly. Alan nodded, and was shocked to find that Dumbledore did not use the floating spell but hugged Harry in the princess hug. Remembering that the other party's craze, Alan unconsciously moved away from Dumbledore a few steps. "Now, we need to leave here as soon as possible to find Mrs. Pomfrey." Fortunately, Dumbledore is not attracting Alan to explore the other party's ideas, otherwise his expression would not be so kind. "But how do we leave?" "Are we riding a broom?" Alan said absently in a way. His gaze also looked at Harry in Dumbledore's arms, and apologized silently in his heart. "Of course, we need a faster and more convenient way than a broom." Dumbledore blinked, if not remembered by his memory about his sexual orientation, which would make Alan have a grandfather impression of him. But now Alan can only nodded in harmony. "I saw Dumbledore pulled out a golden feather from the wide sleeves of the wizard's robe. He gently stroked the golden feather and said, 'Fox, I need you to come.'" Alan suddenly realized that Fox is Dumbledore's pet, a phoenix, with extraordinary abilities, able to teleport in the area where phantom shift is prohibited. Almost in the blink of an eye, a crisp, gentle and beautiful bird song came from outside the room. "Alan, what do you think of this cry?" Dumbledore smiled, like a young boy who was showing off his toy. Of course, it was a big boy who looked over 100 years old. "It's very nice. This call reminds me of help and love, as if I have the courage to overcome all the difficulties in the world." These words are not Alan's compliments to Fox. He really thought the voice was really beautiful. "Alan, you are a kind-hearted boy. I believe Professor Chillo will be very sad when he hears this voice." Professor Dumbledore stretched out his wand calmly, and woke up beside him secretly because of the song of the phoenix. The pale-faced Professor Chillo tilted his head and fainted again. "I have to say that our Professor of Black Magic Defense is really talented, and very few people have been caught in a coma spell to be sober so quickly." www.mentalnovel.com Professor Dumbledore said regretfully. Alan heard that he wasn't sure if this was because his strength was not strong enough to make Professor Chillo wake up so quickly, and Dumbledore was only comforting himself, but it seemed that he was a bit too serious about these plots. "It's time to play a game, and then it's the primary goal to focus on improving your strength." Then, Alan observed Fox, and it was not easy to observe a phoenix at such a close distance, not to mention that it was about to show its ability to teleport. "This is really a magical and beautiful creature. It looks extremely luxurious. It looks like bright red feathers all over its body, similar in size to a swan, with a long, shiny gold tail, and a long beak and claws. When you see it, no one can question its beauty and its magic." "Alan, stand by my side." After Alan stood, Professor Dumbledore lowered Har and put a hand firmly under his arm to let Harry snuggle in Dumbledore's arms, and then one hand stroked Fox and said, "Fox, take us to Mrs. Pomfrey." It was a magical experience. Alan felt at the moment his shoulder was grasped by Phoenix, that he was surrounded by a warm breath. This kind of breath was not only gentle, but also made his nerves relaxed for a night. The whole people are bathed in sunlight, warm and comfortable. Before Alan had recovered from this wonderful feeling, they had reached Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. Alan couldn't help but admire Phoenix's strength and envy Professor Dumbledore's ability to possess such a magical pet. "You know, Hogwarts prohibits phantom migration, but Dumbledore can still use the power of Phoenix to transfer to the infirmary instantly, which is too convenient." Chapter 74 Principal's Office. Modified Phoenix is indeed a magical creature, and its abilities are far more than that. For example, its tears have a strong healing effect. Professor Dumbledore was willing to discuss the magical fox with Alan, but heard the sound in a hurry. Madame Pomfrey coming out of the lounge interrupted them. "Oh, Harry, what's the trouble with this little guy?" "Principal, worthy of Mrs. Pomfrey, who sees patients like brothers and sisters, Nightingale in the magic world." Madame Pomfrey didn't see Dumbledore for the first time, but Harry, who was held in the arms of the principal again, unaware of the personnel. From the dress point of view, Madame Pomfrey apparently had long been asleep before. Maybe there is some magic in the school hospital, which can remind Mrs. Pomfrey that a patient is coming. Alan thought, what kind of magic can remind you? Before he could come up with a clue, he saw Professor Dumbledore ride him to answer Madame Pomfrey's question. Well, he was probably hit by black magic. Alan explained Harry's injury in a few words under Professor Dumbledore's attention. Madame Pomfrey directed Alan to carry Harry to the bed in the middle, then carefully examined Harry. For a while, she took a long breath and said with a tired and relaxed look, I can heal. I might have some hardships, but he will be fine. The principal, Mr. Alan Harris, if there is nothing, please let us go first. This child needs to rest quietly. He will wake up in a few days. It seems that Mrs. Pomfrey is well-intentioned, and apparently feels that Professor Dumbledore and Alan who are on the side are very obstructive. Both of them were driven away. Came out of the school hospital. Alan planned to say goodbye to the Principal Dumbledore, but without waiting for him to speak, Professor Dumbledore destroyed his plan. Alan, my boy, I believe that after such an exciting night, you need some delicious food to relax. And my office has a lot of delicious food that the school's house elves don't have. The smiling white-bearded professor is difficult to make people refuse, not because of his food, but because of his principal's identity. Alan can only nodded obediently. It is also good to rub some food. So late, the stomach is indeed hungry. Alan comforted himself. As if seeing through Alan's thoughts, Professor Dumbledore said kindly, late-night meals can relax our nerves, calm our already empty stomach and let us sleep better. Alan nodded gently. Thank you for your hospitality. It's a good boy who is polite and lovable. From helping poor Filch, I was convinced that you are kind. Alan, I have noticed you for a long time. Your grades are very good. The professors at the school are very special. I love you, and the other children admire you very much. I have taught an excellent student like you before, and he likes it to everyone, but unfortunately, Professor Dumbledore shook his head with regret. Alan was stagnant. He knew who Professor Dumbledore regretted, but he dared not say it, so he asked curiously, Professor, who is that person? Well, a boy who has almost the same excellent performance as you, but unfortunately, he finally lost his way. Of course, if there is no distinction between good and bad, he has indeed achieved what ordinary people can't achieve. Professor Dumbledore seemed to be immersed in the memory of the past. Alan did not interrupt him, but quietly followed behind him. Fortunately, the distance was short. The school hospital was on the second floor, and the principal's office was set up on the third floor. Soon, they went to the principal's office together. Buttercake. It was a huge ugly stone beast guarding the principal's office. After Professor Dumbledore spoke the correct passphrase, it jumped aside and the entrance of the principal's office opened. Alan followed Professor Dumbledore on the escalator that automatically rotated behind the stone beast. The escalator carried the two to the door of the principal's office at the top. This is a shiny oak door with a brass door knocker in the shape of a sphinx and eagle. Dumbledore pushed the door in and Alan followed. Professor Dumbledore guided Alan to a huge table. Alan noticed that the legs of the table were in the shape of giant claws. On the table were placed silverware of various shapes and unknown uses, and grey, shabby sorting hats were placed on the shelf beside the table. Alan, please sit down. Let's drink a little honey lemon juice first. I like the sweet taste. Another smile blinked cutely, and Alan smiled in the heart, but smiled cleverly and nodded in agreement. As Professor Dumbledore prepared food, Alan was quietly observing the principal's office. This is a spacious, beautiful, circular room, and the walls are covered with portraits of old-school principals and boys. Perhaps it is too late. They all snored gently in their respective frames. Alan also sensitively noticed that several principals quietly opened their eyes curiously and looked at Alan, probably curious, why are the students still invited to the principal's office so late? The shelf behind the door is home to Professor Dumbledore's pet, Phoenix Fox. Realizing Alan's gaze, Fox glanced at Alan gently, shaking his gorgeous tail. Alan felt from his heart that this phoenix was so elegant and beautiful no matter what it did. Soon, You reads the book www.uukanzu.com. In addition to the honey lemonade just mentioned by Professor Dumbledore, a plate of attractive candy, some full culled berries, and a few pieces of butter cake just mentioned in the passphrase on the table in front of Alan. Please, my child. You must be hungry. Professor Dumbledore kindly handed Alan a large glass of honey and lemonade. Alan nodded gently and took a sip of the drink. It was sweet and slightly cool, making it ideal for drinking on a summer evening. Professor, I am me, unique in this world. If it is really similar to others in some qualities, I believe that I will only be better. Alan pondered and gently spit out the thoughts in his heart. Yes, my child. You are you, not Anun's copy. Although your excellence is obvious to all, but you are born in a happy house and you are gentle and modest. This is very different from him. Professor Dumbledore's tone, it seemed to respond to Alan, but also to comfort myself. Would you like to talk about what happened tonight, Alan? Professor Dumbledore asked with a smile. Of course. Alan felt that there was nothing incomprehensible tonight. He made Harry discover the strangeness of Professor Snape and the way through the trapdoor. Hermione's performance and role in this incident were clear. He briefly said that he had the ability to go through Professor Snape's flame door, and roughly said what he saw behind the door. Courage and wisdom coexist. Alan, you are well-deserved Ravenclaw. Of course. Perhaps it was also very appropriate for the branch cap to put you in Gryffindor. Professor Dumbledore seemed a little sorry. Do you have any questions for me? Then, Professor Dumbledore gave Alan the opportunity to ask questions. Chapter 75 Q&A modified it as very easy for students to listen to the teacher, but to find out their own doubts and ask the teacher. It is a very test of human thinking and self-cognition. After hearing Professor Dumbledore's words, Alan thought about it for a moment and asked his biggest doubt tonight. Professor, why did I hit Voldemort, but it didn't have the effect of a coma spell? After talking, Alan looked a little embarrassed. His coma curse did not make Voldemort comatose, but he used the physical effects to break his nose. Dumbledore raised his eyes and looked serious. Although I have not witnessed your battle, I have some conjectures. First of all, although Voldemort is so weak that he will be parasitic on Professor Chillo, his magic is not comparable to that of a first-year freshman. Even the magic power has far exceeded that of wizards of the same age. Secondly, some defensive magic may be placed on the scarf behind Professor Chillo's head. Judging by Voldemort's mind, he will not let him enter Hogwarts without any protection. So, your spell is not fully effective. Alan nodded thoughtfully. Anyway, studying soul magic is a required course. Child, do you have anything else to ask? Professor Dumbledore mischievously forked a piece of berry and threw it into his mouth. I want to know what happened to Professor Quirrell and what punishment will he get? Alan was a little curious. When they returned, Professor Dumbledore did not bring Professor Quirrell. What if he wakes up from the coma and escapes? Unfortunately, although Chillo was awake twice in his midst, after Voldemort had settled in his body, he might occasionally try to resist. Therefore, in the struggle against the extremely powerful and evil soul in his body, his soul the energy has almost been exhausted. Coupled with the protective magic that touched Harry, he has been severely burned, and even Bobby Mrs. Pomfrey rescued with all his strength. It is estimated that he is in vain. He is really injured. It's too heavy, it's weak, and I am afraid it won't wait for too long and I'll be exhausted. Of course, Professor Snape will rush over to give him a ride. Alan heard from Professor Dumbledore's tone, regret. Professor, you seem a little sad. Alan pointed out this fact. Suddenly he wanted to know what Professor Dumbledore thought of Professor Chillo. Professor Dumbledore can accept Professor Snape, a former Death Eater, and if Professor Chillo can recover, he will be forgiven. The passing of life will always bring countless emotions. Knowing the situation and ending that Professor Chillo may have to face, thinking of the picture he usually teaches the little wizards in the black magic defense class, Alan was also somewhat sad. It is said that a very good Ravenclaw graduate finally fell to this point. In fact, Professor Chillo is indeed a very good teacher. Although he is completely unable to resist the temptation of Voldemort due to his weak will, It is undeniable that he is well versed in the magic defense theory, and the theoretical content taught in the classroom is very solid, at least for first-year students. Theory is more important than practice. Professor Chillo was once a talented but weak boy. In his school career, he has been a lot of mockery for being shy and nervous. He is therefore dissatisfied with himself and hopes to prove himself. Perhaps this is why he will travel around and deliberately train his defensive practical ability. The naive Chillo is probably like the people who think they are insignificant or even ridiculous. There is a potential desire for the world to look at him. It was after seeing his talent and hard work that I hired him to teach a black magic defense class. It is really a pity that if there is no Voldemort, he is actually a very competent professor. Professor Dumbledore said a lot in one breath, and Alan could hear that he was sorry for Chillo from the heart. Seeing Dumbledore drinking honey lemonade frequently, Alan felt that he should leave. Quickly rushed back to Ravenclaw's dormitory, and Alan looked at Edward, who had fallen asleep, and sleepiness and tiredness spread throughout the body. Without bothering to sort out today's gains and feelings, he fell asleep deeply. What Alan didn't know was that shortly after he left, Professor Dumbledore put on his pajamas with a big red azalea pattern www.mentalnovel.com in the principal's office. He published a pair of portraits of successive principals. His opinion: it's really a smart boy, very talented, but he is kind-hearted, has a bottom line, knows how to advance and retreat, and understands what he does. He didn't even ask us what we would do with the magic stone. Fine, Nigelus said with a disdainful smile. You once said that this person is the smartest and most talented student you have ever seen. Now there is another one who has received a similar evaluation from you of students. I said that even if I don't count the influence of the mysterious person, I also have reservations about whether the future of the magic world can remain stable. As Alan said, he is him, and his experience and emotions are unique. Not everyone will choose darkness. I can see that in addition to his clever brain and outstanding talent, he has a heroic spirit and a softness heart. For example, kindness to Filch, who is a dumb cannon, and regret for Chillo. I don't think he will be the next mysterious person. Already immersed in his sleep, Alan was unaware of Professor Dumbledore's evaluation of him, and he did not know that he had become a good student model in Professor Dumbledore's mind. Perhaps it was too tired. In an uncontrollable dream, he came to a world shrouded in dark colors, without a trace of other colors. Only that strong sense of despair was constantly absorbing all the positive emotions in his body. Far away, a black cloud that is constantly emerging like a high tide is rushing to himself. After a while, the unmovable Alan calmed down and found that those hidden in the black shadow are countless monsters that only appear in nightmares. In fact, Alan had already realized that he was having a nightmare, but he just couldn't wake up. He tried to use the magic wand in his hand, but found that he couldn't cast any magic at all. Chapter 76 spread the news modified in an instant. Alan was scared to wake up from the dream. Despair and monster did not scare him, but the loss of magic made him wake up completely. He touched his two cheeks, and found that there were 4 places in his mouth that seemed to be after biting through the skin in his sleep, and faintly, Alan felt that the state in which he was unable to cast a magic wand in that dream was not the most precious thing he had lost. There were still some things in the dream immediately after waking up. It was like he was cast a forgetful spell that made him unclear. Anyway, the calm Alan fell asleep again shortly after pouring himself a glass of water. Perhaps people with regular circadian clocks will have such an experience. For example, they wake up at 6 a.m. from Monday to Friday. Then on the weekend, when they could have a big sleep, under the action of the biological clock, they will definitely wake up at 6 o'clock on time. Even you clearly know that you haven't slept enough. And Alan is like that. While Edward was still asleep, Alan had already got up and was ready to go to the morning room to practice. Alan was a bit envious of Edward at this time. No matter when and under any pressure, he could enjoy a comfortable sleep. After the exam, there is no homework or any academic pressure. He will indulge himself to enjoy sleep. But it is precisely because Edward will allocate time reasonably, although his magic practice ability is not very good. His theoretical basis is very solid. Just like Professor Chillo. Why did you think of Professor Chillo again? Alan shook his head, shoved away those complicated feelings, and left the dormitory. After a hearty workout, Alan's tiredness was swept away. He was refreshed and came to the cafeteria. He was surprised to find that last night's experience went wild. Not only Ravenclaw, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students paid attention to him with curiosity, even Slytherin was no exception. But because of his academic dominance, no one dared to step forward and ask. When everyone pays attention to you, the natural reaction of the human body is not to pay attention to anyone's situation, but to find an area where they feel safe. Alan is like that. Alan came to his familiar position, filled himself with a large bowl of mushroom soup, sandwiched some cakes and snacks on the plate, and began to enjoy. After enjoying breakfast, Alan completely dispelled the unpleasantness that the nightmare brought him. When Alan walked out of the restaurant, he was surprised to find that Hermione was waiting for him at the door. Hermione, good morning. Seemingly seeing Hermione uncomfortable, Alan greeted him. Good morning, Alan, can we talk? Hermione seemed to be freed from the curse of restraint, and after saying hello, she quickly became comfortable. People-to-people interactions are often like this. When there is no contact, it is not worth talking about, but once the first step is taken, the next communication is very easy. Of course, how is Ron's situation? Alan nodded to Hermione, and then asked about Ron's whereabouts. He was knocked out by the last game of the game last night. Hermione raised her chin and lifted up to the Gryffindor seat in the restaurant. Looking in the direction indicated by Hermione, Alan saw Ron's face glowing red, almost all caught up with his red hair, surrounded by a group of little wizards, dancing all over the place. Alan listened carefully and finally knew how last night's experience was known to everyone. That's it. Alan helped us escape the devil's net. Ron didn't mention Hermione. Obviously, in his view, being saved by a boy would make him feel less embarrassed than being saved by a girl. And our talented younger brother, past Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard array. The twin brothers of the Weasley family squeezed the crowd apart, grabbing Ron's arm on one side. Ron, you have said all morning. Do you know where Harry is? Ron woke up as if dreaming, looking around, saw Hermione and Alan at the door, hurriedly shook off the arms of the twin brothers, and squeezed from the crowd. The twin brothers looked at each other and followed behind Ron tacitly. Good morning, Alan. Has Harry not been with you? Do you know where he went? What else have you experienced after the chessboard? Ron was refreshing, asking questions like fireballs. Alan noticed that many classmates slowed down the movements of their hands and the pace of travel, eavesdropping on their speeches. Alan introduced the follow-up in 3 words. When Hermione heard that Harry had been hospitalized, she immediately had no patience to continue to listen to Alan's speech. She grabbed Ron and said she was going to the hospital to see Harry. Alan saw that many people had an expression of approval on their faces. www.mentalnovel.com. At least it can save some of the effects of the points deducted last time, and Harry's situation will be improved. Alan thought, and followed Hermione and Ron to the school hospital. Seeing Harry lying pale and lifeless on the hospital bed, Hermione and Ron were very worried and asked Madame Pomfrey, will Harry be okay? When will Harry wake up? The troubled Mrs. Pomfrey drove them out of the school hospital. You have to believe me, he will wake up in a few days. Now he needs a rest. Please go out. Before leaving the school hospital, not far away, I saw Gryffindor's twin brothers Fred and George also rushed out, and at the same time thrown out 2 white toilet seats. Even worried about Harry's health, Hermione and Ron couldn't help laughing. After saying goodbye to Ron and Hermione, Alan quickly ran towards the Forbidden Forest. On the one hand, he didn't want to be surrounded by people like Ron, telling his experience last night over and over again. On the other hand, he promised that the Horseman Fearns would have time to visit the Horseman tribe. And after the exam, before the holiday is a good time. After entering the Forbidden Forest, Alan relied on his outstanding memory. Even though the adventure was late at night and Gaia was very fast, Alan still firmly remembered the location of the unicorn settlement. After traversing the jungle and the creek, I don't know how many times I jumped and moved, and escaped some strange-shaped creatures. Alan finally came to the entrance of the unicorn settlement. Several golden little unicorns, accompanied by adult unicorns, practiced flying near the entrance. Alan showed his figure. Several unicorns first looked defensively in his direction. Then, after probably identifying Alan, a few little unicorns flew towards Alan cheerfully. Chapter 77 Horsemen Tribe Modified. A few golden little unicorns flew happily towards Alan. Their immature, rickety flight would make everyone who sees them softly smile from the heart. Alan is like this. His face is no longer a gentle smile like a mask, but the whole eye corners and brows show joy, revealing gentleness. Just like the cat slave saw the cat, Alan adjusted the angle of the unicorn's head at this time. Avoid getting stabbed by the horns on their heads, and then stroke it in your arms. After a while, when Alan put down the little unicorns, they still rubbed their heads beside Alan and refused to leave. Alan, are you coming to see us? A small unicorn with wet eyes arched into Alan's arms. I'm sorry, Lucy. This time I came to Gaia. But seeing you is really an unexpected joy. The interaction between people is really sincere, and it is more necessary for animals. So, especially magical animals. Many have the ability to see through lies. The little unicorns were not disappointed or lost. Lucy jumped out of Alan's arms and ran back into the channel leading to the settlement, lively and lovely, running and shouting, Alan, ILL call for you Sister Gaia. It remembers flying when it came. But when it came back, it ran back and forth. Although the body was immature, it still showed elegance and had the unique style of a unicorn. It seems that it will take a long time for the little unicorns to adapt to their new wings. It didn't take long for the sound of the horseshoe to move far away. It was Gaia, and it was holding a basket of colorful berries. These berries are full of color, and at a glance they are fresh and delicious. Alan, come and try these berries. The clan people know you are coming and help me pick them with the fastest speed. Gaia put the basket gently in front of Alan. Alan took a few berries at the top and ate a few bites before thanking Gaia, and gave some to the little unicorn who saw Gaia turned into a good baby. It seems that there is also a strong sense of existence in the unicorn ethnic group. Alan, Lucy told me that you are not here as a guest of the unicorn group, but you have something to find me. I don't know how I can help you. Gaia looked at Alan softly. She had never seen a gentle wizard like Alan, and beside him, she would feel like a spring breeze. Gaia, are you familiar with Vians? It invited me to its tribe before, but I didn't ask about it. The position of the horse tribe. Alan scratched his head embarrassedly. So I want to invite you, help lead the way. Boom, Gaia snorted unkindly, and then laughed out loud. You are careless enough. The host has forgotten to tell the guest's address, and the guest has no way of contacting the host. Gaia forgot. When Firenze invited Alan, it was also present. However, he'll be happy to help you. Gaia, who smiled enough, agreed readily and said he could go at any time. Then exaggerated the front leg to bend the knee to make a lady etiquette, at least the most similar action that the unicorn can make. Thank you, Gaia. Alan also exaggerated a salute, and then picked up a few cranberry plugs, and put the remaining fruits back into the storage space. Waved goodbye to a few little unicorns who were reluctant, and Alan followed behind Gaia and set off for the Horseman tribe. It's been a long time since I've tried running in the Forbidden Forest. Since having wings, Gaia is like a little girl who has gotten a new toy and is not tired of flying. The place they are going to is not far from the unicorn settlement, bypassing a wide and crooked river. Gaia said that she can fly with Alan, but out of respect for Gaia, Alan rejected the proposal. Although Gaia had once carried him in the sky more than once, Alan knew that the cursed unicorn cherished freedom. They walked down the hillside covered with lush, soft grass, and came to a wide valley with a narrow and turbulent river flowing at the bottom of the valley. Large areas of foxglove and wild roses grow on the open space by the river, and bees are buzzing back and forth. Ferns, Gaia shouted suddenly, startling Alan immersed in this beautiful scenery. After a while, Alan heard a sound of horseshoes, da-da-da-da. The sound grew louder and closer, and the whole valley seemed to tremble. Suddenly, Alan saw several animals rushing out of the bushes. The majestic Ferns, the melancholy young Ronan among the horsemen, and the angry Bane, who were still unable to scream with a few horses behind them. The horses of different names and colors, but the overall image of the horses reminds Ilu of the Indian natives across the ocean. Alan was about to say hello to Fezran, and he saw the horses separated from each other, bent their front legs, lowered their proud heads, and lowered their waists, as if saluting a salute to the superior. A majestic, strong horseman came out at a powerful pace. It was still daylight, but Alan seemed to feel that every step of it was starry. Its sturdy horse's body glowed with chestnut luster, the nobleman's head was raised in a chic manner, a gold-eared beard fluttered in front of his chest, and his eyes were deep and charming, as if hidden in the sky. No wonder Fezran will be fascinated by so many little witches after becoming a divination teacher in the future. Their image is really good. www.metalnovel.com. Unfortunately, I don't see any female horses who don't know if it will be the same high face value. Alan thought a bit cranky. Welcome to you, Alan. I am Matilda, the head of the horse. I heard Ferns and Gaia tell you about your story, and I have long wanted to meet you. The star of last night told me that there will be. It's really an honor for our horsemen to honor the guests. The horseman, full of kingliness all over his body, sounded like Hong Zong, but he was extremely calm and majestic. Alan will not underestimate the other party because of its active voice. The horse people always don't like to be blended into human things. They have powerful combat capabilities, superb astrology, and accurate prophecy. They are not less than human wisdom, but they are safe, proud and intelligent. They have survived wars and tribulations but still maintain a good heritage and complete ethnic group, and their strength and wisdom can be seen. But now, the Horse King, who is proud of nature, unwilling to be driven and restrained by humans, is so courteous to Alan, which makes Alan flattered and raised a vigilant heart. Honorable horseman, I don't know if there is anything I can do for you. What are the specific things? Alan went straight in. He didn't want to use the astrology and riddles to answer questions and answers with the horseman. There is indeed a place for you to help. After meeting with you, Ferns found that the astrology has changed. Our horsemen have carefully studied the trajectory of the star, and it has indeed changed. The guidance given to us by the stars is that you have an extremely important item for the development of our family. We do need your help. Matilda admitted that for the wise, it is a waste of time and an unwise move to talk around and bend around, although this is related to the horse's own cultural habits are inconsistent. But after all, there are demands for others. Chapter 78. The heritage of the horse people modified. Whether the horseman's fighting power is strong can be seen from their well-developed muscles, strong bodies and those huge bows and arrows. The information revealed from Matilda's mouth is even more shocking. Not only did they predict that Alan would visit the Horde tribe today, but they also fortunatized that Alan had what they needed. Is worthy of being the race of abundance of predictors and astrologers. Fortunately, they are keen to spy on the mystery of the astral body, focus on exploring the starry sky, and have no spellcasting ability other than divination. Otherwise, the wizards may face them and it is difficult to predict the victory or defeat. I don't know which item you need from me. Alan had a slight guess in his heart. Only the moon gems he had got before could be linked to the celestial bodies he was keen on. Although we can't confirm which item you have is of vital importance to us, but you must have an answer in your heart. If you can get your support and help, we horsemen will do our best to return your affection. Hui. Matilda asked Alan sincerely. Dear Headman, I also look forward to the friendship of the horsemen. I do have an object in my body, but it is an ominous thing, and anyone who covets it will be doomed. Alan was indeed. Anyway, the moon gem is of no use to him. He did not believe in any gods, nor did he know the will of the moon god. Oh, I would like to hear the details. Matilda was very interested, and the horsemen who returned to their normal posture behind it also showed interest. The name of this item is called Moon Jewel. Alan had just said the name of the Moon Jewel, and he saw that Matilda's eyes on the opposite side lighted up instantly, and there seemed to be countless stars shining in the pupil. Fearens and other horses were excited, and even Bane, who was extremely angry last time, stared at Alan expectantly. How Alan got the moon gems was roughly told to the horse people. With Alan's eloquence, he avoided some places that needed to be kept secret, and the revealed parts would not appear to be inconsistent and coherent. Immersed in the abridged version of Alan's story, in fact, Alan does not lie. That's it. The moon gem fell into my hand. Alan finally swallowed and swallowed, remembering the fruit Gaia had given before. The wise Matilda saw Alan's dilemma in an instant. Alan, the good news you brought to our family really inspires us. It is now at noon. It should be your human lunchtime. It has better let us entertain you well. Finally, Matilda asked Fearens to prepare some food and bring it over. Alan, who had received hospitality in the Unicorn settlement, no longer thought silly that the horses would prepare grass for him. Alan is indeed a bit hungry and impatient, looking forward to what the horse-style lunch will look like. Alan thought that the horses would entertain him with a lot of berries like a unicorn, but unexpectedly, the horse invited Alan to eat cooked oatmeal sprinkled with sunflower seeds, seasoned with vanilla and cheese. And apparently the horse people do not have miners' prohibition regulations, and also gave Alan some fruit wine made from fruits and honey. Alan took a sip and the degree was quite high. Although they are not as good at cooking as the house elves who are good at housework, they are more natural and tasteful. However, where are the raw materials for these homemade cheeses collected from the horsemen? I don't seem to see what animals they graze. Alan noticed this doubt after eating the last piece of oatmeal. Drinking enough, Gaia politely said goodbye to Matilda. Matilda did not retain. The next thing is not suitable for Gaia to be present. Alan, I don't know if we can take out the moon gem for us to study. It's such a god. Letting it sit idle is a real disaster. Matilda's words did make sense. For Lon, it is useless. Alan took the yellow gem out of the storage compartment of the system, and occasionally a streamer crossed the gem, and Matilda looked at it with fiery eyes. Alan saw this, and generously handed him the moon gem. Let Matilda study and play. Seeing the other person's appearance, Alan couldn't help but vomit. This horseman wants to discourage it. Fortunately, it didn't say my baby. For a long time, Matilda returned the gem to Alan, and he said with a long breath, "It is indeed a curse, and it is quite advanced. I am afraid that it can only be lifted by holding the Kuran ceremony and gathering the power of the stars. Fortunately, the inheritance of our horse people is complete. A ceremony to hold the ceremony of Kuran can be arranged." After obtaining Alan's consent, the horse race was quickly mobilized, and the logging, leveling, and solemn faces were sprinkled with silverstone powder and painted with unknown patterns. Everyone, oh, no, the horsemen are doing their utmost to complete the task on their hands without any slack. Matilda was calm and commanded. The command was organized, the entire ethnic group was busy and not chaotic, and the efficiency was amazing. Noticed that the horse people couldn't reach the ground directly with their hands. Alan on the side couldn't help but start to be distracted again. These horse people can't wipe their buttocks when convenient. Alan, in return for your generosity, are you willing to visit our heritage of horsemen? After the layout was completed, Matilda interrupted Isla's thoughts and invited him to the horsemen. The holy place of a family visit, the place of inheritance. This is definitely a great trust in Alan. It seems that the moon gem is useless to Alan, but it is the treasure that the horse people dream of. www.mentalnovel.com. Alan, who was a little bored, already agreed, and followed closely behind Matilda. At the same time, he noticed that Matilda just called Fearens, Ronan, Bane and other 6 strong horsemen to follow. The other horsemen stayed in place to protect the newly arranged formation. Was destroyed? Passed through the wooden gate formed by the intersection of 2 huge elm trees, and Alan came to an extremely secluded place, a bun-shaped green mound, sitting on the top of a lush, lush vegetation. Under the thick shade of the big tree, there is a winding path leading directly to the center of the hill. Under the leadership of Matilda, Alan escaped some traps set by horses and went straight into the mound. It's not obvious to look at the mound outside, but when you walk in, there is no other way. Where is this ordinary mound? It is simply a huge fortress. Alan followed Matilda to the left and right. The structure inside the fortress is complex. For those who are not familiar with it, it is a huge maze. The four walls of the fort are all piled up with huge, smooth stones. Through the dim light, Alan noticed that there were some strange characters carved on the wall, as well as many pictures of horses. All this is to show Alan that although he has not yet completely handed over the Moonstone, the Horsemen did take him to the Holy Land of Horsemen, place of inheritance. I don't know how long it took to walk, but when Ronan began to pant, Matilda finally stopped. In a huge stone room, the patterns carved on the walls made Alan understand that this was the destination of their trip. Matilda asked Alan to help himself. Later, it arranged for the 6 horsemen including Firenze to remember these patterns carved on the huge stone wall before night, and pay attention to observe the details needed to inspire the ceremony of Kuran. Chapter 79 Gift of Kuran modified. The 6 horsemen such as Firenze and Ronan looked dignifiedly in front of the stone wall with those patterns that Alan could not understand, as if the most fascinating thing in the world was the stone wall in front of me, and there was nothing to separate them. Although Matilda allowed Alan to walk freely in their inheritance, Alan felt that it was better not to be excessive. Matilda saw Alan's at a loss and thought about it, and said to Alan, "Alan, if you want, I can walk with you in the fortress." Absolutely desired, respectable leader of horsemen. Without losing the number of manners, it is naturally best to have more insight. They passed through the stone room, and continued to walk along the paved path. Alan observed the words and patterns on the wall all the way. He could discern that most of these patterns were describing various stories about horsemen and stars. With some shallow knowledge learned from astronomy, he understood 0. A small part of the celestial body is running regularly, but the trajectories of various celestial bodies are combined together, and what Alan represents is unknown. As for the text with complicated patterns, Alan knows nothing about it. These words are probably ancient magic texts, Alan guessed. Although Alan, who owns the Xwibber system, seemed very ignorant at this time, it did not prevent him from keeping these unrecognized words in his mind. The broader the knowledge, the more you know, the more you feel that you need to learn more. Alan, it's almost time, we have to go back to prepare for the ceremony. Alan, immersed in the memory of these patterns and words, didn't realize when Matilda left, and it was not until the beginning of the dream until this time. Waking up, he recovered from the majestic inheritance of knowledge, walked out of the fortress in a trance and returned to the forbidden forest. The moonlight sprinkled the silver glow on the branches of the tree like water. The air at night is cool and fresh, with a subtle floral fragrance. This coolness filled Alan with various patterns and words. The brain that was about to explode calmed down, and the tense nerves gradually relaxed and gradually smoothed. "It's really good weather tonight," Matilda said easily. Indeed, in this wide valley, there is no trace of wind, only horses or perches all lying under the shroud of this starry sky, looking up at the sky with contentment. Alan subconsciously went looking for the figures of the 6 horsemen, such as Firenze and Ronan, but they had no trace. The moon is empty, and it sheds a bright light. This valley is completely visible, only in the dense jungle in the distance. The quiet moonlight and the shadow of the trees are intertwined, making it difficult to distinguish the scenery. The valley at this time is very different from what Alan saw in the daytime. The soft lawn in the middle has been completely replaced by the flat ground. The line pattern that Alan has seen in the fortress is painted with silver stone powder. These patterns form a circle, but the inner lines are more intricate and complicated as they go inward. These patterns drawn by silver stone powder exude a luminous glow under the moonlight. The most middle position surrounded by the lines is the wooden platform built by the horses with huge wood, which is very rough and simple. On the wooden platform, The 3 pieces of wood were intertwined by various vines and thrust straight into the sky. Matilda jumped high and stepped on the wooden platform. It raised the horseshoe and struck the wooden platform 3 times. In an instant, a powerful knocking sound came from the wooden platform. This sound seems to be the only way for horses to convey information. Soon, if there are thousands of horses roaring, a large group of horses appear in the valley. They have different colors and sizes, but without exception. What's more, their mane sparkles in the moonlight. At this moment, they stood still in the valley, their eyes fixed on the King Matilda on the high platform. The tribes, we are together today to better explore the secrets of the stars. Our friend Alan generously sent the moon gems. Although the gems are currently entangled by the power of curse, I believe that after our gift of Kuran baptism, it will definitely restore its original face. Matilda's words were full of confidence and courage. As soon as his words fell, the horses who had been standing still immediately clamored and stirred up. www.mentalnovel.com. It seems that they are all excited about the news of the moon gems. Quiet, now, please stand fast according to your corresponding constellation position. The horsemen responded and quickly found their respective positions. Now, the salute of Kuran begins. Matilda raised her 2 front legs high and stepped heavily on the wooden platform 6 times. 6 huge knocks sounded in the valley, and Dada's horseshoe sounded again in the distance. Fearens and 6 other horsemen jumped high over the bushes and ran to the wooden platform with their heads high. The mane on them shone in the moonlight, full of energy. The brave Kuran warriors, it's time for you to play. The stars and sky will be your help. Now please come to the place where you should be. Matilda solemn. Fearens they immediately stood on the 6 spiral patterns painted with silver stone powder around the wooden platform. Alan noticed that each of the 6 selected Kuran warriors had a different mane color. Everything is back to silence. Suddenly, Alan seemed to hear a deep and wonderful music ringing in the valley. This is not an illusion, but a faint tapping sound, similar to the sound of human tap dancing. Alan shook his head hard, listening to his ears, and the music sounded louder and louder. This was a rough and trance-like melody. Suddenly, Alan reacted and looked at Fearens them. I saw that at the beginning. They just bent their knees gently and hit the ground. At the back, the horseshoes became stronger. The horseshoes hit the ground faster and faster, and their forelimbs raised more and more. The music composed of these Dada's horseshoes became more and more high, and gradually made people feel like a rainbow. Chapter 80 Moon Gems Uncursed Modified. Alan handed the yellow moonstone to Matilda, who bowed deeply to thank him, and then did not know where he pulled a scepter from behind. The scepter was as white as jade. At the top of the scepter, there was a circular hole in the hollow. Matilda placed the moon gem on the position of the hole. The original unpretentious scepter instantly issued the silver brilliance. The moon gemstones were suspended in the round hole, without any entanglement, as if they were attracted by a magnetic field, and became part of the scepter. Matilda raised his scepter, stepped back a few steps, jumped high again onto the wooden platform, then it did not stop and continued to run forward. Alan's heart lifted up, and then went forward. Matilda was about to hit 3 tall trees standing tall, not far from the giant wood. With the impact of running at full speed, Matilda slammed the forefoot on the wooden platform, leaping high, and the vigorous majestic seemed to be flying to the moon in the sky. At the moment of falling, Matilda firmly inserted the white scepter with moonstones into the gap between the 3 giant trees. No one controlled the scepter. In the music played by 6 horsemen of Fearens with horseshoes, the scepter began to rotate rapidly. The patterns drawn by the silver stone powder around the wooden table are getting brighter and brighter. Numerous silver lines seem to rise in the air, suspended in the sky, and the white moonlight shines on these patterns, and then gathers into a beam of light, shooting straight on the moon jewel that stood high and kept spinning. The lustrous yellow light on the moon jewel gradually dazzled, as if a small sun had risen in a valley. Alan noticed that the light emitted by the moon gemstones irradiated the horses, and from their feet, The apertures of various sizes and shapes were slowly raised. Every horseman expresses a comfortable look. It didn't take long for Alan to notice that the magic in his body was cheering and leaping. The dazzling light hit him, but he didn't feel uncomfortable, but felt it was very soft. Everyone was immersed in such extreme enjoyment. I don't know how long after that, Matilda raised the horseshoe and stepped heavily on the wooden platform, making a rhythmic stress, while chanting, "Accelerate." All the horsemen lifted their horseshoes together, following the rhythm of Matilda and pounding the ground. The strange thing is that such heavy trampling did not bring up any dust. Instead, the aperture on them gradually rose and condensed into a sphere of light. A colorful ball of light rises into the sky and flies towards the scepter on the wooden platform, surrounding the moon gems, like the stars arching the moon. Alan was keenly aware that their position was quite consistent with the position on the star chart. The moon gem is spinning wildly, and the colorful light around it like stars are getting brighter and brighter. Finally, they converged to the top of the scepter, emitting extremely dazzling white light. Matilda backed off again, jumped sharply, grabbed the scepter, pointed in the direction of the horse people inheriting the holy place, and shouted, "Kuran liking." The voice just fell, and the dazzling white light ball at the top of the scepter suddenly popped up and ran in the direction that Matilda just pointed. Matilda jumped off the platform and ran towards the heritage Holy Land. The Kuran warriors and all the horsemen ran with it, and the whole valley seemed to be shaken. Firenze grabbed Alan when passing by Alan and threw Alan on his back. In the horseman's fast Mercedes-Benz, Alan had to hug the waist of the humanoid part of Firenze's upper body tightly, so that he would not be thrown off the horse's back in the rapid running and jumping of Firenze. When they arrived at the heritage Holy Land of the Horse People, all the horse people could not help but slowed down their paces, watching the silver lake that suddenly appeared in the heritage Holy Land. The lake is as calm as a silver plate, and as a mirror, it seems to bring the stars to the world. Matilda walked to the lake, leaned over, held a cup of water, poured it into the mouth, and tasted it carefully for a long time. All the horsemen looked at him expectantly. Alan also knew in his heart that the extra lake must have been transformed by the dazzling white sphere just above the scepter, but he didn't know what a strange effect it had. Therefore, Alan also focused on Matilda, not letting go of its slight changes in expression. Matilda first closed her eyes and pondered, and then her eyes suddenly opened, her eyes bright like a bright starlight. Ethnic people, our inheritance Holy Land has since added another holy lake that we need to protect with life. It will serve as a place of adult baptism for our juniors, using the lake water full of stars to encourage the little horses to stimulate divination talent, see through the secrets of the stars. Now, I will name it Xingu in the name of the Ma people. The horse people raised their front hooves and stepped on the ground, cheering together, celebrating the birth of Xingu. Matilda pressed her hands and continued. The formation of the Star Lake must thank a person. He is a generous human wizard, Alan Harris. We will engrave this scene in our holy place. Let Alan, the friendship of our horsemen will remain in our hearts. www.mentalnovel.com. Now let us cheer his name. Alan, Alan, Alan. The horse people cheered Alan's name, and Alan could see the gratitude contained in their happy eyes. The tribes. The Caronly has been completed. Presumably you all want to feel the effect after the baptism. Let's observe the trajectory of the stars and feel the instructions given to us by fate. Matilda's instructions are obviously very in line with the horse people's wishes. They scattered in twos and threes, standing or lying under the clear night sky, observing the astrology. Despite their different body sizes, different colors of mane, and different postures, the same is the pair of eyes full of joy and the concentrated expression. With the moon jewel, the effect of the Karen ritual looks great. Alan, thank you very much. Matilda walked to Alan's side. Thank you very much. It's no big deal, it's just a coincidence. I got the moon gem. Alan is very humble and can get the friendship of the horse people, which is enough. Alan and Matilda walked along this beautiful star lake and talked while walking. Matilda, the moon gems were cursed. Do you really use them like this? Is there really no problem? Alan couldn't help but think of the tragedy where the moon gems have been masters. The ritual of Kuran not only purifies the horse, it also stimulates the power of the stars to erase the curse wrapped on the moon gem. This is a unique inheritance of our horse tribe. Matilda looked proud. Alan, for our horsemen, you lost the moonstone, but our horseman tribe has hidden an item that the wizards dreamed of. I hope you can accept it as you lost the moonstone's compensation because of us, Matilda said sincerely to Alan. Chapter 81 King Arthur's gem changed. Matilda deserves to be the king of the family. By looking at Alan's unabashed expression of longing, he knows that Alan is moving. Matilda couldn't help but show a smile on his face. Although Alan, a good wizard, had a gentle temperament and outstanding strength, after all, he was still young and didn't know how to hide his preferences. Actually, Alan didn't know how to cover it up, but if I asked for it directly from Matilda, it was still a bit embarrassing. I had to express my heart through the unabashed desire of expression. This gem is said to have been used by Merlin. Merlin was a student of Hogwarts Slytherin College, but by chance, he returned to a farther past, assisting King Arthur, and this gem once it is embedded in the crown of King Arthur. In fact, before the cairn of wrong, we horsemen cannot accurately predict the future, only me, through this gem can slightly open a gap of destiny. Now, after the baptism of the cairn of wrong and with Star Lake again, I think that with our own ability, we horsemen will be closer to fate. As for what magical power it still has, it is up to you to explore it yourself. Matil staring at the Star Lake fiercely, he seemed to see a brighter future for the horseman. Merlin's gems, once inlaid on the crown of King Arthur, have the effect of predicting. Whichever one is taken out alone is worthy of a storm in the magic world. This is indeed more valuable than the moon gem, but Alan is more concerned about the people about Merlin returning to the past to assist King Arthur. As we all know, time travel cannot exceed a certain level. A witch named Eloise Mintab, a silent man in the Department of Mystery Affairs, used time converters in experiments to return to the past, from 1899 to 1402, and was trapped there for 5 years. Day after, she caused serious interference to the life trajectory of all the people she met in the past. At least 25 of their descendants have disappeared from modern times and become never born. And when she finally returned to the present, her body's age increased by 5 centuries, and she suffered irreparable damage. She eventually died at the Sanmunga Magical Injury Hospital. How did Merlin resist this kind of long-term travel to the body? What caused damage? Misunderstanding Alan's thinking and thinking that Alan was afraid that he could not protect this treasure, Matilda continued, at the ceremony of Kuran, I see better than everyone because of my position, and the fate is closest. Alan, I admit, this gem is not only due to your generosity, but also our horsemen want to be with you. Although our position has always been without any conflict with humans, but the astrology shows that an unavoidable war is about to begin, and no creature can stay out of it. And as the leader of the horse people, I must consider our future. And your friendship is what we need. Matilda's remarks are not intimidating. Alan knew clearly that even in the original work he had seen in the previous life, the Maran joined Hogwarts under Firenze's persuasion to fight against Voldemort. What's more, with this variable of his own, the other party wants to move closer to himself, also out of interest considerations. Although Matilda's meaning was clear in his heart, Alan thought of the possible future war, but he was still depressed. This is not a peaceful world. If you do not work hard, your life will be threatened in the future. Although the final victory in the original book really belongs to Harry, in addition to his own efforts, who can guarantee that the Harris family can also laugh to the end? Being thankful for your love, it is my pleasure to get your fancy. I am also very willing to go back and forth with the people and wish our friendship to survive. Alan didn't hesitate anymore. In front of smart people, any hypocrisy, pretending to refuse will lower your style and make you laugh. Sure enough, Matilda understood. Merlin's gems are now stored in the holy place of our horsemen. Please follow me. Alan followed Matilda's footsteps again into the Mazza-like fortress. But unlike last time, Before entering the stone chamber where the Kuran ritual was recorded, Matilda prevented Alan from entering. It jumped directly to the middle of the stone room, and then jumped regularly. The sound of its horseshoe hitting the ground, together with the echo from this empty stone room, formed a very strange music. Alan's blood and heartbeat seemed to be violently beating with the rhythm of this piece. Finally, Matilda leapt high and rammed his head towards the position of the scepter drawn on the stone wall. Alan couldn't help but exclaim, but sensibly told him that Matilda would never do anything stupid. Sure enough, at the moment when Matilda's head touched the stone wall, the entire stone wall became nothingness, as if it was enveloped by a layer of tulle. At the moment of leaping in, Matilda had only time to give Alan a look, but Alan instantly understood what it meant, and he wanted Alan to keep up. It is similar to the way to enter the 9 platform. It is really a genius idea. Everyone who enters this stone room may be attracted by the pattern of the Kuran ritual painted on the stone wall. Who can expect another mystery behind this wall? Alan admired the founder of this holy place, but his action was not slow. He quickly walked into the stone room and traversed this tulle-like stone wall. At the moment of crossing, Alan felt as if he had jumped into the icy water, surrounded by a bone-chilling chill. But as Alan stepped into this hidden dark room, the cold that Alan had just experienced seemed to be an illusion, leaving him far away. Entering this dark room, the most conspicuous thing is a huge statue of a horseman. www.untilnovel.com. It is extremely powerful and majestic, with short blonde hair and slightly curly hair, piled on the head in disorder, and the cheeks on the face are also golden. Compared with its powerful appearance, it has a gentle look, a smile on it, and the forehead and eyes reveal the wisdom of the wise. It wore a red cloak, its front legs slightly bent, squatted on the ground, and pointed at a stone platform below. And Matilda was standing in front of the stone platform, bowing his knees to salute the statue of a horseman. Around the stone room were a few magic lamps. The dim light spilled over the stone room, making the dark room dark, but it felt peaceful inside. Alan noticed that some horsemen's armor, helmets, bows and arrows, scimitars, and spears hung on the walls of the stone room. Out of friendship with the horse people and respect for the horse people, although Alan didn't know who the horse person carved by the statue was, he still straightened his dress and walked forward slowly to bow and salute. This is exactly the ancestor of our horse people, our horse's glory, Kuran. The gift of Kuran is inherited from him. Matilda was obviously very satisfied with Alan's respect, and explained the identity of the statue. Turned out to be him. As long as I heard about the ritual of Kuran, Alan felt familiar, and now seeing the statue, Alan understood the identity of the horseman at once. Kuran's ability is outstanding among the horsemen. According to legend, he is almost omnipotent and omniscient. He hides in the Pilvin Cave and teaches the world martial arts. All his students, even if they have only learned one skill, can dominate the world. Yasong, Hercules, Orpheus, and even all the heroes in ancient Greek mythology came from his door. Kuran can really be said to be the ancestor of the Greek hero, and his disciples are collectively referred to as the heroes of Pilvine. The Sagittarius in the constellation is named in order to miss it. Chapter 82. Merlin's gem-modified Kuran is indeed great, and Alan admires not only its talents, but also its character. According to data records, Hercules accidentally wounded his teacher, Kuran, in the process of chasing a centaur robber, using the indestructible arrows given by the teacher. The arrow passed through the body of a centaur robber and hit Kuran's throat in the back. Kuran was not dead, but Hercules' arrows dipped in the blood of Hydraxudra, and Kuran felt pain and torture more than death. At that time, Prometheus was tied to Zeus on the Caucasus mountain because of stealing skyfire for human use. One day, Hercules came here to find Hesperides. He saw the evil eagle pecking at Prometheus' liver. At this time, he took out his bow and arrow and shot the evil eagle from Prometheus' liver. Then he released the chain, liberated Prometheus, and took him away from the cliff. But in order to meet Zeus' conditions, Hercules left the half-horse and half-horse Kentaros Kuran as a stand-in on the cliff. Although Kuran can ask for eternal life, in order to understand and save Prometheus and suffer from Hydra, he is willing to give his life. Kuran decided to exchange himself with Prometheus to free Prometheus from suffering and give up his eternal life, so that each could be relieved. Alan also saw related patterns on the stone walls of the inheritance holy site. Kuran could have lived forever, but it seemed to foresee his own death before hitting the arrow. He specially designed and built this intricate fortress as a place for the horses to inherit and store your treasures here. Only the descendants directly under it master the method of stepping into this dark room. You know, Voldemort must have eternal life even if he splits his soul, and Kuran clearly has the opportunity to live forever, but he willingly gives up in order to understand and save Prometheus. This is a wise and decisive choice. The spirit of others is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Therefore, Alan, who knew the deeds of Kuran, would awe in awe. Matilda stopped talking and raised his two front legs. He stepped on the stone platform in front of Alan's startled gaze. As its last note was played, Shitai sank to the ground, and a stone pillar slowly rose in front of Alan and Matilda. After the stone pillar stopped rising, Matilda issued a strange and short syllable. This syllable is not a beast language, and Alan could not clearly understand its meaning, but the stone drawer that smelled and popped from the stone pillar, Alan guessed what it meant. It should be open. And the blue gemstones in the drawer made Aaron no longer able to explore the meaning of the syllable, and his eyes were occupied by this Merlin gemstone. Now, it's yours. Matilda motioned to Alan to take out the gem. Putting this gem in the palm of my hand and carefully looking at it, Alan found that it was not a deep blue color. The blue color was the color of seawater in shallow water or pale sky blue, and the faint blue light that occasionally flashed on the surface of the gem seemed to be telling Alan about its extraordinary origin and mysterious history. Although it is not clear about the magic of this gem, Alan has already put it down. Even if its origin is not clear, and its magic is not known, light alone is enough to conclude that it is a valuable treasure with its amorous appearance. Perhaps blue has a magical attraction for wizards. Ancient wizards listed blue gemstones as the top of all gemstones, thinking that blue gemstones can explain to them mysteries and predict the future. This makes sense. When the moon gem was held in the palm of his hand, although Alan thought it was precious, it was never as cherished and obsessed as it is now. You can enjoy this beautiful gem at any time. After a busy night, we should go to enjoy the beauty of the starry sky. Matilda expressed euphemistically, it's time to leave here. Alan understood what Matilda meant. He carefully stuffed the Merlin gem into his sleeve, but actually received the storage compartment of the system, and then followed Matilda to leave the dark room. The moment they came out, the wall of nothingness returned to its original state. Back to the outside. www.mentalnovel.com. The stars in the sky, the fragrant flowers, the pleasant insects. Everything looks so comfortable and beautiful. Alan's mood is extremely good. Gaining the friendship of the Horsemen and meeting the magical Kuran of the Horsemen, the most important thing is to get the gem of Merlin that makes Alan put it down. Farewell to Matilda. Alan refused Matilda's good intention to let Firenze send him out of the Forbidden Forest. Alan didn't want to alarm the horses who were immersed in the mysteries of the stars. After making sure that no one was following, Alan concealed his body and quickly ran towards the Ravenclaw Tower. When Alan returned to the comfortable bed, the first ray of the sun had been shed on the earth, and the whiteness of Fishbelly appeared in the east. Although it was already dawning, Hogwarts remained quiet. The breeze gently blew the gauze curtain in front of the window, penetrated Alan's curtain, and smoothed his excited nerves and restless heart. Alan thought he would be insomnia excited, but after kissing Merlin's gem, in such a quiet environment, he quickly fell asleep. In the next 2 days, Alan was in a good mood. Although he had finished the exam, he still maintained the regular schedule. Studying Merlin's gems daily during morning exercises and before bedtime has become Alan's most enjoyable time. Until this day, Hermione and Ron rushed to the library and told Alan that Harry had already awakened. With Harry's pleading, They got permission from Madame Pomfrey and went in to chat with Harry for almost 15 minutes. Although Alan did not intend to disturb Harry's rest, he went to the school hospital out of necessity of etiquette and asked Mrs. Pomfrey to give Harry the berries he had previously obtained from Gaia. Go in and meet him. Obviously, Mrs. Pomfrey greatly appreciated his visit. Chapter 83 College Cup Change. This is the berry given to you by Alan Harris of Ravenclaw. I think you can eat more, which is good for your recovery. Madame Pomfrey took the fruit basket from her arm and put it straight Harry's bedside. She pushed the fruit basket in front of Harry, and moved some unhealthy snacks such as beans, chocolate frogs, etc. behind the fruit basket without trace. Harry picked up a bright, rosy, full-bodied cranberry and put it in his mouth. A sour, astringent but fresh taste instantly occupied Harry's entire mouth. Harry couldn't help but reach for another one. Seeing this, Mrs. Pomfrey nodded with satisfaction. This is healthier than making them into jam. It is very helpful for preventing urinary tract infections and bladder inflammation. It is especially suitable for women. Hearing the words, Harry could not help but retract the hand that stretched out the cranberry. When Alan entered the auditorium from the school medical office, he was satisfied to see that the decoration of the auditorium had been decorated with blue and bronze colors representing Ravenclaw to celebrate their winning the Academy Cup. On the wall behind the guest table, there is a huge banner painted with Ravenclaw eagle. Passing by Slytherin, Alan found that Slytherin was glaring at him. This is normal. Ravenclaw's victory ruined Slytherin's dream of winning the Academy Cup for 7 consecutive years. Is not just Alan. Every Ravenclaw will get this kind of treatment when passing by Slytherin. It's just that Alan has the most hatred in the eyes. His nickname of Point Control is not just for fun. As long as he is there, the highest score in each class must belong to Ravenclaw. A Ravenclaw student, after studying Hogwarts, a piece of school history in his spare time, claimed that Alan was the best scorer in Hogwarts history. This news was personally confirmed by Professor Flitwick. He was very proud of the appearance of talented students like Alan in Ravenclaw. Alan walked to the position where Ravenclaw sat on his long table, and no one occupied it. It seemed that all Ravenclaw took this position for granted to Alan. Alan had just sat down and heard Edward's excited voice, "Alan, we won the Academy Cup." At the other end of the Ravenclaw table, Penlow is counting the scores of various colleges with excitement. The 4th place is Gryffindor, 312 points. The 3rd place is Hufflepuff, 152 points. Slytherin 472 points. And we, deservedly the 1st place. We also won Quidditch. Ravenclaw 568 points. In this regard, Alan was not surprised. Even if it did not meet Dumbledore's hopes, but he would not be shameless to such a degree. Even if the score was so large, he would force points to be added to Ravenclaw, be overtaken by Gryffindor. When Professor Dumbledore announced the achievements of various colleges, thunderous cheers and stomping broke out on Ravenclaw's table. Alan noticed that although Gryffindor ranked 4th, he was also celebrating the Slytherin defeat with warm applause. And Slytherin, although his dream of winning the College Cup for 7 consecutive years was crushed by Ravenclaw, still maintained the proper demeanor, with a polite applause for Ravenclaw's victory. Yeah, good performance. Dumbledore said. However, a few things that happened recently have to be counted. The auditorium became very quiet, and Alan's heart was raised. Dumbledore the professor won't give Harry each 100 points. In fact, Alan believes that the extra points of the original book are very unfair, which violates the school's, even Dumbledore's own Gryffindor, that does not allow students to go to the 3-headed dog room because of their violations. While other colleges, especially Slytherin, turned to Gryffindor overtaking because they had violated the school rules. Dumbledore cleared his throat. I still have some final points to be assigned. Let me see. By the way, the first item, Mr. Ron Weasley. Ron looked at the face. The child rose red, like a carrot basked in the sun. He won Hogwarts' most exciting game for many years. I reward Gryffindor College for 50. The cheers of the Gryffindors almost overturned the enchanted ceiling. The stars above them also seemed to be shaking slightly. You can hear Percy telling other heads aloud, "It's my younger brother, you know. My youngest younger brother." Successfully passed Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard array. Different from the nervous Ravenclaws beside him, Alan was relieved to applaud Ron calmly. Everyone finally calmed down. The second item, Miss Hermione Granger. When her companion was in crisis, she calmly brought Ron back to Hogwarts, and notified the teacher in time. "I want to reward Gryffindor College 5 very 10. Hermione buried her face in her arms, and the Gryffindor classmates were ecstatic, jumping up and down at the dining table. Evie had risen by 100 points. The third item, Harry Potter said Dumbledore. The auditorium suddenly became very silent. He showed great fearless courage and extraordinary courage. For this, I would also reward Gryffindor College for 60 points. The noise is deafening. Those who shouted hoarsely while still calculating the score in their hearts knew that Gryffindor is now 472 points, exactly the same as Slytherin's score. Dumbledore raised a hand. The auditorium gradually became quiet again. There are many kinds of courage. www.mentalnovel.com. Dumbledore smiled. We need Superman's courage to deal with the enemy, but to maintain our position in front of friends also requires great courage. Therefore, I would like to reward Mr. Neville Longbottom and Mr. Foleg Stoke for each 10th. Now, Gryffindor has successfully surpassed the second-ranked Slytherin. The auditorium was silent and everyone was waiting for Dumbledore's next words. The students of Gryffindor looked forward to it. They didn't know if there would be other bonus points, although the bonus points they got were basically catching up with them. Half of the semester, but if you can get some more, maybe the College Cup is theirs. Mr. Alan Harris, in addition to being able to analyze calmly in the face of the fire, he also showed Ravenclaw's knowledge and cleverness. And I added 60 points to Ravenclaw. Dumbledore's words just fell, and Ravenclaw's long table burst into warm applause and cheers. Their score controllers lived up to expectations and laid the last hard foundation for Ravenclaw's victory. Alan has no special feelings about this. No matter whether he gets a bonus or is deducted for violating the school rules, it will not have any substantial impact on Ravenclaw's championship. Gryffindors celebrated their surpassing their old rival Slytherin. And Hufflepuff, who has always been peaceful, was also excited by this one after another situation. For Slytherin, as long as he didn't get the first place, then all other results would be considered failures. But at the last moment, Gryffindor overtake the group of snakes' faces a little bit greener. The following year and dinner, honey pie, royal butter chicken, Yorkshire pudding. All kinds of delicious, all kinds of drinks to the little wizards who were not affected by the appetite of the College Cup. Chapter 84 Grade 1 Changed. The unbridled celebration made the Ravenclaw little wizards almost forget that the test results had not yet been announced. Whether it was expectation or uneasiness, the day when the test results were announced came as scheduled. Alan won the first place in the grade with an impeccable overall score of 0. The second place in the grade, Hermione of Gryffindor, seems to be stimulated by Alan's excellent results. No matter where he goes, he carries a thick magic book. Edward's performance in other subjects is not bad, only the potion class score is flying at low altitude. But it also makes him very satisfied. I thought I would fail. Professor Snape's expression when I saw the potion I brewed made me think I would never see you again. It seems that I still have room for improvement in terms of potions. Alan felt that Edward really didn't need to worry. Even Slytherin's Crabbe and Goyle could pass the final test. Who else would be expelled because they failed? Oh, yes, Slytherin's Quidditch captain Marcus Flint. He was relegated because of his results. It was Harry. His grades surprised the students of Gryffindor, although after the year-end banquet, because he and Ron, Hermione, and others won 1800 for Gryffindor, the Gryffindors have forgiven their loss of a large number of points for violating school rules. But Harry's performance this time made their impression of Harry once again. Harry's situation in Gryffindor has greatly improved. almost returning to the state when Harry was just assigned to Gryffindor. Whether it is a wizard or a mole, children who learn well are always more likely to get the favor of others, respect and friendship. Probably because Alan, your potion is really effective. After I drink it, I can guarantee sleep and focus on the book, Harry said to Alan gratefully. Alan, who knows the potions of potions, believes that this is the result of Harry's concentration on learning under the leadership of Hermione. Of course, the potion no longer made Harry's forehead sore, so he no longer had nightmares, and provided a guarantee for Harry's intent review. But if Harry does not work hard, it is useless to drink many potions. Of course, if Harry is not rejected by Gryffindor classmates for making mistakes, he will not be blinded and completely immersed in his homework. It seemed that all of a sudden, their wardrobe was empty, and everything was packed in the suitcase. Alan returned all the books borrowed from the library. The notice was sent to each student, warning them not to use magic during the holidays. Oops, I'm counting on holiday magic to show my sister and change some pocket money. Frigg was a little annoyed. Alan felt that this kind of regulation was actually set by pure-blood wizards in order to ensure that their children gain sufficient advantage. He decided to remind these students who would return to the Mole world. In fact, if you just cast some fluorescent spells on the quilt, or occasionally hide in your room to practice one or two small spells, the Ministry of Magic is not so strict management, mainly not to be seen by moles, of course, not like in school. Just use it frequently, like Hermione Granger secretly practiced repair spells before the start of school this year and fixed Harry's glasses on the train. It doesn't matter much to me. Aunt Petunia, they don't know that we can't use magic. This summer vacation, I have to get happy with Dudley. Harry's face showed a mischievous smile. Edward sat beside Alan, holding a copy of The Mole World in My Eyes in his hand and read it carefully. Alan asked strangely, do you still need to study moles? No, I'm trying to use mole theory to explain magic recently, thinking about how to apply magic to mole society. Edward did not raise his head. His tone and expression showed that he was not talking about playing. Then you will be a good friend with Mr. Weasley. He is also keen on studying mole things, and trying to combine magic with objects in the mole world. Alan couldn't help whispering. However, you should study the international secrecy law. Before leaving school, Alan went to the Forbidden Forest again. Gaia and the little unicorns warmly welcomed him, and after showing their amateur flying skills, the little unicorns arched him again. In the Maran tribe, after receiving Matilda's permission, Alan filled a few barrels of water from the Star Lake and planned to baptize the family, although Matilda was not sure whether this would still achieve results. It generously stated that if necessary, Alan could lead his companions to Xingu. Hagrid is responsible for leading them to the fleet crossing the lake. Looking back on the boat, Hogwarts fell silent and stood quietly on the cliff. Having lived here for a year has made Alan have an indelible love and trust for Hogwarts. www.mtlnovel.com. It's been a long time since I saw you. Now, they have been on the Hogwarts Express train, talking and laughing all the way, watching the countryside outside the window getting greener and cleaner. The train drove through mole towns. Edward ate BB beans, and Alan took off the wizard's robe and put on his jacket. Finally, in the evening, the train stopped at the King, Platform 9 at Cross Station. It took them a long time before they all walked out of the platform. A shriveled old guard stands at the ticket gate, allowing only 2 or 3 people to pass at a time, so that they don't have a large number of people coming in and out of the solid wall at the same time, and the protection spell can prevent them from causing moles. Our attention. Alan could have gone out quickly, because of his excellent performance, constantly obtaining points and honors for Ravenclaw. He almost became the uncrowned king of the first grade of Ravenclaw. All Ravenclaws believe that Alan deserves a unique treatment. For example, at this time, all first-year freshmen of Ravenclaw are willing to give him his place and ask Alan to leave first. Alan refused politely. Alan did not want to do anything with a small grade. He distinguished himself from the little wizards. It is not yet time to do so. After a long line, Alan finally left the 9 platform, he saw Albert with soft blonde hair at a glance. "This is my eldest brother, Albert. He is an Auror." Alan proudly introduced his loved ones to Edward. Edward hurriedly bowed down to say hello, and he and Harry and Foleg were saluting at the same time, and Albert once served as their science teacher. After saying goodbye to the little wizards, Alan dragged his salute, followed Albert's footsteps, and set foot on his way home. Chapter 85 Vacation Modified. And his elder brother, Albert, returned home at a joke, and Mrs. Morgan Laffey Harris was already busy working in the kitchen. At home, only the youngest son, Alan, needs to go to Hogwarts. She can't meet for a long time. Mrs. Harris misses Alan very much. "I adjusted the class early and deliberately freed up the time this afternoon to renovate a table of food, all of which Alan likes to eat." "Hurry up, Alan. Hogwarts food is good, but it is still more delicious." After hearing Len's praise, Morgan Le Fay smiled and gave Alan a big bowl of creamy mushroom soup. Eating and chatting, Alan told the family about the interesting things happening at Hogwarts, and the vivid description would sound more exciting than personal participation. "I really want to know, this year's College Cup, who will fall?" Ren said seriously, without waiting for Alan to answer. He said again, "Slytherin again?" "Counting this year, they have been 7 consecutive. I got the College Cup in 2016. Ravenclaw." Looking at Len's surprised expression, Alan said in a good mood, "It is our college. Ravenclaw won the College Cup, and it is a big score ahead of all other colleges." "Well done, it's amazing." Ren gave a tribute to Alan with a sigh of relief. "If I was born 1 year later, I really want to see the expression of the group of snakes." "Alan, how are your test scores?" After Alan started to eat dessert, his father Owen gently asked about Alan's test scores. "All got excellent, the first grade. The Ravenclaw who scored the most points is also me." Alan told the truth. His expression was very calm. "Are you kidding me?" Albert was so surprised that he forgot to put the cured meat on the fork into his mouth. "Lun's expression is incredible." "Alan, you really got all the full marks, which is the first grade." Irving thinks that Alan can get all the best in the first grade. After all, it is not uncommon for the 5th grade OWLs to get O. But he is also a bit surprised by the addition of the most points. Although he knew how smart his children are before school, magic is more than just a good head to learn. Alan rushed into the bedroom and opened the suitcase. While changing the mole clothes on the Hogwarts Express, he tucked the wizard's robe into the box. At this time, the robe had to be pulled out again, because the certificate of achievement was hidden in the sleeve of the wizard's robe. Returned to the restaurant again and handed the certificate to his father Irving. Alan once again forked a white sausage. On the Hogwarts Express, he barely ate anything. He was really not interested in snacks such as weird beans and chocolate frogs. Personal bonus points also set a record. Autographed by Professor Flitwick. Irving stared at the proof with wide eyes, as if he could not see enough. Mother Morgan Laffey also leaned in and looked at the proof and kissed Owen with a happy face. Daisy and Len glanced at each other, and they were surprised. Their younger brother really became a school bully, even more powerful than Len. Albert became the most calm person besides Alan, and fought side by side with Alan. He knew Alan's strength. Compared with a little wizard who has not graduated and can defeat so many adult wizards, it seems no surprise that all the first grade exams can get full marks. "I'm going to post this certificate on the wall." Morgan Laffey received the certificate happily, measuring where to hang it most conspicuously. "Alan, you will be written in Hogwarts school history." Ren looked envious. Although he was also a school bully in school, he was not as good as this. Alan smiled humbly and got up to make black tea, so as to ease the emotions of the overly surprised family. When he was seated again, his father Owen was already thinking about what reward he would give him. "Alan, what do you want as a reward?" Hesitantly, he decided to ask Alan himself for advice first. "I want to travel and relax under the different scenery." Alan now has free time and money, but he really wants to take a walk around. Because Hogwarts was a boarding system, Alan felt that he was being held for too long. "No problem. Our family did not spend the holidays together for a long time. Everyone please take a few days of vacation. We have a good time to relax. Owen Harris. Some emotion. People are middle-aged. Public affairs and private affairs are endless and trivial. Rarely have time to spend time with their family. Alan is so good. www.mentalnovel.com. Refreshing their knowledge again and again. He feels that he cares too little about the children. Alan saw his father's expectant and guilty face, and swallowed it back into his stomach when he reached his mouth. What he wanted to say was to travel by himself and see the world. I didn't expect my father to understand that I was traveling together for the whole family, but I also wanted to. My age is still too young. Similarly, the three older children who had already worked all saw the father's thoughts and did not raise any objections. Little sister Emily excitedly hugged a furry toy rabbit and jumped around the room. The next topic successfully changed from Alan's Hogwarts information to where to go on vacation. Albert and Ren tend to go to some mysterious adventure places with ancient wizard legends, while Mother Morgan Le Fay and Sister Daisy tend to go to the beach. In such hot weather, you can swim at the beach. What a pleasant thing to taste ice cream. Since the time of traveling at the same time is not counted as Alan, but also the little girl Emily, Owen finally decided to go to the beach. After Alan took Emily to study and play at home alone for 3 days, everyone finally coordinated the time and could travel together. They chose to go to Cornwall Beach. The sky is beautiful. On the day when Alan went on a trip, the sky was blue and far away, and the sun was shining brightly. This crescent-shaped golden beach is made up of glittering bays and offers magnificent views of the lighthouse, with the mildest climate in the UK and the waving palm trees and translucent waters. This hidden gem has a clear tropical feel. It's a great place for a summer vacation. Alan walked on the beach, watching Daisy in a bathing suit screaming as Emily ran towards the sea like a child, and smiled. Chapter 86 Giant Sea Snake Modified. Chapter 86 The Giant Sea Snake. Just when Alan was enjoying the sea breeze, the small waves and the beach leisurely, a sudden dizziness struck Alan, which felt fleeting, and the long-lost system prompt sounded suddenly at his ear. Drive by accident. The magical creature Sea Snake, who broke into the Mole world, was grateful to the moles, and received a reward: the ability to activate the hostess snake slots. Alan's nerves tightened immediately. There are sea snakes nearby, but the rewards are not bad. The language of unicorns and horsemen is very similar and simple and easy to learn. However, languages like snake monsters are too difficult to understand without snakes. Alan once saw a book in Hogwarts called Where Are the Magical Creatures? There was an introduction to sea snakes. Although their appearance is quite scary, wizards know that they have never. No one has been killed, but the moles have whimsically described their brutal behavior. The sea snake's body can grow to 100 feet, and its head is like a horse's head. The long snake neck often arches out of the sea. Its danger level is 3 stars. Recalling the day 2 of Sea Snake, Alan felt that the difficulty of this task was to obtain Mull's gratitude. There is no museum in the Mull world that holds evidence of the existence of the magical sea snake. The Department of Magical Biological Management and Control of the Ministry of Magic must be involved in the management of sea snakes. It must be appreciated by the Mulls before the Ministry of Magic officials appear. At this moment, a cry came from a long distance on the sea surface. There are monsters. There are monsters. This short voice was quickly engulfed by the waves. If it weren't for Alan's physical fitness, after a long period of exercise, he is already a little successful, and his 5 senses are extraordinary. It's really hard to hear. The lifeguards on the beach lookout looked frightened, whistling desperately, waving flags, beckoning people at sea to come back quickly. After discovering that many people didn't see his movements and heard his whistle, the lifeguard quickly climbed down the lookout pale and ran towards those people, waving the flag while running. Unlike those who hurried ashore and hid in the distance, Alan was as flexible as a monkey, and climbed up to the lookout twice. I saw a huge wave rising in the distance, and in the rough waves, I could see a giant sea snake moving forward in the sea in a twisting manner. just like an eel moving forward. Suddenly, the sea snake protruded its huge horse-shaped head high above the sea surface, and in an instant, a terrified scream came from the crowd. With the presence of telescopes, distance is not a problem. Muggles came into close contact with sea snakes through their lenses. However, for Alan, who had seen the power of a plesiosaur, it was not very scary. Perhaps in the eyes of Muggles, this giant sea snake is to rhythm, but Alan feels that it is just lost. I don't know how to go home. Of course, the shape of the sea snake is really scary, and Alan feels that its size is definitely more than 100 feet, which should be far beyond this figure. And if Alan is only relying on his own real strength, it is really hard to say who wins and who loses. Fortunately, Alan's family came to this beach for vacation, and the strength is quite good, especially Albert Azara. It's necessary to notify the department as soon as possible. Irving Harris looked at the moles running around, worried. Don't waste your time notifying the Ministry of Magic. He'll let Benny deliver the letter. You'll help. Alan quickly called Benny, and at the same time, ran to the ice cream cart on the beach and tore off a curtain. Use a colorful advertising inkjet pen to write, "The Cornwall beach found a sea snake broke into the mole world. Please solve it quickly." Then he motioned for the Benny to fly to the Ministry of Magic. Alan played a careful machine. At first, he did not indicate that this is not an ordinary sea snake. Secondly, he did not tell Benny which department or person to send the letter to. Benny had to find the correct recipient. It will take some time. After doing this, Alan found that his father had rushed up with his wand. Alan was anxious and screamed in his heart, "Don't grab my task." When passing by his father, he was also on a motorboat. The motorboat split the wind and the waves and went straight to the sea snake. Alan, Mr. Harris and the sea snake battled together, and the magic of various colors hit the sea snake. It didn't take long for 3 motorboats to rush up, and only one Daisy, Albert, and Ron had to ride one another in a hurry. LaFay is taking care of his young daughter Emily, while watching the situation. In the eyes of the moles, the scene was terrifying, and a few strange people ran to the monster in a silly way. The waves were raging, and the monster's grim head roared while attacking the rushing humans. Its huge body shoots the sea like a huge wave, like a mountain. www.mentalnovel.com. Those few people are probably going to be buried under the sea. It didn't take long for the sea to calm down, and the motorboats rushed towards the beach. People were pleasantly surprised to find that there were no casualties on the motorboat. They dragged the huge sea monster to the shore at an incredible angle. This giant sea snake lay quietly on the beach. The curious person had gathered around and pointed at the sea snake. This is really a terrifying and magical monster in the sea. It has no wings but a thick, long, curvy tail. Do you look at its head? Does it look like a horse's head? Such a small head is out of proportion to the body. Look at its mouth. How big is it? It still has scales, and the skin is very hard. A bold tourist poked the snake body with a wooden stick. The sea snake's eyes opened sharply, and the tourists who were carefully observing its face in front of it were scared to sit on the ground and fled back in embarrassment. People exclaimed. Alan immediately jumped forward and issued a coma curse centered on the head of the sea snake. The sea snake's head fell heavily on the beach, hitting a deep hole. Just as the sea snake fell again, a group of wizards in robes suddenly appeared on the beach. Their division of labor is clear. Some people come straight to the sea snake, and some people directly cast a wide range of forgetting spells on the moles on the beach as soon as they arrive. Owen Harris, who is also good at forgetting spells, also joined. Alan, how are you? A witch appeared beside Alan. Alan took a closer look. It turned out to be Aunt Josephine. He suddenly remembered that Aunt Josephine was working in the Department of Magical Biological Management and Control of the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 87. Amos Diggory modified. Our family is here, Aunt Josephine. Look, Dad is there. Alan pointed to Mr. Harris, who was struggling to cast the forgetting spell in the distance. Then the owl who came to report it also belongs to you. Aunt Josephine raised her eyebrows. Yeah, what's wrong with Benny? Alan tried to pretend to look innocent. It flew everywhere in the Ministry of Magic. Fortunately, Arthur saw it and sent it to me in time. otherwise I don't know how long it will take to discover. Aunt Josephine pinched Alan's ear and learned. Also, there are so many and so big sandy beaches in Cornwall, one by one. Do you know how hard it is? I'm sorry I didn't think about it, but Aunt, I'm still a kid. In order to save his ears, Alan quickly confessed. Josephine, this boy, a tall man with a yellowish complexion and a narrow face, came over. The most striking thing is that he has a long red beard and his crooked nose and high cheekbones make him look like the Kelmick. This is my nephew, Alan Harris, who just finished Hogwarts first grade. Seeing the coming person, Aunt Josephine gave up the sentence that aggravated the ears of Alan because it was just a child. I plan to introduce my nephew to the wizard who has just appeared. Alan, this is North Marcus of our company. Don't look at him as weird, but kind-hearted. His nose is just to protect a horned beast, and he was beaten by a black wizard who was sad and sick. Crooked. Aunt Josephine enthusiastically introduced her colleague to his nephew. Yes, I didn't expect the bad guy to use unrecoverable black magic. When encountering bad guys, you must pay attention to protecting your nose. It is really important. Hello, Alan. Northmore grinned. The silly look diluted the strange feeling brought by his face. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Kelsis. Alan greeted him politely and could not help but secretly think of the mysterious man. Not only meet bad people need to protect their nose. This sea snake is really long. It seems that it has lived a long time. It may break the longest sea snake record known in the magic world. I don't know where it came from, but it broke into the beaches of Mulls. Northmore quickly focused on the sea snake on one side and observed with interest. Are you Alan Harris? Another witch came over. He looked serious, and his short curly brown hair was neatly wrapped together. Although he is middle-aged, he can see that his facial features are upright. His eyes are calm and personable, and he is a stable and reliable wizard. Alan, this is Mr. Amos Diggory, and his son is also at Hogwarts. Aunt Josephine introduced it in a timely manner, and Alan felt that Mr. Diggory had some questions. Suddenly, it seems that he is the father of Cedric Diggory. Hello, Mr. Diggory. Alan saluted again politely, which made Amos Diggory's impression of him particularly good. Hello, Alan. It's nice to meet you. I heard Cedric say that you are the first freshman and the student who has scored the most points in Hogwarts history. Cedric, today a lot more points have been gained. Amos did not skimp on his own praise. My son Cedric is also very good, and he also got a perfect score in his metamorphosis. He is also a seeker of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. Alan, you are a chaser, right? Of course. In the Quidditch game, the position of the player is the most important and the most noticed. Only those who fly the fastest, have the best flying skills, and have a keen eye can serve as the player. Cedric is a very good player. Find the golfer. Without waiting for Alan to be humble, Amos gushed. Alan felt that his previous impression of this gentleman was broken like a bubble. He was obviously a serious and kind gentleman. When he talked about his children, he turned into another person. This is the dazzling baby, right? Cedric Sr. is indeed excellent. Alan wisely did not argue with the old gentleman about the importance of teamwork and cooperation, nor did he emphasize that this year's Hufflepuff Quidditch team lost to Ravenclaw. The facts on the hands, so as not to stimulate the beloved father. Yeah. Let me just say, Cedric's excellence is obvious to all. He is handsome, personable, hardworking, compassionate and just. He is an excellent wizard. Alan, if you often together, you will definitely become good friends. The agreed Amos almost forgot his task, and had a heated conversation with Alan, and soon became like an old friend. Alan had to do is nod his head when he was up, and say the right time. It is true. You are right. Aunt Josephine on the side could not help but smile and said to Amos, www.mtlnovel.com, Amos, you see, Alan, they subdued such a weird sea snake and protected the Mulls on the beach. Their bravery prevented the casualties. Alan notified us in time to minimize the exposure of magical creatures, and even the last coma curse was released by him to protect the Mulls on the beach. Isn't it an exaggeration to give Merlin Jazz Medal? This, after all, is just a sea snake. When talking about the business, Amos hesitated. This sea snake is the longest known sea snake by wizards, and perhaps the most powerful. Hearing about sea snakes, Northmore said excitedly that he had measured half a day of data. It happened to follow Amos' words, seamlessly, as if they were saying good things to Alan specifically. Really, God assists. Alan gave Northmore a thumbs up in his heart. We just have to write the report truthfully, and the people above will naturally have a conclusion. Aunt Josephine simplifies the fact that a large number of reports and proofs have to be written. Looked at Alan, who was doing a respectful gesture next to her. Amos Diggory gritted his teeth and agreed. As Josephine said, he only needs to write some reports, and the success or failure depends on the Wizarding Association. The members of the Reverse Occurrence group are finally finished. I don't know if there are any fishes that are missing, but it doesn't matter. Every time moles think this kind of fish that is missing the net is bragging or getting drunk and going crazy. Then Alan, we will bring this sea snake back to the ministry. Say hello to your family for me. We still have a lot of materials to write. Go back first. See you later. Aunt Josephine was eager to go back to implement the reward for the Allen family, hurriedly greeted his brother Owen Harris, and Phantom disappeared on the beach. Chapter 88 Merlin Jazz Class 3 Why are your Aunt Josephine so anxious? Irving Harris asked Alan, puzzled. Aunt is really a smart and wise woman. Alan praised Aunt Josephine unanswered, which made Owen even more puzzled. Albert and Ren and the members of the Reverse Occasional team said goodbye, and they came to Alan. How about Daisy? Albert was a little puzzled not to see Daisy, who was still fighting with them. Daisy is probably worried about Emily's safety, and went to find her mother and Emily. Alan knew the whereabouts of Daisy clearly. His outstanding 5 senses made him notice Stacy's departure. Daisy and her mother found it quickly, but they searched the whole beach, but they didn't see Emily. She was separated from her mother just now. Everyone's face was filled with anxiety, and his mother Morgan Leafy Harris almost cried out, I shouldn't have watched you solve the sea snake and let her alone. Let her wait for me behind the reef. Don't worry, Mom, we will find Emily. Albert was not relieved to Mrs. Harris. He found a little clue. Albert went straight towards the ice cream cart on the beach. The owner of the car ran away when the sea snake appeared, and after being chased by the members of the reversal incident team and clearing his memory, he was struggling to throw stones at the beach. So what is the sound from the ice cream truck now? There will never be a mouse. Albert opened the car door and got in. Isn't it a hideous little mouse hiding here? Emily squatted in front of a strawberry-flavored ice cream bucket. When Albert brought Emily to everyone, she looked very funny with a mouth full of cream, and everyone couldn't help laughing. After an event like the Battle of the Sea Snakes, everyone felt tired and hungry. Irving waved his hand and decided to go to the nearby town to find some food and take a break. Wandering in the seaside town, Alan felt that this town is full of art and romance. Huge row of English-style low-rise houses are built on the mountain, extending from the pier to the other side of the hillside. In the middle are scattered narrow streets with many individual shops on both sides. On the contrary, it is quiet and very suitable for strolling and exploring. Walked through many art galleries with a deep artistic atmosphere, and Alan and his party found a restaurant by the sea. This restaurant is built with dark wood, low ceilings, dim light, and the outdoor fishing port scenery is seen through the small wooden windows, making people feel small and sentimental. The bar sells a variety of fresh beer. Irving not only ordered the ale beer that men love, but also ordered a lot of fruity sweet wines such as Sydney fruit wine for Mrs. Harris and Daisy. Fine wine and gourmet food, and various local seafood dishes are served on the table. Although the method feels slightly rough for the British, it is better than fresh. After drinking enough, Alan conveyed greetings from Aunt Josephine. When Alan said that at the suggestion of Aunt Josephine, the Department of Magical Biological Management and Control would apply for the Merlin Medal for the whole family, all members of the family except Emily were extremely excited. Auntie really said it is possible? Ren was pleasantly surprised. If he could get a Merlin Medal, he would be willing to fight the sea snake every day. This honor will become an important information for his future promotion. But we haven't made any particularly outstanding contribution. It's just a sea snake. I'm afraid I won't get such a high reward. Daisy didn't think there was anything remarkable about what she just did. We have defeated the longest and most powerful sea snake ever. Alan explained to Daisy what Northmore had just said. The same dispute was staged in the Ministry of Magic. Have we ever had such a precedent? We have seen a lot of disputes because the magical animals do not know how to hide their bodies. But it is too exaggerated to reward the Merlin Medal of Honor for the wizard involved. The person in charge raised this question after asking Aunt Josephine, Northmore, and Amos in detail. Of course there is a basis for strength. Aunt Josephine was fully prepared and said without delay, according to the records of Surrey, in 1932, a naughty Welsh green fire dragon swooped towards a crowded beach. UUKanzu.com was packed with moles who were sunbathing on the beach. Fortunately, there was a wizard who was there on vacation. Their bravery prevented the King of Wounds. Then, their family was awarded the Merlin Jazz, the title of a first-level wizard. Although the family of Mr. Harris only played a magical creature marked as a Thrystal sea snake, this sea snake is far longer and fiercer than ordinary sea snakes. Therefore, I think that at least a 3-level medal can be awarded. Aunt Josephine has a good reason, plus the fact that he is originally the Ministry of Magic himself. It will be very beneficial to the Ministry's propaganda work. This successfully moved the president of the Wizards Association, and finally decided to grant Mr. Harris a 3rd-level Wizard of the Merlin Jazz on the proposal of Aunt Josephine. After quickly passing the news to the Allen family with an owl, Mr. Harris' family, who had already rested at home, was so excited that they were eagerly awaiting the award ceremony. To this end, Len practiced smiling many times in front of the mirror. He asked himself to show a generous smile when awarding. Mrs. Harris took Daisy to Diagon Alley and ordered a magical robe for the whole family. Mr. Harris looked at the mirror and shaved his beard carefully. Alan and Emily are the most calm in the family. Alan is at peace, and compared with the so-called honor, he is more concerned about improving his strength. The little sister Emily didn't seem to understand what was happening, making the whole family so excited. In the expectation of the whole family, it soon came to the day when the Merlin Jazz Medal 3 was awarded. The whole family got up very early. The mirror at home became a sought after. Ren and Daisy competed for the right to use the mirror. Don't give in. Even Albert, who had always been steady, couldn't help checking his new wizard robe over and over again. Chapter 89 Ministry of Magic Modified. Owen, after confirming that his family was all there, took out a peacock-shaped pendant. "Daddy, what is this?" Emily asked Dad curiously. "This is the door key." Owen's tone sounded good. "What is the door key?" It seems that Emily is at an age where she likes to ask questions. "Did you not use it last year?" The door key is a magical item that can quickly transform people from one space to another. Irving is very patient with everything about her cute little daughter. It's at least much cleaner than Floof. Albert and Ren wanted to move the Phantom to the Ministry of Magic and meet with their families, but Owen thought that since it was a medal awarded to the whole family, it should be the whole family people act together. Everyone grabbed the quill on the peacock pendant. Mr. Harris pinched a quill of the peacock. Emily, learning from his father, pinched one. Immediately afterwards, the family surrounded this little peacock pendant, and everyone pinched a peacock's feathers. According to the number of feathers, this door key can still take many people. Alan suspected that Mr. Harris must have chosen the most beautiful, not the most appropriate when he took the door key. You should know that the appearance of the door key is generally quite ordinary, unobtrusive, and being able to lead a person to carry out space-time transformation by being cast by a wizard with special magic. This also explains the loopholes in the management of the door key. In the final of the original Flame Cup, the trophy was illegally replaced with the door key. After everyone stood, Alan felt as if there was a hook behind the belly button with an irresistible momentum, and then both feet left the ground and flew away. Flying like a gust of wind, nothing could be seen right in front of him. The door key seems to have a magnetic force, sticking his finger on it to ensure that Alan will not get lost in the space. Soon, Alan found himself standing on a dirty street. The wall on the side of the street was painted in a mess, with various colors of paint and various crooked handwriting. Several dilapidated buildings were fragile and paralyzed aside. A bar is very sparse. There are no guests in it. Quietly, "We're here," Owen said succinctly. He pointed at an old red telephone booth that was missing a few pieces of glass and stood in front of the wall that was heavily scribbled. "Everyone follow me." He opened the door of the phone booth. Alan wasn't sure if he wanted to walk in. After all, it was so narrow. Albert and Ren followed without hesitation. Morgan Le Fay hugged Emily, and walked in. Daisy frowned, carefully lifting her velvet robe, and even tucked it in. Alan walked in and found out that although the space inside was narrow, everyone was crowded together, but it really just accommodated the Allen family. Alan suspected that even a few more would be able to pretend. Even if there are only 2 people, it will be crowded. At this time, Alan was squeezed against the phone, and the phone was hanging on the wall like a barbarian had tried to tear it apart. Mr. Harris crossed Alan and got the receiver. "Let me see. 6. He dialed the number, 2. 4. One more 4. Another 1 2. When the dial returned to its original position steadily, a cold female voice came from the telephone instead of from the receiver in Mr. Harris' hands, but the voice was very loud and clear, as if there was an invisible woman is standing beside them. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please report your name and occupation." Mr. Harris obviously does not use the telephone. He speaks to the handset as if he were holding an intercom. The Irving Harris family of 7 was invited to the Ministry of Magic to participate in the Merlin Jazz Medal Award. "Thank you," the cold female voice said. "Visitor, please take the badge and tie it in front of the robe." There was a clicking sound, and then Alan saw something slide out of the metal slide, which is usually used to return coins. He picked this thing up. It was a square silver badge with the words Owen Harris family of 7 people www.mtlnovel.com Merlin Jazz Medal Awards. When the female voice sounded again, he pinned the badge on the front of the robe. "Visitors of the Ministry of Magic, you need to undergo an inspection and take your wand to the security office for registration. The security office is at the innermost of the atrium." The floor of the phone booth suddenly trembled. They slowly sink into the ground. Slowly. Alan could not see anything. He could only hear the dull rubbing noise from the phone booth passing down the ground. When the dazzling light hit Alan's eyes, they stopped falling. "The Ministry of Magic wishes you a happy day," said the female voice. The door of the phone booth popped open, and Mr. Harris went out, followed by the family. Presented in front of Alan is a world full of magic, with magnificent and magical decorations. He noticed that there were many gold-plated fireplaces on the walls on both sides of the hall. Every few seconds, with a slight rapid movement, a wizard or witch came out of the fireplace on the left. On the right-hand side, small teams lined up in front of each fireplace waiting to leave. Under normal circumstances, we should enter the Ministry of Magic through the fireplace. As if seeing Alan's doubts, Albert explained. "We are taking the guest channel today. It's wonderful to pretend that you are not a member of the ministry and enter from a strange passage." Owen replied happily, and he greeted all the people he knew with red light. "Yes, let's take part in the Merlin Jazz Medal Awards ceremony," he said enthusiastically to everyone he knew. It seems that the wizards of the Ministry of Magic value this honor of Merlin Jazz Medal. Alan sharply grasped the envy and jealousy in these people's eyes. Chapter 90 Award indeed. As Alan observed, the wizards of the Ministry of Pride are proud to receive the Merlin Order. In fact, although not all wizards can hardly resist the temptation to obtain their Merlin medal, members of the High Society and the Ministry of Magic are more concerned about it. Although Alan is not enthusiastic about this, after all, as long as your reputation is polluted, the medal may be recovered. However, he understood the reason for the enthusiasm of wizards in the magic world. Merlin Jazz was founded by the famous medieval wizard Merlin in the middle of the 11th century, who is said to be a graduate of Slytherin. The green ribbon on the Merlin medal is derived from the color of Merlin's graduation school. This is the earliest international magic organization established in the magic world, and has a very high reputation. After centuries of development, Merlin has become the largest wizard organization in the magic world, and the only wizard organization in the entire magic world that is not under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic, and is also recognized by the Ministry of Magic as an international excellent wizard organization. The Merlin medal is a medal with high honor in the magic world. The highest honor in the magic world is to obtain the Merlin medal. For wizards who pretend to be high society people, the Merlin Jazz medal can show their identity, and for the wizards of the Ministry of Magic, the medal can add a glorious stroke to their resume, which is beneficial to themselves. Future Owen, we have to hurry up so as not to miss the award time, Morgan Le Fay urged. But soon, she herself slowed down and delayed the time. On the halfway of the hall, there is a group of golden statues slightly larger than the real person standing in the center of a circular pool. Statues include wizards, witches, horsemen, and goblins, all of which are carved to life. But it was not because of these exquisite statues that Mrs. Harris stopped, but because she saw many silver and bronze coins flashing at the bottom of the pool as she passed the fountain. And next to the pool there is a small stained sign that reads, "All proceeds from the magic fountain will be donated to the St. Mungo Magic Hospital to treat magical diseases and injuries." Morgan Le Fay was a nurse at St. Mungo's Magic Hospital. She knew that the hospital really needed a lot of money to support it, so she did not hesitate to take out a large amount of bronze nat and spread it into the pool. Daisy is no different. Don't ask why it has not gingy along. The Harris family is obviously not so generous yet. Gather sand into a tower. The accumulation of less is more. Although the gnat is less, the mind is more important. There is absolutely no need to blame too much. For ordinary people, on the premise of ensuring their own lives, it is already very commendable to have good intentions and do good deeds. After this, their journey went smoothly. Realizing that the awarding time was approaching, Mr. Harris accelerated, and no longer showed off his medal to everyone he knew. They successfully passed the wand test and passed through a few doors to a smaller hall where at least 20 golden lattice-like elevators were working. They lined up in front of a grid with a small crowd and quickly entered the elevator. The elevator door slammed shut and began to climb slowly. When the same female voice that Alan heard in the phone booth rang again, the elevator chain clicked. The female voice reported to the office to which the floor belonged layer by layer, and the crowd went in and out. Finally, only 7 people of Mr. Harris' family were left in the elevator, and they rose to the first floor. The first floor is here, the Minister of Magic's office and logistics office, and the small auditorium. The female voice in the telephone booth reported the address without emotion. "We are here." Mr. Harris took the lead out of the elevator. Looking at the blue sky outside the window, Alan was in a trance. "Isn't the Ministry of Magic underground, Dad?" "Are we back on the ground?" Emily babbled, but asked the question Alan wanted to ask. "We are still underground. Those are magic windows. It is up to the magic maintenance office to decide what the weather is every day. During their last request for a raise, we experienced 2 months of hurricane weather. Turn here." They turned a corner and passed 2 thick oak doors. Unlike the noise of the floor below, it was very quiet. Unconsciously, their steps were lightened. Passing the large office marked with the sign of the logistic office and the minister's office with closed doors, they reached the end of the corridor, and the destination of the trip, the small auditorium, arrived. The whole family reorganized the dress outside the door, and Mr. Harris pushed open the heavy door and walked in. At the moment they entered, several eyes were on them. On the rostrum high above the auditorium, 3 witches sat. Alan was surprised to find that Professor Dumbledore was one of them, looking at him with a smile. When the Alan family sat in the first row under the guidance of a tall and thin wizard, Alan found that his favorite professor, Flitwick, also sat in the first row, waving at him with a smile. Without hesitation, Alan approached Professor Flitwick and sat down. Soon after they sat down, the tall, Thin Wizard walked onto the rostrum and introduced the purpose of everyone's gathering here today. The guests present www.mentalnovel.com. The other two people on the rostrum, one of them is the Minister of Magic Fudge, and the other is the chairman of the Wizarding Association Ogilvy Scammon. Next, Scammon once again preached the origin and status of the Merlin medal. Alan noticed that, except for his younger sister Emily, his family clearly knew all this, but he still heard it with interest, and Mr. Harris looked excited and nodded again and again. In this award ceremony, the Minister of Magic Conley Fudge and Hogwarts Principal Albus Dumbledore were invited as witnesses. After a long discussion, the award was finally presented. I announced that due to the successful subduing of the mutant sea snake on the Cornwall beach, 6 people including Irving Harris won the Merlin Jazz Class 3 medal. Please come on stage to receive the award. Chairman Ogilvy Scammon gleefully. It was announced as if he had received the medal himself. Little sister Emily was entrusted to Professor Flivy by her mother Morgan Le Fay for temporary care. Although she did not participate in the war, she was also named by Aunt Josephine. Although she didn't contribute to the Sea Serpent, she is still a person in the Ministry of Magic. Ogwe waved his wand, and 6 beautiful gold medals with white ribbons floated in front of the Allen family. But Alan did not reach for it without permission. Ministers and principals, why don't we bring the medals together? Ogilvy invited Minister Fudge and Principal Dumbledore to bring medals to the Allen family. They nodded readily. Professor Dumbledore brought a beautiful medal to Alan and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Alan. You have set an example for Hogwarts students. It is said that your final coma was used well." Click. This picture was shot by the media present. Chapter 91 Interrupted interview. Modified. Alan took the medal and stood with Professor Dumbledore, naturally letting the photographer take pictures. After all the medals were worn around the neck, the prize winners and the winners stood in a row. Alan noticed that Len showed the handsome smile he had practiced for a long time to the camera. Alan couldn't help but imitate it, but his young age made his behavior just look cute. After the award, Professor Dumbledore patted Alan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Congratulations, my child. You have become the youngest ever witch who won the Merlin Jazz Class 3 medal." "Thank you, Professor. By chance, all my trivial contributions are due to the family." Alan thanked politely and modestly. "It's too modest." Mr. Alan Harris, Professor Flitwick checked the records. "Your Hogwarts created the little wizard who scored the most points in a single school year, and it was still in the 1st grade." Ogilvy Scammon came over with a smile, full of appreciation of Alan in the speech. Professor Flitwick happened to come to Alan's side, and also wanted to congratulate his proud student. Not only did he not be dissatisfied with his words, but nodded again and again. "Yes, Alan, it is the most talented and hard-working student I have ever seen." The look is full of pride. "Ah, Chairman Ogwe, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick, hello. I'm so sorry, can I have an interview with our hero?" The sharp and exaggerated tone was disgusting. Alan looking around, I saw a woman wearing a pair of jeweled glasses, her blonde hair made into a large, delicate curl, her teeth exposed, and a smile that she thought was charming, and her fingers flew towards Alan. "This is the chief reporter of the Prophet Daily, Miss Rita Skeeter." Alan and Skeeter were also members of our Ravenclaw and were very talented in publicity. Professor White screamed to Alan, "Thank you, Professor Flitwick. You still remember me?" Rita Skeeter laughed exaggeratedly, but Alan found a glint in the corner of her eyes. Everyone's heart has a soft place, even if this person is a bad guy in the eyes of others, Alan thought. In spite of this, Alan instantly became alert when he saw Rita Skeeter pulling out a dark green quill pen from her crocodile bag. Her quill pen is extraordinary. This is a shorthand quill pen, which can convert ordinary sentences in Skeet's interview into unrealistic, small-scale sentences automatically recorded on paper. "Alan, please allow me to call you this way. After all, we are from Ravenclaw College." Rita Skeeter helped her jeweled glasses, when facing the sea snake. "Your first what is an idea?" "What is this?" Alan answered easily. "What?" Rita Skeeter wondered. What was Alan asking? What is this? Alan answered again. What is it? What are you talking about? Skeeter's thick fingers pinched the quill, puzzled. When I saw the sea snake, my first thought was, what is this? Alan organized the language and told the other party in detail. Seeing such a big sea snake, aren't you afraid? Why rushed up to fight the sea snake? Is it a bit overwhelming? Skeeter asked several questions in a row. In fact, I didn't rush up immediately. I first sent my owl to bring the letter to the Ministry of Magic, and then rushed up to fight with my father. With the family around, I'm not afraid of anything. Alan looked with satisfaction. The quill to the other party honestly recorded all the conversations just now. It didn't take long before Skeeter took out the magical shorthand quill. Alan used the gap of talking with the other party to cast a true mantra. Silent Lith. This is a fairly outlandish spell recorded in the encyclopedia. A wizard who was an error in France was inspired by the truth-pouring agent and invented the spell, not only for people, but also for objects. After asking 2 questions, Rita Skeeter finally discovered the anomaly of her shorthand quill pen. She didn't want to visit Alan again and ended the interview in a hurry. Miss Skeeter has never ended the interview so quickly. Professor Flitwick apparently knew Rita Skeeter well, and looked strangely at the chief reporter of the Daily Prophet, who even left without saying hello. Maybe she found more valuable news, or something urgent. Alan looked innocent. Chairman Ogilvy, Professor Dumbledore, and Professor Flitwick, I wonder if I can enjoy the shared lunch. Irving Harris came over and warmly invited Chairman Ogilvy, Professor Dumbledore, and Professor Flitwick lunch. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Harris. Today, Professor Flitwick and I also invited Mr. Jidero Lockhart. He may be able to become Alan's black magic defense teacher next academic year. The professor blinked at Alan. Is that Jidero Lockhart, the Merlin Jazz third-class medalist, an honorary member of the Anti-Black Magic Alliance, who won the Witcher Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award 5 times? Mother Morgan Le Fay suddenly appeared in behind Alan. His trembling voice frightened Alan. You know, just wearing the Medal of Honor did not make her so excited, and just hearing the name of Jidero Lockhart made it difficult for her to maintain her demeanor. The same complexion, looking forward to Daisy. Alan felt that, as a writer, Jidero Lockhart was too successful. He packed himself into a big star in the magic world, from middle-aged and elderly women to underaged young Lily. He is fascinated. Of course, this is largely due to his excellent ability to cast the Oblivion spell. Perhaps this is why he can deceive Professor Dumbledore and be successfully hired as a professor of defense in black magic. This is actually Alan. He hasn't liked Dumbledore's reasons very much. As the principal, he has been busy with other unrelated jobs, but he has always been suspected of neglecting his duties and his own job, especially when it comes to the choice of teachers. The Patron Saint curse, even the Iron Armor curse, cannot be released. There are many people, if not for many years of background and advantages like courses in curse herbs and potions. www.mentalnovel.com Hogwarts World. The name of the best magic academy should have been replaced by another school. Yes, Mr. Jidero Lockhart has been awarded the Merlin Jazz Medal III with his outstanding literary works. As to whether he is as strong as his reputation and capable of teaching black magic defense, it'll be clear in a moment. Merlin is blessed, and I hope to find a competent professor for us. After that, Professor Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick and everyone quit and left the small auditorium. Professor Dumbledore's prayers obviously did not work, and Alan knew this. But he must remain silent, otherwise how can he explain that he knows that Jidero Lockhart is a great liar who steals the experiences of others and turns them into his own? Fortunately, the mysterious man cursed this position. No one could serve as a professor of the Black Cube defense class for more than one academic year. But after all, in fact, Alan feels that Jidero can please these real people every time. The hero of the legendary story deceived the other party's trust and successfully used the Oblivion spell on them. From this point of view, it is indeed quite powerful. It is also interesting to say the word gild in Gilderoy. It means gold-plated, but it fits the exquisite and exaggerated character of this person. Lockhart means to lock your heart. This name and surname are very interesting. Mr. Dumbledore is too irresponsible for other students. Obviously, as long as a new subject is set up to repeat the teaching content and the black magic defense class, this curse can be avoided perfectly, and the students can get the education they deserve. Thinking of this, Alan shook his head. He is too blunt now, and the Ministry of Magic itself obviously thinks that the wizards are negligent in the training of fighters to make it easier for them to manage. Chapter 92 Exchange Currency Modified. I wish I were still at Hogwarts. Alan, remember to give me a signature of Mr. Gidrow? Lockhart. Daisy told Alan suddenly with both eyes. I want it 5. No, 10 signatures. Mrs. Harris at the moment looks like a little girl. Yes. Even 100 is no problem. In Alan's impression, Gidrow Harlot will not give up any opportunity to promote himself, especially keen to sign. Ren on the side was greeted with Fuji in courtesy and excitement. In fact, Fuji might not be able to remember the name of an ordinary ministry staff. But in Ren's unimpressed praise, he quickly called Ren. The name and expression are very pleasant. When Ren wants to please someone, it is always easy to achieve. Fuji originally wanted to leave after awarding, but the young man, Ren, really talked, especially talked about beautiful things, and talked for a long time without realizing it. Albert stood shyly next to the two who talked enthusiastically. His character was more upright than Ren. Now he is not like a majestic and capable era. Don't allow people at the time of Shanxi, and don't allow people to speak under anger. This sentence makes a lot of sense. Unlike the savvy Ren, the overjoyed Irving Harris, after receiving the medal, kept inviting people to dinner and promised a lot of food and wine. Owen's wife Mrs. Morgan Le Fay was helpless and generous with her husband's overjoy, but she wisely didn't do anything to stop and celebrate. If you are so happy today, why disappoint? She silently counted the number of guests invited by Mr. Harris and decided to invite everyone to lunch at the Broken Cauldron in Diagon Alley in London. Unlike Morgan Le Fay, who had a slight word in his heart, Alan, who was taken to Diagon Alley, was very satisfied with Mr. Harris' move. He had already planned well and wanted to exchange some magic circles and mulls during the holiday. The world's currency just happens to be an opportunity to go to Galinge to exchange the gold crafts he made in his spare time. After eating some food for a while, Alan held a huge ice cream sundae and applied to her mother for a walk. Knowing the strength of the younger son, and feeling relieved, Mrs. Harris agreed without hesitation, took a small handful of gingerlong from the small bag she carried with him, and stuffed it with Alan. Although Alan will soon have a large amount of money in his account, he happily took away his mother's pocket money, walked lightly and quickly on the white-pebbled streets of Diagon Alley, and Alan was in a good mood. The Merlin Jazz Medal of Honor, which represented honor, had already been thrown into the storage space by him. Alan walked through a lively shop, and soon came to a tall white building. Galing Pavilion arrived. Stepped into the gleaming bronze gate. At the door stood the fairy guard wearing a scarlet and gold uniform, bowing to Alan, and Alan returned politely. Perhaps few people saluted the goblin guard. He actually enthusiastically called a goblin as a guide for Alan. My name is Nagnok. Dear guest, what can I do for you? The goblin called. Nagnok bowed deeply, and the service attitude was so good. I need to exchange some gold products for the magic world currency and mull currency. Alan said unhurriedly, calmly and uncomfortably. He could not see that it was the first time to exchange money at Galing Pavilion. Okay, please follow me. Nagnok bowed respectfully, reaching out to show his way. Go through the second silver gate to enter the spacious marble hall. About 100 fairies are sitting behind the long counter and registering on the large ledger. Some use scales to weigh coins, and some use eyepieces to detect gemstones. Nagnok guided Alan to a counter against the wall, and Alan took out a few roses made of gold. Later, Alan with a lot of money left Galing Pavilion. The pride of the wizards is really ubiquitous. Taking gingerlong can be exchanged for British pounds at will, although there are limits on the amount of British pounds in exchange for British pounds. But the exchanged gingerlong did not impose restrictions, and mull money was not allowed to be exchanged directly. but as long as I wanted to, I could exchange this item to avoid this loophole, depositing these currencies into the storage space. Alan sighed to cow happily strolling around Diagon Alley. No matter what kind of shop, Alan will stop to explore, and in this way, it will soon be the meeting time agreed with Mrs. Harris. Alan hurried back to the Broken Cauldron bar. At the same time, compared with the free and generous Alan, Harry was extremely pitiful. His Uncle Vernon knew some rules of the magic world because of Dobby's things and shut Harry into the bedroom. Not only did he find someone to install iron bars on Harry's window, he also installed a trapdoor on the bedroom door himself, and delivered a little food 3 times a day. They brought Harry out to the toilet every morning and evening, and locked him in the house at other times. Harry couldn't think of a way to get out. www.mentalnovel.com. He lay in bed and watched the sunset behind the window grill, sadly thinking about his future destiny. Desperate. With all the money and free and moody Alan lying on the bed and counting his possessions, he suddenly thought that Harry also had a lot of gold coins in the Gilling Pavilion. Awful. Thinking of the plot, Alan decided to visit Harry tomorrow. After all, he was still a friend of his own, and it would be a good thing to help when he was able. Early the next morning, through Fly Road Fan, and then take the bus, Alan came to number 4 Lyson Road. He used the sorcerer's robe to turn on the illusion, and observed the signs of the owner of the house. Uncle Vernon's family had just finished breakfast, and they looked very happy. Penny, just give the boy a bowl of canned soup. He never wants to go back to that ridiculous school, forever. Before he set off, he told Penny again. Vernon pushed the door open, and hummed eccentrically. Xiok, go away. The invisible Alan seized the moment and slipped in like a fish. Alan followed Aunt Petunia to the bedroom that belonged to Harry. The bedroom door was tightly locked, and there was a small trapdoor on the door, and Aunt Petunia passed the bowl of chilled soup to Harry through the trapdoor. Penny Dursley, even when James Potter acted like and when your husband wanted to give him a friendly proposal for a mole job because he didn't understand the wizarding world, you also know to take care of your sister. How much risk would you take? But it's too much. Alan saw this scene with his own eyes. After all, he felt different from reading novels or movies before, making him very angry. It didn't take long for Aunt Petunia to go out, and Dudley, who had a round stomach, took one of his assault toy guns out to find Moken. Chapter 93. Free changed. Neither Aunt Vernon nor Aunt Petunia would knock on the door. They just rudely pulled the movable door open and handed over some cold soup. As for Dudley, he would knock on the door deliberately to stimulate Harry, but his strength was so great that he almost knocked off the wall. It would never be such a civilized and rhythmic knock on the door. Who is it? Harry heard his voice became strange because of nervousness. It's me, Alan. Alan's voice is as calm as ever. Thank goodness, Alan, it's great that you can come. I have been here for 3 days with Uncle Vernon. Hunger is not a problem, and my biggest worry is that no one knows that I am here, and will come back not at Hogwarts. Harry licked his lips and felt a heart fall to the ground. But Alan caught the keyword in his word, hunger. He took a large bag of food from the storage compartment and stuffed it in the same way through the trapdoor. You saved me. Harry mumbled, a turkey sandwich in his mouth, making a vague voice. Harry, lean back, I'll find a way to open the door. Alan felt that this was not a way, reminded Harry. Alan wanted to draw out his wand and use the Arahuo hole to open, but randomly shook his head and put down the wand. I saw him step back a few steps and then run up, take off, violently kick. Bang! Only a loud noise was heard, the door lock was flicked, and the door banged against the wall and bounced back. Harry stared at Alan's brutal practice, and sandwiched the sandwich in his mouth and forgot to chew. After a while, he vaguely said, "Thank you, Alan." "It's nothing." Alan just said this, and then walked to the cage of Harry's snowy owl, Hedwig, and sighed, "It's really embarrassing. I didn't have to eat." And Hedwig was even more pitiful. "Alan, you can put it out now, it can find it for yourself." Harry continued to chew the food. This is the best sandwich he has ever eaten. Alan reached out to open the cage and let out Hedwig. The wise owl tilted his head and gently becked Alan's fingers to express gratitude. then flew out of the room and flew away from the open window downstairs. "Okay, where is your luggage?" Alan clapped his hands and asked easily. "What? I went to school. My wand and flying broom are locked in the dark cabinet downstairs." Harry looked at Alan, and obviously still needed Alan to continue kicking. The two men ran to the dark cabinet downstairs. Alan reapplied and kicked the cabinet door. Harry and Alan hurriedly stuffed things into the box and walked out of the door. "Do you want to leave a note?" Alan asked Harry as he passed the living room. Although Alan did not resent the mistreatment of Harry by the Vernons, after all, Penny adopted her sister's son knowing the dangers she might face. Even if some of them were threatened by Dumbledore, "They won't worry about me." Harry looked expressionless, but after thinking about it, he pulled out a quill pen and wrote on a note, "I went to my friend's house. Harry." The note was very simple. Pressing the paper on the table where they usually ate, Alan and Harry walked out of the door suddenly and walked away. Because Harry was pushing a big box, they planned to take a taxi first to the fireplace with the flyway net connected. The big suitcase was stuffed into the trunk of the car, and the car rushed out like an arrow. Looking at number 4 Privet Drive, Harry just wanted to never go back there again. When he borrowed a fireplace from a wizard shop and flew to Alan, he saw the familiar villa with red bricks and white windows and breathed the fresh and natural air. Harry's despair and helplessness were left behind. He thought it was here. Everything has a free, unrestrained taste. Opened the door. No one was at home. Alan placed Harry's salute in his room, and made a pot of black tea for Harry. "Why are you locked up?" Alan asked knowingly. He wanted to say if he saw Harry had a stomach. Harry originally told Alan Dobby the warning it gave to Harry, and the pudding that was torn down. When I asked why it was doing this www.mtlnovel.com, it always hits his head against the wall. Harry looked puzzled, and he wondered who wanted to stop him from returning to Hogwarts. Although house elves have magic, they can't just reveal their master's secrets. If they leak out, they will punish themselves. Alan explained Dobby's self-mutilation. "I guess Malfoy instructed it to do it, only he would not want me to go back to Hogwarts and be happy to see me out of luck." Harry concluded Dobby was indeed from the Malfoy family, although the reason it prevented Harry from returning to Hogwarts was completely different from what Harry thought. Harry flipped through the newspapers on the table, saw the latest issue of the Prophet Daily, and spread it out to see the photos of the Allen family awarded the medal. This is a very long report, but it introduces the reasons why Mr. Harris's family was awarded the Merlin Jazz Class 3 medal in a few sentences, and then it is accompanied by a large group photo. The Sri Lankan family's position in the Ministry of Magic, of which Fudge himself is not short. "Alan, you actually defeated a sea snake. You know, it is a 3-star magical animal." Harry lamented not Alan's strength, but Alan's wonderful holiday experience. Not long after they chatted, Harry's owl Hedwig flew in from the window, fluttered his wings and stopped on the shelf belonging to the Benny owl, drank a little water, and combed his feathers comfortably. "I think you should write to Ron and they can't reach you. They must be in a hurry." Alan looked at Hedwig and made suggestions. Harry's eyes lit up, took out the quill pen and parchment, and wrote on the table, "I'm at Alan's house. Everything is fine." Harry wrote 3 copies of the same content, and gave Hedwig to Ron separately. Hermione and Hagrid. 94th flying car changed. The moon is sparse and the stars are sparse. On summer evenings, everyone is cool in the quaint, natural and vibrant courtyard, enjoying the cool evening breeze of the summer, talking and laughing, comfortable and comfortable. At this moment, there seemed to be 2 stars falling in the distance straight down in the direction of the yard. It wasn't until we were close that everyone could see clearly that this is a blue-green car that can fly. Those bright as stars are the 2 headlights of the car. Quick flash. There was a shout from the boy in the car. Alan hugged Emily and flashed to a far place. I saw the car slamming down to the ground, making a harsh brake sound, sliding far away, and stopping before it would hit a cherry tree in the yard. 3 teenagers with red hair walked off the car. The loud noise will alarm Len, who is writing a report in the room. He pushed the window open and was shocked to see a car suddenly appear in the courtyard at home. He set aside the report in his hand and ran downstairs to see what happened. "I'm sorry, Mr. Harris, we made your yard a mess." Ron and the twin brothers stepped forward. George really felt embarrassed and politely apologized to Owen Harris. "It doesn't matter. Boy, what I want to know is, you come here like this, does Arthur know?" Mr. Harris recognized the 3 Weasley brothers, who had seen them in Diagon Alley. "Dad didn't know that we stole his car and asked you to keep us secret," Ron asked. "Let's sit down and talk." Morgan Le Fay smiled gently. She is trying her best to fulfill the duties of a hostess, even if these uninvited guests are still young. Restored as before. Cleaned up. Morgan Le Fay skillfully performed magic. Except for the addition of a car in the yard, everything was restored. Daisy brought out many delicious refreshments from the kitchen to entertain the 3 of Ron. "What's the matter?" Ron asked Harry. "Why didn't you keep writing back to me? I invited you 12 times, and then Dad came back and said you used magic in front of moles and got a warning." "Not me." "How did he know?" Harry asked in surprise. "He works in the ministry." Ron said, "You know we can't use magic outside of school, especially in front of moles." "Pretty good," Harry said, staring at the suspended car. "Oh, it's not counted," Ron said. "We just borrowed. This is Dad's car. We didn't enchant it." "But you use magic in front of the moles who live with you." Harry wanted to repeat his unlucky experience again, and was interrupted by Fred. "Harry, we are here to pick you up from the burrow. I didn't see you at Dursley's house, but I just met we sent Hedwig, so we came directly here. If we don't hurry up, Dad will find it." He's really a teenager. Alan doesn't think his father will keep them secret. But the result is exactly the opposite. "My father was very curious about this flying car. Look left and right around the car. Is it good after the transformation, compared with the magic carriage?" Mr. Harris asked George with great interest. "Well, very good." George Weasley looked proud, but random and a little shy. "Mr. Harris, you know, our family has no private carriage, so I can't compare them." Harry was a little embarrassed. Alan rescued him from the predicament, and Ron and they took the risk to come and pick him up. "I really didn't know what to do." "Harry, Ron, it's really not easy for them to come to pick you up. You have never been to his house. It's better to go to Ron's house for a vacation this time. You can come to me later." Alan felt a good impression anyway. It's already done. If Harry could go to Weasley's house, it would be easier. "Well, Alan, thank you." Harry looked at Alan gratefully. The 3 Ron brothers are also very happy. After all, they have gone so far. They don't want to run in vain. Alan helped Harry move the box down again. Fortunately, all the things are still in the box, not taken out, saving time. "But I can't let the children of you just leave alone." Irving Harris looked serious, actually intending to experience the feeling of mole-modified car. Ron and the Weasley brothers looked at each other. "Okay, but please keep it confidential for us." "No problem, my dear. I will take them home and return soon." Owen took a seat in the driver's seat and turned his head to his wife. What else can Morgan Le Fay say? Nodding and agreeing, stuffing snacks and drinks into the arms of several children. The motor of the car roared, came in the clear, and flew towards the moon. After a busy day, Alan stretched out to help her mother sort out the tea tray, and then told a sweet story to Emily, a little baby fat little bear, and went back to the room to rest. And Mr. Harris, when a faint red glow appeared on the eastern horizon, they finally reached their destination. Mr. Harris lowered the car a little, and Harry saw a dark pattern of fields and clusters of trees. "We are a little outside the village," George said. "It's time to land." The car was flying lower and lower, and a red sun appeared among the trees. "Landing!" Fred yelled, and the car gave a light shock. www.untilnovel.com touched the ground. They landed beside a dilapidated garage, surrounded by a small courtyard. Burrow, where it is. Owen Harris was so addicted that he jumped out of the car and said goodbye to a few children quickly, phantomed out of the yard in an instant, and disappeared into the mist in the morning. Molly Weasley's name was in the Ministry of Magic notorious. He didn't want the other party to see him fooling around with her children's life afterwards was unstoppable, and it seemed that the third-rank medal of the Merlin Jazz had not changed Alan's life. He still works regularly, exercising, studying magic books, explaining all kinds of knowledge to Emily, and playing with her fully and happily. After about a week, on a clear morning, Alan received a letter from Hogwarts, a yellow parchment envelope. The words on it were green. The letter also lists the list of new books he will use this year. Sophomores should read Standard Mantra, Level 2 Inches by Miranda Gossack, Break with the Ghost by Jidero Lockhart, Swimming with the Ghoul by Jidero Lockhart, Holidays with Dominatrix, Jidero Lockhart, Walking with Monsters, Jidero Lockhart, Traveling with the Vampire, Jidero Lockhart, Wandering with the Werewolves by Jidero Lockhart, A Year with the Tibetan Snowman by Jidero Lockhart. Alan's eyes couldn't help but look at the row of small bookshelves beside the sofa, where all the harlot books needed on the list were neatly placed. Mother Morgan Le Fay and Sister Daisy are loyal fans of Jidero Lockhart. It seems that Jidero Lockhart passed Professor Dumbledore's interview and became your professor of black magic defense. Father Owen took Alan's book list and came to the conclusion. Chapter 95. Poor wrong changed Owen. You see, when I bought these books, you still laughed at me. How about it? My vision is good. Jidero became Alan's professor. These books became Hogwarts designated textbooks. Alan, doesn't these books need to be bought again? Mrs. Harris was proud of her good eyes. Alan, don't forget that you promised to give us the autograph of Jidero. Daisy looked at Alan eagerly, wishing to exchange with Alan. She went to Hogwarts to study and let Alan go straight. Mungo works. Jidero Lockhart is going to hold a signed book sale at Lagide Bookstore next Wednesday. Daisy, if you really want his signature, you can go to Lagide Bookstore by yourself. You may get more than that. It's a signature, and there will be a group photo. Alan Yang raised Yang the Prophetess daily with advertisements from Lizen Bookstore. Jidero Lockhart had a brilliant smile on the newspaper. White teeth glittered. Daisy snatched the newspaper from Alan, cherished the folds of the newspaper, and clipped it to her favorite book. Really a successful liar. Seeing her sister as a fan, Alan couldn't help but vomit. Next Wednesday, maybe I can take a break, even if I work for a few more days later. Daisy just got into trouble. Perhaps I can also provide you with a suitable reason for rest, such as helping the youngest brother to purchase the necessary items for the new semester. Alan had just been to Diagon Alley a while ago, and had purchased enough herbs and crucibles. Books have bought countless. They are now piled up in Alan's storage grid, and he wants to use the rest of the holiday to sort out these finances, such as a part of his mobile tower. It's a good idea. Daisy poured a cup of black tea to Alan like a reward, smiling and watching Alan drink all the tea. Alan continued to read the rest of the Daily Prophet. As the chief reporter of the Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter has not published a report for a long time, which is very strange in itself. However, Alan knew that his vomiting mantra still played a role. Rita couldn't make up the news and naturally couldn't continue to report. It seems that this magic pen is not easy to get on the market. What is the life of the children of the Wizards family? Play with some toys, read some fairy tale books, eat some sweets such as cakes. Emily's daily life is very simple and comfortable. But this morning, she was sitting in her children's chair, constantly stroking her nose. Emily, is your nose uncomfortable? The adult wizards at home all went to work, and only Alan took care of Emily. No, on the contrary, my nose has never been so comfortable. Emily, who had an unusually long eyelash tail, blinked and replied crisply. "Then why do you keep getting your nose?" Alan asked thoroughly. Emily jumped off from the children's chair and ran to Alan sitting on the sofa reading. "Alan, I fell asleep last night. In my sleep, I felt something getting into my nose. This morning my nose has never been so smooth." "But what is that thing?" Emily crawled when he came to Alan. He asked his brother to hug himself. Alan never treated her words as childish, but listened patiently and carefully, and gave the best way to solve the problem. Emily approached and trusted Alan and was willing to tell Alan her doubts. "Maybe there is really something. Emily, don't worry. I will watch you tonight to see what is going on." Alan is not perfunctory, Emily. He really decided to watch AI at night. "Millie, look at what is going on." Many times, because their own expressions are not clear enough, their guardians cannot understand what happened to him. Some people think that the child is seeking the attention of the parents. In fact, it is very likely that the child will miss the child's help signal and miss the opportunity to educate the child. Alan, who has been a teacher, certainly would not make such a mistake. He valued what Emily said. The amiable Emily never lied. Since she expressed that way, something must have happened. The night came, and in Emily's heart, the quiet summer night was especially reassured by the night because of the guardian of Alan. She lay in a small white oak bed and fell asleep, with a quiet smile on her face. After confirming that Emily was asleep, Alan concealed her figure and kept a close eye on the room. At midnight, a ball-shaped thing crawled in from Emily's windowsill. In the moonlight, Alan saw its appearance. This little ball-shaped monster, covered with creamy yellow fur, looks like a cute plush toy. It twisted its round body and searched in the room. From time to time, a very slender pink tongue appeared in the middle of its body, spitting out in the room like a snake, as if looking for food. Alan finally let go of his heart. www.mentalnovel.com. He knew what it was. It is Purong Rong. Purong Rong is a relatively common magical creature with strong survivability and can be seen all over the world. Purong Rong has a gentle personality and will not attack the wizard, which makes Alan, who recognizes it, loose. Because the docile Purong Rong is like a plush doll of Mel's, let him hug you. Even if you throw it around, it is indifferent. This velvet climbed onto Emily's bed and stretched out her slender tongue. The pink tongue burrowed into the sleeping Emily's nose, and it retracted soon after. During this period, Alan just looked at it quietly, without any movement. Purong Rong likes to drill his tongue into the nose of the sleeping wizard and eat their dry booger. Apparently it helped Emily clean up very cleanly yesterday, so it didn't take long for it to retract its tongue. Purong Rong's bizarre hobby makes them popular among generations of wizard children. Even now, when owls are popular as pets, there are still many wizards who choose Purong Rong as pets. Alan stood up quietly and walked to Purong Rong's side, picked it up and stroked its soft little yellow hair. The velvet paralyzed in Alan's arms, humming with satisfaction. Alan, with Purong Rong, quietly left Emily's room and closed the door gently. They went straight to the kitchen, and Alan crept up in the kitchen. Great. In an iron pan in the corner of the stove, Alan found some leftover meals during the day. Alan turned over a plate that he didn't normally use, poured the food into the plate, and let go of the cashmere in his arms. The yellow-haired little cute thing walked to the dish with a slender, pink tongue out, tasted it, and then ate it in a mouthful. Chapter 96. Sniff changed the next day, when Alan hugged out the milky yellow, round velvet. This little cute thing instantly captured the hearts of the three women in the family. They surrounded Purong Rong, rubbed and hugged, kissed, and Purong Rong hummed comfortably for a long time. It really looks like a ball. Albert smiled and drank a large glass of milk with a ring of milk stains on his mouth. Maybe you can use it as a play ball. Ren looked at Purong Rong in disgust, seemed to feel Rong's maliciousness, and this velvet quivered a little, then completely hid in Daisy's arms. Ren, you scared it. Daisy blamed Ron. Even Morgan Le Fay looked at Ren disapprovingly, and it seemed that the hairy velvet had a great lethal effect on women. What I care about is, how did you get it? Mr. Harris put down the knife and fork, picked up the milk tea beside the plate, and drank comfortably. Alan detailed the process of getting Purong wrong. So this Purong wrong should belong to Emily. A sentence confirmed the ownership of Purong wrong. Emily threw herself into Alan's arms happily, thanking her with milk and milk. Daisy and Mrs. Harris naturally have no objections. Although they belong to Emily, Emily is so small that she still has to rely on everyone to bring it up. Wednesday night, Daisy returned home with an excited and contented Magic Me. She first threw a bloated package to Alan. "Well, I will help you buy everything you need for the new semester." Alan took it. "Thank you, Daisy. It seems that you had a great time today." Looking at Daisy's ruddy face, the corners of her eyes were full of excitement and satisfaction. "Yes, I not only got the autograph of Gryffindor, but also the opportunity to take a photo with him." Daisy took a photo from the book and shared it with Alan as a treasure. Lockhart in the photo is wearing a blue robe like the forget-me-not flower, matching his blue eyes. The pointed wizard hat was playfully crooked on the wavy blonde hair. He hugged Daisy, flashing white teeth, and blinked at the camera. Alan thought that the arm on Daisy's shoulder was very obtrusive. Daisy still smirked, without realizing that she was taken advantage of. Alan returned the photo to Daisy, and dried the cooled tea in one breath, suppressing the anger floating in his heart, and said with a smile, "Daisy, you are tired all day. Go take a bath and rest." Daisy carefully clipped the photo back into the book. "Oh, yes. Gryffindor also took a photo with Harry Potter today. He will serve as a professor of black magic defense at Hogwarts. I really envy you. You will have a real magical Gryffindor." Daisy looked up, and finished humming pleasant songs, and returned to her room. Alan felt his perception of Gryffindor Lockhart was worse. The night before the school started, my mother Morgan Le Fay prepared a superb dinner: smoked salmon with avocado, German roast pork hand and Brussels sprouts, fragrant pork bag blanket. Alan tasted the food, stroking his round belly, lamenting that his life was getting better and better, and went to sleep with satisfaction. Alan had packed his suitcase long ago, so before leaving, there were 2 large suitcases and a bird cage in the home except for the door. It seemed that it was the same as the morning of weekdays. Alan declined them from his father Irving and his elder brother Albert and decided to go to King's Cross station by himself. Alan came to London alone, ready to take the subway to King's Cross station. In the aisle corridor leading to the subway platform, an avant-garde man with an explosive hairstyle is performing. He sings a country song that does not match his appearance very much, and the sound is soft and pleasant. A well-dressed man threw him a pound coin as he passed him. The coin struck a beautiful arc in the air and landed on the floor in front of the male performer, making a sweet and crisp cry. Alan keenly discovered a small creature covered with black fluff flashing in the corridor, and the coins on the ground were gone. Even if it flashed, Alan recognized it. Sniff, sniff, a black, lacquered furry animal between a mole and a platypus. It has a long snout and is good at digging the ground. www.mtlnovel.com is particularly partial to all glittering things. Fairies often keep sniffing to dig up treasures deep underground, but it is not a good thing to appear so brightly in moles. Alan looked up in the hallway. Soon, he found this sniff behind a pillar. He was observing the coin he had just stolen. He found Alan and hurried away. Alan immediately followed, chasing the sniffing activity in the subway station. Finally, he found that Sniff was taking a shiny ornament from a lady's shoe, and then immediately ran forward, eager to get more shiny things. Alan stared at it helplessly. I saw this magical creature that was so flexible that he quickly jumped between people's boxes, got into each bag, grab here, grab some fish there. Suddenly, Alan thought of a good idea. He ducked behind a pillar and pulled out a handful of gold coins, playing with it in his hands. The crisp metal knocking sound drowned in the crowd's hustle and bustle, but he felt the sense arrived. Alan glanced with the afterglow of his eyes and sniffed under the bench in front of the pillar, looking bulging and proud. Obviously it has not been satisfied with its harvest, eager to get the coins in Alan's hands. Alan pretended to be very tired, and slowly sat down on the pillar, unconsciously spreading his hands on the ground, and the coins in his hand naturally fell to the ground. Sniffing slowly and brazenly moved forward, reaching out the little black paws, trying to grab the coin. Too late and fast, Alan seized the sniff and threw it into the pet space rewarded by the previous system. Organized his clothes, and Alan came out casually, and walked towards the subway platform. Chapter 97 Pursuit Modified. Alan successfully arrived at King's Cross Station, and he was in a good mood. He not only caught a velvet for Emily, but also caught a sniff for himself. At King's Cross Station, Alan took out his big toe box in a remote place. At Mel's many stations, Alan first looked around and hesitated a little bit. Then he decisively ran straight towards the partition wall between platforms 9 and 10. If you don't enter the station again, you will leave. This behavior attracted a lot of Mel's glance, but soon, they found that a large number of backpackers blocked their sight. When the vision was finally clear, the boy who was pushing the big toe box and running wildly had already nowhere to go. Even if the curse of the Mala expulsion on the platform itself prevents them from paying too much attention to the anomalies here, each Mul is busy with his own affairs. How can he care about others? Not to mention, on the platform, running and catching the train is so common. So it didn't take long for the Muls who had just witnessed Alan to run away from this matter. Alan clearly remembers that the house elf Dobby will close the passage to the platform of 9 3/4 before the departure. Since he hadn't seen Harry just now, Alan decided it was better to enter the station first. Anyway, for Harry and Ron, this is just an interesting experience. There is no danger. And compared to the rash thing of riding a flying car and then hitting the hitting willow, the sniff just caught against Alan more attractive. Of course, this experience is more interesting for bystanders. I don't want to be caught by Mrs. Snape and Mrs. Weasley. Wait, I seem to have forgotten to return those treasures that I sniffed. Gone back. Alan was running through the hustle and bustle of the crowd. Some little wizards were excited for the upcoming new semester. Some were immersed in the joy of meeting with their friends, and some were reluctant to bid farewell to the family at the station. Looking at this vivid picture of joy and sorrow, Alan embarked on the Hogwarts Express train. On the train, many Ravenclaw little wizards greeted Alan, and Alan nodded gently, rejecting the good intentions of many little wizards asking for the same car. Alan went straight to the last car. There was no one in the carriage, but it was with Alan's heart. He locked the compartment door and sat quietly for a while. Not long after, the sound of pushing and pulling the compartment door, the booming voice on the platform, the laughter of the little wizards gradually disappeared. The train started. The carriage where Alan is located is very quiet. At this time, the little wizards should have found their seats and arranged the salute. Alan stood up and locked the door from the inside. Alan summons the sniff from the system's pet space. Just touching the air, the cunning little thing wanted to slip away and was grabbed by Alan. Alan grabbed the sniffing body tightly, turned it upside down, and swayed violently with his hind legs. A lot of gold and silver jewelry fell down. It was almost endless. And the number was surprisingly large. It's a cunning little thing, hiding so many things. I don't know how long it has been in the Mole Society. Alan clearly liked this sniff. He scratched his sniffing stomach with a smile, so that more coins and jewelry scattered out. Footsteps were heard in the corridor, and soon, Alan's car door was knocked. At the moment when Alan was distracted, he sniffed his little body and broke away from Alan with incredible strength. Alan raised his head in disbelief, reached out to grab him, sniffed his body desperately into the locked door, and ran into the corridor of the train. Alan stood up suddenly and opened the door. Alan, I heard Ravenclaws say you are in this compartment. It was Hermione, and she looked anxiously. Sorry, Hermione, I have something urgent to do now. Despite the anxiety, Alan remained polite. Alan flashed, bypassing Hermione, searching for sniffing trails in the corridor. Hey, Alan. Harry and Ron were not on the train. They missed the train. Failure to stop Alan, Hermione said what she wanted to say in frustration. Actually, when Alan heard that, what would it be like? Harry and Ron should have been enjoying the indulgence of flying in the air. He could not determine their position and chase them back. What's more, this incident did not affect them too much. In fact, Mr. Arthur Weasley was the biggest victim. For Alan, the top priority is to catch this runaway sniff. Alan almost turned on the motor completely, without letting go of the clues, and suddenly, a sniffing figure flashed in the corner of the car window. A brilliant afternoon warm sun shed a ray of gold, and the window glass shone in the sunlight, which attracted sniffing. After discovering that the car window could not be put in his arms, it quickly jumped away again, looking for a new target. Alan was very happy, and hurriedly followed www.mentalnovel.com, sniffed like he found something, quickly jumped into an open-door compartment. Alan jumped in without hesitation. A handsome adult witch with a small mirror in his hand looked at Alan in surprise. Alan recognizes this man. With the blessing of Sister Daisy and his mother Morgan Le Fay, there are more photos of this man in front of the family than Alan. He is exactly Hogwarts' new professor of black magic defense class, Mr. Jidero Lockhart, a star among wizards, a model among scammers. Is it for me to sign? The action is so fast. The little wizards who just came back went to take their pens and books. I want to say that there is no need to be so anxious. The days we are together are still growing. Shaved the slightly curly blonde hair on his head, showing his white teeth, and his signature smile on his face. So, where is the sign? The new Professor Lockhart looked at Alan doubtfully. He did everything. Not taken. Alan's attention was now on Professor Lockhart's suitcase. He saw with his own eyes that he sniffed into the open suitcase, and many gorgeous robes were scattered in the suitcase. It seems that Professor Lockhart has just changed his clothes and is really a peacock-like man. Just when Alan was thinking about how to relieve his embarrassment, a group of little witches broke into the carriage, and a fifth-year Gryffindor headed off. Alan. The girls behind flocked in holding handkerchiefs, some holding lipsticks, and others grabbing their shirts, surrounding Professor Gidro Rollhart, asking for his signature. And this gentleman is obviously very comfortable with and enjoying this situation. He gets busy and gives his beautiful autograph to his little fans. Alan felt for the first time that Gidro Harlot was sought after by the witches. He stepped back without a trace and returned to Gidro's suitcase. Chapter 98. Misunderstanding changed. Alan quietly lifted up the messy gorgeous robe, and a picture printed with Jidero Lockhart appeared in the box. Damn, it's his picture again. Wait. The girl in this picture is Daisy. Alan roared in his heart. In the picture, Gidro stretched out his arm and took a girl by the arm. The child was caught in his arms, and his whole body appeared in the photo. The long golden hair and red cheeks were clearly his sister Daisy. Alan tried hard to suppress his anger, and opened the photo again. Under the photo, a golden purse was open, and the whole body covered with black fluff sniffed in a pile of gold coins. His body was bulging, obviously filled with gold coins. Alan stared and sniffed, Alan's gaze slowly turned his head. Their eyes met. Suddenly, Alan and Sniff started to move at the same time. Alan reached out and grabbed, while sniffing, and fled, trying to get rid of Alan. Sniffed across Alan's shoulders, escaped from the carriage, and wanted to jump high without being caught by Alan. Alan hurried out. But Sniff has been suspended above a chandelier in the train corridor. Alan stepped back a few steps. After seeing no one left and right, he pulled out his wand and tried to catch the Sniff with a spell. Finally, the chandelier crashed to the ground. After flexibly sniffing the spell, he fell to the ground, then stood up with a grunt, and quickly climbed over a compartment. Alan followed until they ran to the last car together, exactly the car before Alan. Sniffing a leap, he jumped into the pile of gold and silver jewelry that Alan shook off from before. It seemed difficult to resist the charm of gold coins. Two small claws desperately put these gold and silver jewelry into his arms. Alan flashed into the car and closed the door. Sniffing is not good and wants to escape again, but full of gold and silver jewelry, the bulging heavy body is really not agile enough, compared with Alan's quick response and light movement. Alan rushed out and caught the Sniff of trying to escape again. Although you are struggling to catch up with me, Alan still likes this Sniff. He shook all the gold and silver jewelry from his sniffing pocket again. The only question that needs a headache is, How many gold coins have been stolen from Jidero Lockhart's purse? Would you like to give it back to Jidro? At this time, the car door was knocked open, and Alan looked over in surprise. Hermione was shocked. After she came to her alert, she quickly walked into the car and closed them. Her face looked pale and she yelled, "Alan!" Realizing how loud her voice was, she quickly lowered her voice again, and asked in a low voice, "Alan, why did you steal Professor Lockhart's money?" "Hermione, did you misunderstand?" Alan actually thought the little girl's expression was a little cute when she lowered her voice. "I haven't misunderstood, you see. The money you stole is still piled on the ground." Hermione was disappointed. She used to admire Alan in that way, and used Alan as her pursuit goal, but she never expected that classmates, excellent students in the eyes of teachers. Wait, maybe what problem did Alan's family have to make him do this? Or is it like seeing the kind of top students published in the Times during the holidays? Although they are not short of money, they will commit crazy crimes in order to use the excitement of stealing things. Seemed to feel Hermione's breath, and sniffed into Alan's robe, sniffing out his little nose and making a squeak. Hermione looked around and could not help but ask, "What is this?" "This is sniffing. Like sparkling things best," Alan explained. So, hearing the name Sniff, Hermione quickly remembered the introduction of this magical creature in the book. "So these gold and silver jewelry were not stolen by me, but sniffed." Alan spread his hands together, looking innocent. "But that's your pet, and it was stolen for you." Hermione was still a little upset. Her fluffy hair and grinning face made Alan think she looked like a mouthful of stuff. "Nutmeg chipmunk. In fact, I only got this sniff today, and it's not enough to control it." Resisting the idea of touching the other person's head with a fluffy hair, realizing that Hermione was present, Alan was inconvenient to sniff. Sniff thrown into the pet space, had to reach out and sniff from his robe. Subsequently, Alan briefly described the process of catching this sniff. "God bless you, I thought you. Well, I'm still willing to believe you. I'm sorry I misunderstood you again." Hermione's cross-eyed expression eased down, and walked into the carriage, sitting in the seat in the carriage watching this sniff in curiously. "Do you like it? In the future, it gave birth to a pup. I can give you one." Seeing Hermione's focus on sniffing, Alan generously said that she could send a little sniff to Hermione in the future. Although Sniff has a gentle personality and even tender feelings to you, it will cause damage to your property, so don't keep it at home. And I don't know that the Ministry of Magic allows private domestic sniffing. Hogwarts allows feeding. No pets are included in your pets. You will be in trouble. She has just started to popularize science preaching. Such Hermione made Alan couldn't help laughing. "I can keep it in the Forbidden Forest after I have cooked it up. As you said, I can't keep it in the dormitory." In addition, sniffing is used to living in their own nest, which is generally 20 feet underground. "Hermione, you don't need to worry too much about the regulations of the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. You know my aunt just work in the Department of Magical Biology Management and Control, and you also see other students' pets coming, but the variety is strange, and the school hasn't been moved." Alan Wenyon explained to Hermione. Hermione's eyes rolled, and she immediately pointed out the fact, "But you sniffed the gold coin of Professor Lockhart. I just saw it in that compartment." "You should return the gold coin to Professor Lockhart." www.untlenovel.com. Of course, I had planned to do the same. Alan packed up the gold and silver jewelry on the ground and grabbed a lot of gold coins. "Others, I will ask my father to be proficient in divination. Colleagues help find the lost owner." Alan looked at Hermione with a smile. "Why don't you ask Professor Lockhart for a signature and cover it for me?" I quietly put the gold coins back. "I don't want anyone else to sniff, you know. Can you keep it secret, Hermione?" It seems that after weighing whether this meets the school's regulations, after a brief silence, Hermione agreed to Alan's request. They returned to Lockhart's compartment again, and the little witches still tweeted around Lockhart. Hermione and Alan walked in as if they were standing next to the open suitcase unconsciously. Hermione stood in front of Alan, trying to make her look very eager for Professor Jidro Rohart's signature. In fact, Hermione, who hasn't broken through Lockhart's true face, was the same. Alan took the opportunity to quietly put a lot of gold coins hidden in his sleeves back into Jidro's chest. Although the number may not be right, but with the personality of Jidro Lockhart, he will surely think that the little witch who respected him was secretly put in. Sure enough, when the train was about to reach the station, there was no news that Jidro Lockhart's pulse was abnormal. Oops. Hermione snapped her head suddenly, annoyed. What's the matter? Alan handed her a glass of chilled pumpkin juice with a rotating straw and stirring, and took a sip of her drink. In such hot weather, it is really pleasant to enjoy such a cold feeling. I forgot to tell you that Harry and Ron failed to board the Hogwarts Express. They missed the train. Hermione thumped her unkempt head. Chapter 99. Smart Hermione changed. Don't worry, Hermione. Harry has an owl. They can send letters to Professor McGonagall, Professor Dumbledore, Mr. Weasley. There will always be a way to get help. Although Alan knew Harry's choice, he came to Hogwarts in a flying car, but facing the little witch who was worried about his friend in front of him, he chose to comfort him. Right. They can think of it in such a simple way. Hermione pulled out a straw that was stirring diligently, and poured a large sip of iced pumpkin juice. In an instant, a cold, stimulating sensation went straight to the head. Hermione put down the cup, held her head with both hands, and then pinched her nose with one hand. It's too cold. I did a stupid thing. Hermione's facial features wrinkled together and looked very funny, and Alan couldn't help laughing. At this time, the sound of dang-dang-dang-dang knocking on the glass suddenly came, and Alan and Hermione turned their heads together. I saw that outside the window of the train, Benny vibrated his wings, closely following the train, and occasionally hit on the glass, to attract Alan's attention. Alan immediately stood up, opened the window, and Benny, Alan's owl, flew into the compartment, tossed a rolled object in front of Alan, and then stopped on the back of the chair to comb his own feather. What a beauty little thing. Alan smiled and shook his head, looking helplessly spoiled by Benny. He picked up the reel that Benny had delivered to him, and the 5 big letters of the Prophet Daily came to Alan's eyes. Alan handed over the newspaper to Hermione. Perhaps you can read the newspaper first. I'll get some food and water for Benny. It's not easy to catch the Hogwarts Express. The train is coming to the station. Do you still have to go out? Hermione asked Alan inconceivably. Don't worry, I will be back soon and I will not delay packing. Alan waved his hand and turned to leave. More considerate than Harry and Ron, don't you just want to give me time to change my dress? Hermione was keenly aware of Alan's real intention. Alan found the salesman on the train, bought some bread and corn, asked for a cup, picked up some water, and carried the food back to the carriage. Boom, Alan knocked on the door politely, and with Hermione's permission, he entered the car. Hermione had put on the Gryffindor robe and put on a sharp Hogwarts wizard hat. After Alan sat back in his chair, it was found that Hermione was pale and frightened, and she clutched the Prophet Daily with her hands tightly. What happened? Alan didn't understand. He guessed to leave for a while. Why did Hermione's expression seem to be struck by thunder? Harry and Ron, they secretly drove Mr. Weasley's car. They actually dared to drive a flying car to Hogwarts. Hermione's anger was obvious. Alan was so surprised. How did Hermione know so quickly? Scanning the newspaper in Hermione's hand, Alan understood everything in an instant. He took the newspaper in his hand and saw the bold black heading at a glance. Ford Anglia car will fly. Muggles are shocked. Alan quickly glanced down. 2 muggles in London are sure they are watching when we arrived at an old car and flew over the post office building. Norfolk, Mrs. Hurtybis was drying clothes. Mr. Angus Fleet of Peebles reported to the police. The Prophet's Daily is really fast enough. Alan shook his head, and the intelligence report could be collected after the incident happened so fast that day. There are 6 or 7 muggles in total. They preached out, not knowing how many staff the Ministry of Magic would dispatch and how many forgetting spells to cast to clear the memory of the muggles. Harry, they are in big trouble. The worst is Ron's my father, Mr. Arthur Weasley, works in an office that prohibits the misuse of mull items, but his own son. Hermione couldn't talk anymore. She felt that Harry and Ron were in great trouble. It didn't say who drove the car. How can you confirm that it was Harry and Ron? Alan was surprised at Hermione's keenness and intelligence, and couldn't help asking. Ron, he will drive to your house to pick up Harry and write a letter to me. You read books www.uukanzu.com. I naturally know that they have a flying car. I am afraid that a family who can own such a magic car will not more. Moreover, if Mr. Weasley drove, how could Miles find it? Even if the twin brothers George and Fred opened, there would be no omissions. Think of Harry and Ron again. It's obvious who caught the Hogwarts Express to blame. Hermione gave her reason like a cannon. Alan gave Hermione a heart and couldn't help but give the little witch saw each other. The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage in the car and we will take you to school for you. The voice echoed on the train. Alan quickly asked Hermione to tear the bread into crumbs and feed it to Benny. As for the water, when Alan put the food in place, the smart Benny flew over to drink. Hermione immediately picked up the plate and walked into the train corridor. Soon, Alan heard her call her back. Of course fast. Alan only needs to move his thoughts, and the clothes on his body automatically become wizard robes, and he deliberately postponed it for a while to appear normal. The train slowed down and finally stopped. The passengers shoved and shoved towards the door of the car and descended onto a dark and small platform. Following the flow of people, Hermione followed Alan absently, and boarded the seemingly automatic carriage until she entered the brilliant hall. Fang and Alan said goodbye to the long table belonging to Gryffindor. Countless candles stopped in midair, illuminating 4 long tables full of people, and the golden plates and stemware sparkling. The stars are shining on the ceiling. The ceiling is enchanted and can always reflect the sky outside. Edward didn't recover until Edward came to Alan in a hazy mood and said hello to Alan. Chapter 100. Excellent. Alan changed. Alan saw the freshmen lined up and entered the auditorium with confidence. Ron's sister Ginny was also among them. The red hair peculiar to the Weasley family was very conspicuous. The little girl was very delicate and looked soft and cute. At the same time, Professor McGonagall, wearing glasses and tightly bundled hair into a small bun, placed the famous Hogwarts branch cap on the stool in front of the freshmen. Every year, this patched, dirty and torn old hat divides freshmen into the 4 colleges at Hogwarts: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Looking at this crumbling bark-like sorting hat, Alan couldn't help but think of this time last year. He put it on with confidence, closed his brain with concentration, and presented himself to the sorting hat. The memory revealed that he had deceived the branch cap perfectly and concealed his origin. And now, he can easily observe the various expressions of new students or expectation, or tension, or fear. For example, at this moment, a very skinny grey-haired boy was called to the front and put on a branch hat in a panic. Then, a little girl wearing radish-shaped earrings and a butterbeer cork made a necklace sat up, and the branch hat seemed to have not touched her light blonde hair before she was assigned to Ravenclaw. It was Luna Lovegood. Looking at her expression with a daze, Alan felt inexplicably intimate. Shaking his head, Alan slowly shifted his gaze from Luna, who had just been assigned to his college, to the principal Dumbledore, who was sitting on the faculty seat to watch the branch ceremony. His silver long whiskers and half-moon-shaped glasses shone under the candlelight. Shine. Professor Flitwick sat on the high stool, realized Alan's eyes, and waved at his proud pupil. At the top of the head sits a huge, thick-haired Hagrid, holding a glass and drinking with a gulp. And the most conspicuous in the teacher's seat was Professor Gidro Lockhart, who was wearing a water-green robe. He exposed his white and shiny teeth, showing his signature and charming smile. Is the person who won the Witcher Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award 5 times. Such a face is very charming with his legendary experience. But in the eyes of Alan, who knows the truth, the flowery Chidero is more and more annoying, especially after seeing Jidro's photos of himself and Daisy in the gift box. I must let your true face be exposed. Professor Snape is no longer in the teaching staff, It seems to block Harry. Professor Snape, who paid attention to Harry, must be the first teacher to discover that Harry was not at Hogwarts, even before Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore, even though Snape ridiculed Harry and showed his right to Kazakhstan. Lee was deeply disgusted, but in this world, he is also the person who cares most about Harry and wants him to be safe. Although Snape just needed this boy with his favorite eyes and the most annoying looks to live well, a variety of delicious foods appear on the table. The most amazing thing is the transparent drink cup in front of everyone. As long as you say the name of the fruit, the drink cup will automatically appear the fruit juice. A naughty boy in Ravenclaw said durian, and the pale green, thick-flavored water-filled juice instantly appeared in the glass. He frowned after taking a sip, and the students around him smiled innocently, holding his nose headed by Ku Jang. Alan was worried, but he was also attracted by this delicious food. He felt that the custard was sweet and fit his appetite. Didn't wait for Alan to finish eating a pie. www.mentalnovel.com. He saw Professor Snape entered the auditorium and said something to Professor McGonagall, and Professor McGonagall walked out seriously. It didn't take long for Professor Dumbledore to leave his seat. Alan knew in his heart that Harry had arrived at school. From afar, Alan and Hermione at Gryffindor's long table looked at each other in a tacit agreement. Alan nodded and Hermione nodded in response. At least, Hermione doesn't have to worry about Harry's safety now. Professor Dumbledore soon returned. After he announced the things to pay attention to this semester, the little wizards, led by their respective seniors, returned to the dormitories of various colleges to rest. There is nothing more comfortable than having a good night's sleep after eating and drinking. From afar, Alan saw Professor Flitwick waving at him. Alan left Ravenclaw's team and found Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick is standing with Professor Lockhart. Professor. Alan saluted the professor with respect. This is our excellent student of Ravenclaw, Alan Harris, very talented and hardworking. He is also the winner of the Merlin Jazz Medal 3. Proudly introduced his favorite student to Professor Flitwick of Lockhart. Alan was reluctant, but there was nothing revealed on the face. Say hello to Professor Lockhart. But the attentive Professor Flitwick found that Alan did not bow to hello, but just nodded. Ah, Alan, I didn't expect my fans to have such an excellent presence. I think you can get my signature at any time, as long as you want. Jidero Lockhart recognized Alan as the boy who broke into his compartment on the train. Thought Alan was his loyal fan.